everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
It was the day he would officially take the office. There wasn't much to be excited about as he had already started to work as the president secretly, but the official documents can only be signed after he takes the oath. He came to the Capitol building. A huge crowd was gathered there. He couldn't believe that this many people could gather at that place. The Secret Service was focused on everyone's security except for him. First, some NPC politicians came and gave their 2 cents about how great he was. Then it finally came to Alexander's speech. He didn't make it too long as it was a waste of time, but he still needed to make everyone happy who came to see him. Thank you for your support, everyone. The weather is very cold, so I won't make it too long. I am going to take the highest administrative office in this country. Many responsibilities come with it, as I will not only be responsible for this country but also many parts of the world. No matter what people say, America does have a lot of wealth that makes it very strong, and we need to act responsibly with that kind of power. Tomorrow, we are going to take the first step for a better future. Tomorrow we will be launching a manned space mission to the moon. They will land there and live in the small habitat module for 1 week. They will look for the best place to start building our first moon colony. Currently, I and Tony were able to come up with a way to make cheaper electricity, but if we are able to mine helium-3 from the moon, then we'll be able to make all our energy needs as cheap as tap water. So be sure to tune in tomorrow and witness history in the making. He ended his speech and soon it came to taking the oath. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States, and will to the best of my ability, preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and anyone in distress. He added some words at the end. He wasn't just becoming the president for one country after all. He had the whole world in mind. Then Dobby also took his oath. After that, there were some other senseless ceremonies, and finally the state dinner. He vowed to not do these things as they were nothing but wasting the tax money. Finally, after all the pointless things were done, he sat in the Oval Office. With him were his boys, Dobby, Ragnarok, Howard, Arnold, and Connor. There were also some serifs who had been secretly working in the government for a while now. All of them would take other core departments of the cabinet. So, what's the plan? Howard asked. They all sat relaxedly like they were in a park. Ragnarok was even smoking a cigar. The plan is pretty simple. Arnold, I want you to do an audit of all the Fortune 500 companies and see if they're being naughty. Howard, I want you to make a list of every single terrorist organization in the world and also which country supports them. Dobby, scrap the Mutant Registration Act. Connor, use all the resources you need to see which country would be suitable for Phase 1 of the Earth Federation. Our target is pretty simple. We are going to solve the problems of Earth and unite the world. We will start by making America an example. It's already night, so let's meet tomorrow again at the moon mission's launch site. He dismissed everyone. Alexander then went into Fihame as well. He had not slept in days and wanted to feel that again. The majority of the people in Fihame were already asleep, except for one certain foodie. He found Golly hogging food from the refrigerator. What are you doing, little Golly? She got spooked and looked behind. Oh, it's you, Grandpa. I thought it was Grandma. I felt hungry, so I came to eat. Why didn't you use the big light? He asked. Oh, I wasn't that hungry. I just wanted some ice cream, she cutely said. Alexander laughed and left after patting her. The next day Alexander appeared at Kennedy Space Center. He had selected 5 people to send to space. 2 of them were humans and 3 of them were mutants, or enhanced as they go by now. One had the ability of X-ray vision. He'll be useful in detecting if there is ice underground. Not to mention he was a geologist. Then there was a woman who had simple super strength. She originally had a disfigured body, but Alexander's medicine gave her life back. She was a scientist and very knowledgeable about chemistry and physics. Then there was a guy who had the ability to live in a vacuum. He didn't really need to breathe. He was going to be staying at the temporary moon base while the remaining come back. The 2 humans were normal Air Force pilots trained to pilot the new spacecraft as well. The team of 5 was going to be making history. The first woman to walk on the moon, the first mutant to walk on the moon. These names were going to be recorded in history. The spacecraft that was going to be used wasn't really a rocket. It was an aircraft-like thing. The mechanism was simple. Just like on naval aircraft carriers, a long arched runway was set. The spacecraft would be given a crazy hard push with a hydraulic push mechanism. Like in the movie Tomorrowland. The push would be enough to send them to lower Earth orbit, from where they could rely on normal thrusters powered by an arc reactor. The arc reactor didn't need much energy to charge, so solar power was enough. Even mechanical power would be enough. For example, you could connect the chargers with a treadmill. The launch was a joint effort between UNSRO and NASA. UNSRO was still in the startup phase, so NASA was starting the moon mission for now. The whole event was being shown on live television and the world was watching it. The reason was simply that no one had tried to go to the moon in years. Alexander sat in the visitors area of the control room, looking at all the proceedings. Soon the speakers started making sounds. The countdown started. But just as the launch time came, suddenly warnings started to sound. Ghost, look into it and correct it, Alexander commanded. In a matter of seconds, the warnings disappeared and the rocket was successfully launched. Ghost reported back, "Sir, someone tried to hack in and mess with the launch." "Who was it?" "The attack came from within America." I backtracked on everything. "The attack was initiated by a joint effort of multiple oil and energy companies." Ghost briefed. "It seems they don't want this mission to be successful. Probably because once I get helium-3, their oil will become obsolete." He contemplated. "Ghost, make a file on all these companies and gather all the data you can that link them to this attack. Also, look for all the crimes they have committed. It's time they learn that I'm not like my predecessors," he ordered. Once that was done, he enjoyed the live view from the spacecraft. It smoothly got out of the orbit and headed straight to the moon. It didn't need to revolve around the Earth to set the trajectory. That thing was done because of a lack of fuel to manually steer. But now they have enough energy from arc reactors. Alexander had told Ueto as well that he'll be making a colony on the moon. So Ueto had moved his base to the dark side of the moon. Due to powerful thrusters, it just took the spacecraft 1.2 hours to reach the moon. The spacecraft had the hovering ability too, so the landing wasn't that hard. Moon didn't have a very strong gravity, so it would not be problematic when they leave either. Though Alexander knew that he'd need to upgrade the engine for Mars. The crew landed on the moon's surface successfully. Then they proceeded to set up the small habitat. It was nothing but a huge ready-made module carried by spacecraft. The lady with super strength simply picked it up and put it in a nice spot. Then they got to find an ideal location. They had pretty high-tech stuff made by Stark Industries, so it didn't take them much time to find a good place to start the colony. They had found a crater nearby which had a high possibility of there being ice. The one who could live in a vacuum went in there and checked the samples. The end result was satisfactory. There was indeed ice under the layer of the surface dust and rocks. Hence the initial habitat was brought near to the now-named Hope Crater. The habitat wasn't anything luxurious. It had simple divided areas for sleeping, working, and exercising. The team did many tests while living there. They collected samples of helium-3 and 4 of them returned to Earth with it. The same spacecraft easily landed back on Earth without much trouble. The whole project was surprisingly very smooth. It only lasted for 2 weeks. "Tony, how's the stability?" Alexander asked with a wrench in his hand and a big control wheel in his hand. "Yeah, it's quite stable. The output is at 100% too. I think we are successful." Tony lauded. "These are just the baby steps. Fusion reactor will surely change the world, but it will not take us that far," he said, wiping out some sweat. He, Howard, and Tony had just finished their first ever large-scale fusion reactor powered by helium-3. "Now we just need to find an efficient way to travel and mine the moon," Howard added. A sudden light bulb lit in Alexander's mind. "Howard, do you remember Hank Pym?" Howard quickly realized, yeah, but he won't give us the formula. He's too egoistic and would rather take the formula to his death. I don't need the formula. It only took a few minutes for Thanos people to replicate it. I only need his yes. I don't want him to jump around filing technology theft cases against me later. I'll go and try to talk with him. Pretty sure he can't say no to the president. Alexander thought. "You can try all you want. I just hope you don't underestimate his ego," Howard warned. "Wait, what are you two talking about?" Tony asked. Howard quickly told him about the Pym particle. "So you're telling me that by using this tech we will be able to transport whole space stations and colony ready-made on Earth to space and moon? I say, F***ck him. Let's just use it. We're using it for humanity after all," Tony said. It wasn't surprising that Tony would say that. He was still not mature enough. Still, he got a pretty good head. "If he can join us we might be able to advance quicker," Alexander said and got ready to leave. "All right, I have a press briefing in an hour. Be sure to redirect the power to the city grid now," he instructed and left. The new megafusion reactor was enough to power the whole of New York State. From this evaluation, they only need 50 reactors to keep the US always online. Alexander appeared in the press briefing room to answer some public questions and also talk about his progress on some things. "Thank you for coming here. First of all, I want to tell you that I successfully caught 478 companies of Fortune 500 companies doing tax evasions. I have heavily fined them and also given them a 1-week ultimatum to pay back. This was 2 days ago and by now the tax department has received $600 billion in taxes. I am also creating a new software for the IRS. It will heavily help them monitor all the taxpayers." Now to the second announcement. My defense secretary has identified 300 different terrorist organizations operating in some African and Arabian countries. They will all be dealt with in the coming months. S.H.I.E.L.D., the US Army, and many more superheroes will be joining this operation. Our objective is to bring stability to the whole region. Finally, about the moon mission. We are preparing to build a colony there. I have come across a very famous scientist and if he joins our work time and expenditure will decrease by half. Another briefing will be done in a week in which we will give you updates. Thank you. Now my VP will give answers to your questions as I have to be in a meeting. Alexander had hinted towards his meeting with Hank because it would put some psychological pressure on him that he should accept his offer. He got into his helicopter from the White House lawn and headed to Pym Estate. It was quite a large place. Hank Pym was surely not running low on funds in this timeline. Alexander wondered if Scott had already been selected by him as the next Ant-Man. He was hoping that what he thought was right as he wasn't really interested in this story. His helicopter landed and he walked towards the people waiting for him. Not much surprised, Hank had come to greet him. Behind him was his daughter standing in formal clothing. But there was another person standing beside Pym who looked more excited to see him. The man was Dyne Cross, the protege of Hank Pym who usurped his mentor as CEO of Pym Technologies and rebranded it as Cross Technologies. Alexander ignored the man and went straight to Hank. Haha, how are you, old man? Hank shook hands with him. Alexander didn't really have much contact with Hank, but he had still met him during the World War. He hadn't made Pym particles at that time. I am fine, Mr. President. We were surprised to receive a call for your sudden visit, Hank said, hiding some disdain behind the sarcastic voice. Well, I had come across a problem and thought you might be a good candidate for solving it. After all, you are a fellow visionary, so I thought you might be interested in helping humanity, Alexander said, making it impossible for Pym to ignore him as he knew that if he did then he'd be labeled a traitor by the people. Hope saw the tension and spoke. Let's talk inside, Mr. President. Alexander looked at her and smiled. Haha, let's go, child. I heard you are very good at quantum physics. What about joining our space program? They all walked into the mansion. Suddenly Alexander noticed a painting in the lobby. He smiled seeing it as it was the one Amy drew for her first auction. Hank saw him admiring the painting and came to boast, that is one of my finest investments yet. I bought it many years ago and it still gives me a feeling of peace. Alexander just smiled. I know. I was there when you bought it. After all, it was my granddaughter who painted this. His words surprised Hank and Hope. Your granddaughter? Oh, my little Amy. The same girl with whom my statue is erected in the War Museum. She was just 10 when she drew this. Alexander replied and remembered those cute moments. Hank remembered the famous picture and statue with a girl on Alexander's shoulder. Then this painting is priceless. Alexander appreciated that Hank thought so highly it. Yeah, it is. Let's go and talk now. After that, he negotiated with him for the right to use Pym particles. But he wasn't bulging. He kept on saying that he doesn't trust the government. Alexander got fed up and decided to leave. There was no point in talking with him, the man had gone senile. Even when his daughter tried to convince him he denied. Alexander secretly ordered S.H.I.E.L.D. to take Dyne Cross in custody and seal the Cross Technologies as he knew that Cross was trying to sell Ant-Man-like suits to private organizations. That was also one of the reasons why Hank and Cross were looking at each other in disdain even in his presence. Thank you for finding time for me, but sadly this meeting wasn't fruitful. I'll probably just make some new particle that acts like Pym particle, Alexander commented and left. But when Alexander was leaving he felt like a small thing was following him. Alexander was about to leave when he saw a tiny thing moving. He recognized it as Ant-Man. Why is he following me? He thought. He let it follow him back into his helicopter. Once it was in the air, Alexander pointed his finger at small Ant-Man and sent an electric shock. Return to normal size or I will have you held for attempting an assassination on the president. Everyone knows, killing me is nearly impossible, but they would still be angry at you. What will happen to your daughter then? Alexander threatened. His threats seemed to work and Scott quickly returned to normal size. I was just following that old man's order, sir. I'm a big fan of yours. Please don't be angry. Scott blurted out everything without even asking. Hank and Hope, listening to him through the earpiece, facepalmed themselves. And why did they tell you to do this? Alexander asked. They wanted to see what kind of person you are and should they share the technology with you. He told him. Ha ha ha. If they are still not able to see what kind of man I am, then they are probably blind. I have ended world hunger, kid. I have given electricity to all parts of the world. Saved it on multiple occasions and now making sure humanity survives in space. I know Hank is listening, so I will tell him something from your medium. I have already made a replica of Pym particles. I only came to Hank in the hope that he would agree so that I wouldn't have to use the tech without his consent. But it seems he has become too clouded and egotistical, Alexander said. On the other side, Hank was horrified that someone had made Pym particles and Hope was happy. Even she knew that her father was not right in mind rejecting President's offer. She quickly told Scott to tell Alexander to come back. That they are ready to renegotiate. After all, if they had made the Pym particles already, then they didn't really have a choice of rejecting. They can only accept it and maybe gain some good faith from people. Alexander gave the order and the helicopter turned back to Hank's mansion. He came in front of him again. So, ready to join me? Only Hope spoke. Yes, we are. But you will have to promise that you will not use the Pym particle without our consent. No, I can agree to make it so that no one except me can use it, but I will use it however I want. I don't have time to repeatedly make you happy to allow me to use the formula, Alexander bluntly replied. But I see. Hank tried to speak but Alexander interrupted him. I have another thing I can give you. Your wife is still stuck in the quantum realm. I can bring her back, he offered. Silence swept the room. Hank and Hope looked at each other with wide eyes. How do you know that? It has been years since she went there. How can she be alive? Hank asked. Quantum realm is a very mysterious place, Hank. Some places in it can be life-threatening and some can be life-preserving, he revealed. How do you know so much about that? Hank asked. I found some stuff while making Pym particles, Alexander said. In reality, he had taken the research from Tony from the future. They were able to travel time through the quantum realm after all. Hank was elated by the news. Then we must bring her back right now. Sure, let's go. Alexander took out his anywhere door and also gave them spacesuits. Quickly wear them. he urged them. Scott already had a suit, so only Hank and Hope wore one. I will be dragging your suit with me, so do not try to roam around. I will take you straight to where she probably is, he warned them. Alexander opened the door. On the other side was the quantum realm. Follow me? They all went straight in. Their bodies flew behind Alexander as they looked at the scenes around them. It was colorful and scary as they had no idea about what the things in front of them meant. All right guys, we aren't too far away. She's most probably just beyond this weird mountain-like thing, Alexander told them. A few minutes later they crossed it and came across a crystal-like area. Alexander had come with the Anywhere door with the intent to see Janet Van Dyne. But because the quantum realm is continuously changing, he didn't see her. He secretly cast an Oxio charm, Oxio Suprema Janet Van Dyne. Pop. Just behind him, a woman with white hair appeared. Alexander didn't see her wearing any protective suit, so he quickly put one on her. She was as surprised as the others. Janet. Hank quickly called out. Janet recognized his voice. Hank? What are you doing here? Mom Hope made a small noise. She was just a little child when Janet disappeared. Janet quickly left Hank and looked at her daughter's face behind the protective suit. They were on the brink of tearing up. All right, do the reunion when we're out of here. Alexander interrupted them. He just took out the Anywhere door and brought everyone back outside. But they first came into a decontamination cell. He didn't want some supervirus to come out with them and kill everyone on Earth. After they all were sanitized, they came back to Pym's mansion. They had a loving reunion with each other. Alexander looked at Scott. So, what's your plan after all this? I don't know, maybe spend some more time with my daughter, he replied. Alexander took out a card from his pocket. Go and report there. They will register you under Avengers Initiative. Can I be an Avenger? He excitedly asked. Is Hank going to take the suit back? Scott looked confused. I think not. I hope not. Haha. Report at Avengers Tower if he lets you keep it. He patted his shoulder and went to Hank. Soon the three were done with their reunion. Hank, here. Sign them? Janet looked at him amusingly and asked Hope, who is this man? I feel like I have seen him somewhere. He's handsome. Hope chuckled. He's the president, Mom. President of Pym Technologies, she asked. Hope shook her head. No Mom, he's the president of the United States. He's a superpowered man and wants to use Pym particles to make Moon and Mars colonies. He already had Pym particles but just came to get permission from Dad on good faith. He also saved Earth from aliens many times. So much information was making her confused. Wait. Aliens? Moon colony. Come with me, Mom, I will tell you everything. She dragged Janet away. Hank looked at the documents on the desk. No matter how much I dislike doing this, promises must be kept. Thank you for bringing my wife back. Alexander shook hands with him and Hank went away to join his family. But before going he looked at Scott. Hey kid, return the suit before you leave. Scott's heart sank hearing that. But Alexander said something in his ears as he was leaving. She likes you. That was enough to make Scott dare to follow Hank and join the family. With the help of Pym particles, everything was going to become super easy. They'll be able to take multiple ready-made habitats straight to the planned site on the moon. Not just that, Alexander had decided to make a space station. He didn't use big light or small light because it was only him who had this technology and it would leave with him. But Pym particle was something that would stay. So using that and making it normal tech for Earth was a better option. For the next moon mission, he was going to go there himself. He didn't have much else to do as many supervillains were cancelled because of him. Peacekeeping was going smoothly in space too. Honestly, increasing the purity of space was easier than Earth because he didn't have to focus on all planets. While Earth had too many small problems. It was a normal day in Fihame. Everyone was happy and enjoying their time. But there was one voice that contradicted it. A wailing noise could be heard from Barry's room in the castle. Barry, come out. What happened to you? Amy worriedly knocked on the door. Should I eat the door? Golly asked. No, I'll tell Grandpa. He should know what to do, Amy said and went to find Alexander. Alexander was in his workshop designing the new space station. Grandpa, Barry has locked himself in his room and is crying, Amy told him. He must be watching a movie. Alexander guessed. No, he's been like this for the past 3 days. He hasn't even eaten anything, Amy revealed. Alexander was truly worried for him now. Let's go and see what's the problem. Alexander just used magic to unlock the door and entered. The room was very untidy and dark. Amy went and opened the curtain while he went to Barry in bed. He stroked his fluffy head. Hey, Barry. What happened? Why are you locked in here? Barry looked up at Alexander with teary eyes and quickly jumped into his arms. Alexander hugged him and heard all his problems. For Amy, it was just random chirping, but for him, it was meaningful words. Alexander had given him the ability to speak, but he was deliberately not using it. She came out of nowhere and took over my people. I am the king of all Phoenix, you know. I tried to fight her but she's too strong. I don't know what to do, Dad. Barry said. Alexander had a small idea of who this new female Phoenix was. All right, let's go and see who she is. Alexander got up. No, that would make me look weak. I must deal with her myself. Barry stopped him. Okay, then I will make you powerful. Alexander snapped his finger and did just that. Barry felt the changes and gained some confidence. Yes, now I will go and beat her. Alexander secretly followed him as he was worried. Once in his small Phoenix village in the jungle, Alexander saw this new phoenix. It was none other than the phoenix living in Jean, now named Red. He had put the white-hot room in Fihame so Red could move freely about in Fihame. Huh, you have returned, huh? I will make you run away just like before. Red said. I am not the same as I was back then, very confidently claimed. A moment later they started fighting each other. Red wasn't using her primordial powers as she knew she would get reprimanded by Alexander. Still, her physical strength was also quite high, but to her surprise, Very was able to keep up with her. Soon their fight took an ugly turn and they started pecking each other with their beaks. Alexander had to step in. He grabbed both of them from the back of their necks. Stop this nonsensical fight. Look around you, your people are worried. You two are above all this petty fighting. Now shake hands or I will punish. He released them. Both of them huffed and shook each other's claws. Now, why don't you just marry each other and become king and queen of all the phoenixes? Very and Red looked at each other for a second. They quickly looked away. All right, I won't force you but no more fights, okay? He said that and flew away. In a way, the whole scenario was a bit funny. He was mediating in a fight between two immortal birds. Boss, Odin, and Frigga have arrived in the Universe Tower. Ghost notified him. All right, give them some drinks, I will come with Olivia in a sec. He instructed. Alexander went into his castle and informed Olivia. They both dressed up. Fihame was a bit empty right now, as most of the people were somewhat out. Hela was in space, Rena was somewhere with Golly. Amy just left to shoot her movie. Leonidas was with Natasha on a mission. Edward and Hermione had already toured Fihame and liked it a lot. Alexander gave them a way to come back anytime. Currently, the two were busy exploring the world as there was a lot to see. Edward was more excited because it was the Marvel world. Let's go, Olivia. Alexander grabbed his wife's hand and appeared in Universe Tower. Ha ha ha. How are you, my friend? Odin came to him and gave him a bear hug. Never been better, Odin. What about you? Still getting those nightmares? Alexander asked. No, instead I see visions in which you snap your fingers, and Ragnarok vanishes, Odin said. Hey, what did I do? Another voice came. It was Ragnarok with a fire whiskey bottle in hand. Haha, I wasn't talking about you, my friend. Odin corrected. They all went to the living area and sat down. They drank and ate some snacks. So, what is the reason you invited me and my queen to Midgard? Odin, we have both seen how close Loki has been with Medusa all these years. I think it's time we make them an official couple. I think they were probably holding it till now in fear of me. I'm a bit too protective of my children, Alexander stated. Odin had a happy smile on his face. What can be better than this, Alex? Our friendship will become kinship now. It's a moment worth celebrating. I am sure Loki and Medusa will love this news. Yes, Loki has already told me once that he would only marry Medusa. He seriously loves her. Even more so after he felt the positive changes in himself. Frigga added. Loki was always much closer to his mother. Then let's call in the couple. They are probably being lovey-dovey somewhere. Olivia said and looked in her locket that Leonidas had gifted her. It showed where Medusa was. She then called them back. Medusa operat with Loki. What happened, Grandma? But Medusa shockingly looked at the people present. Did I miss something important? Alexander walked up to her with a warm smile and caressed her head. No, my lovely child. I was just talking with Odin about you and Loki's marriage. Oh, I thought I forgot some important me. Then she realized. What? Really, Grandpa? She loudly exclaimed. Haha, yes. Who do you think your grandpa is? My happiness lies in your happiness, so of course I would agree. Loki has also shown that he truly loves you, so there is no harm. He admitted. Suddenly Medusa hugged him tightly. Thank you, Grandpa. After that, it was all about deciding when to hold the wedding. Earth would give too much attention to him, so he decided to do it in Asgard. The date was fixed for a month from now. Medusa was too excited and went away to tell her sisters. First, she went to Hela as she was her favorite sister. Odin and Frigga had decided to stay the night and enjoy the Earth's hospitality. It was like their own small vacation. Boss, I have compiled all the important data needed relating to the NASA launch incident. Ghost told him. Alexander got to work and looked into the file. Easy to say, all the oil and energy companies were too much involved in the political world. Alone in the United States, they supported many candidates in their election and lobby many bills that mostly profited them. But Alexander's eyes fell on a name he thought he had heard. Ghost, who is this Stanley Allen Meyer? Sir, he is the man who built the water-powered engine. He gained quite a popularity back then, but he died suddenly on March 20, 1998, while dining at a restaurant. His brother claimed that during a meeting with two Belgian investors in a restaurant, Meyer suddenly ran outside, saying, "They poisoned me." Meyer's patents have expired. His inventions are now in the public domain, available for all to use without restriction or royalty payment. Ghost reported. Whoa, so the man had really made a water power efficient engine. And these companies got him assassinated. Ghost, buy the patent at all costs. Also, look for any other research material about him that may have gotten stolen. There must be a reason why no one has made a water-powered engine from his public patents yet. Alexander instructed. Also call the Attorney General to come to me. He's going to be busy soon. He added. Let's see how much I can squeeze these companies dry. The next day, the newspapers were filled with reports of so many energy companies getting sued by the government. The allegations were also listed and the list was too long. Alexander had purposely made all these things public. Now the companies would try to hide or manipulate things. Ghost had his eyes on them, so the more they messed the more proof he would have against them. Because it was government vs the companies, the Attorney General was going to fight from the government's side. It was also one of his serifs. Howard, I'll be going to the moon in the next mission. I will set up the whole colony and mine, he informed. Well, not like I can say no. If nothing else, it will make you the first president to set foot on the moon. Howard joked. I've actually been there many times. Anyways, what about the list of terrorist organizations I told you to make? Alexander asked. Howard quickly created a holographic projection. Here you go. A total of 300 organizations. Lots of countries are involved. The whole Middle East and a major part of Africa are still in such bad condition because of them. Tell S.H.I.E.L.D. to go ahead with full force at all of them. I will tell the faceless men to start cleaning up too. If any country tries to stop it, then just tell the serifs. They will change the governments of those countries. I will not let some corrupted people sitting in their air-conditioned rooms destroy the lives of poor people and children who already have nothing. Alexander sternly ordered. Alexander knew how corrupt these governments could be. After all, he had faced it firsthand in his first life. If they could stop a cancer drug from getting released, then he could only wonder what else they must have done. All right, I'll get to work. By the way, some countries are getting agitated by your increasing might. They might join hands. Howard warned. Let them play their games. By the time they will realize that they are just small pawns on a chessboard, it'll be too late. Alexander headed to the Oval Office after that. When he entered, he found his press secretary waiting for him. Boss, you are so famous on the internet. Though mostly in the form of memes, but people still love you. Alexander took the tablet and saw the small video in which a boy looked in his grandma's phone, and Alexander's photo was set as wallpaper with a heart-shaped frame. This is a good thing then. Memes are a nice way to express yourself without offending people. Alexander said. Yes, but I was hoping if you would collaborate with someone, the press secretary suggested. Alexander leaned back in his chair and thought. Wait, wasn't there this YouTuber in my world who had more than 100 million subs? What was his name? Piety, he thought. All right, I'll see what I can do. I am busy for now though, Alexander said and sent the guy away. At the moment, somewhere in the space on a certain living planet, Peter Quill and his team arrived. Gamera wasn't really in love with Peter yet though, but something was surely happening between them. Because Ronan was dead and the orb was empty, the events of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 didn't happen. But still, Ego found him. The reasons were simple. Nebula from the future knew about him being half celestial, so she forced him to try and harness that power. But because his power was originated from Ego, Ego felt him and came to get him. Ego told him about all his fake harsh life and took them to his planet. Contract Axia. M155127512731 plus X 1955 KX. Staker and Yondo were having a heavy exchange of words. I don't got to listen to nothing. You betrayed the code. Ravagers don't deal in kids. Not just that, you also betrayed the Emperor Universe. He let us enter his planet and do business. You bit the hand that fed you, Yondu. Staker angrily yelled at him. Yondu did feel a bit ashamed. Since he was caught by Emperor Universe, his life had become hell. No one would do business with him. I didn't know what was going on. You didn't know because you didn't want to know, because it made you rich, Staker disdainfully said. Yondu got angry. I demand a seat at the table. I wear the flames the same as you. Staker grabbed his collar and disappointedly said, you may dress like a Ravager, but you won't hear no horns of freedom when you die, boy, and the colors of Ogord will not flash over your grave. You betrayed nearly everyone that trusted you. Now you've got to face the consequences. Staker let him go and left with his fellow Ravagers. Yondu just stared at Staker's back and thought about his past choices. Back on Earth, Alexander had created new spacesuits for astronauts. They looked more like steel armor without any weapon. He was going to the moon himself with a lot of miniaturized items. First, he would put a new space station in the orbit, and from there they'd go to the moon. All right, I'll be back soon, Dobby. Make sure you keep an eye on the energy company case, Alexander said. In his absence, Dobby was going to be doing the work of the president. All right, boss. Though do tell me why you are doing all this? You could just do all this with a snap of your finger, Dobby asked. Because I am not doing this for myself. You must understand that humans are selfish creatures. If I do everything for them, then they'll start taking it for granted. They must earn their worth. I am only showing them the path, he explained. Remind me of never debating with you. You seem to always have an answer, Dobby joked. My friend, I can understand. I feel the same when arguing with Olivia. He patted his shoulder. Dobby chuckled and left. Alexander moved to get into the spacecraft. Now, the launch of spacecraft was not dependent on weather or other factors. It was just a matter of doing it. Alexander was going with 5 more people, and one of them was Amy. She wanted to see the moon, although she could have gone there on her own, but she was too busy. Now that Alexander was going, she took the chance. She also wanted to spend some time with her favorite person in the world. All right, everyone. Let's get this bird flying. Mission Control, we are ready to go, Alexander said on the communicator. Soon they received a go from the control room. Alexander pressed the button and the aircraft was dragged at a very high speed and shot towards the sky. It was really a different feeling going to space in an aircraft. The thrusters lit up and they appeared at the first location, low Earth orbit. Alexander wore the suit and got out. He didn't need it, but his actions were being seen on Earth Live. There was no safety harness as the suits were highly maneuverable. He took out a small toy-like thing from his pocket and placed it in front of him. He moved some steps back and suddenly a huge structure appeared. It was the new UNSS, United Nations Space Station. It looked much more high-tech and it also had an artificial gravity disk where all the living quarters were. One of Alexander's passengers was supposed to go to the space station and start living there until the staff from ISS migrated to it. The new space station wasn't just a research unit but also a crazy powerful communication satellite. Its helpfulness would be realized when the Mars missions will begin. Alexander returned to the spacecraft and headed to the next destination. Grandpa, can I make a movie in space? Amy asked. Sure, sweetie. But you will need lots of safety precautions. My technology may make it easy to roam the space, but it is still a very harsh place. He warned her. Oh, I will make sure everything is well planned, Amy replied and started to draw her plans. Amy was a big name in Hollywood nowadays. She was famous for hiring lots of enhanced people and making filming easier. For example, she had many superhuman stuntmen, shapeshifters, and also her prodigy, the Illusion Man. He could create any kind of holographic illusions. It saved a lot of money that would have been spent on VFX. Alexander had just landed the spacecraft near the temporary moon base. He sent everyone to the habitat and went alone to set up the ready-made dome-shaped habitat he brought with him. It had trees and buildings already made inside it. It would later be expanded by going underground. There was no limit to how big you can make it. All that mattered was how much you wanted to dig. The dome was huge and could house at least 20,000 people. The moon colony wasn't going to get bigger than this as there weren't enough resources to further expand it. Rather, he'd focus on Mars after this. The best thing about the dome was that it came with its own fusion reactor. So the energy needs were taken care of. There were lots of trees, so there was no problem with the air. It was like a whole ecosystem. Boom. He enlarged the dome. Its roof was made of steel glass. Alexander went to the temporary habitat to tell them about the new dome. None of them knew about it. So when they saw it, their jaws fell. This is huge. Here I was thinking we'd slowly build all this. One of them said. Haha. Welcome to the future, kid. Alexander laughed. Whoa, Grandpa, forget the space. I will make a movie on the moon now. It is much safer and pretty. Amy jumped in excitement. Well, let's go in, then. Alexander walked to the airlock. They went in, took their suits off. Then they crossed the last door. They couldn't believe the view. The whole place was filled with trees with only buildings visible being multistory. The surface will remain untouched like this. All the other facilities are underground. He then showed them around the place and what their work was going to be. They were all scientists and one highly functional plant manager. They'll be responsible for the soon-to-be arriving mining specialists. Alexander was busy speaking when he received the news from Ghost. Sir, there seems to be a big blue blob that is expanding and destroying anything in its path. What's the location? He asked. Missouri, sir. Ghost said. Sigh, all right, I know what it is. I will leave the galaxy for a while. Tell all the agencies on Earth that I'm working on it. Where will you be going, sir? Ghost asked. To Ego's planet. He's a celestial who wants to consume the universe into his consciousness. I'll go and kill him. Alexander stated and looked at his team. Clap clap. Everyone, something very important has occurred on Earth. It seems it's another alien attack. So I'll need to go for a while. Why don't you all go to the cafeteria and grab some food? Alexander suggested. Everyone understood and agreed. Except for Amy. Grandpa, take me with you. Alexander didn't say no. He would also like to spend some time with his granddaughter. All right, let's go then. He took out the anywhere door and went to the other side. All the other astronauts just looked at the whole thing with wide open eyes. They checked the ground from where the door disappeared. On Ego's planet. Couldn't you have told me about this earlier? Nebula Gamera yelled as they ran to the castle. Previously, Nebula was showing her the cavern where she would have crash-landed on her if things weren't different. This Nebula was from the future, so she already knew most of the future things. Do you really think he would have believed me? He's too happy with getting a father. Nebula retorted. But still, at least you could have told me, Gamera said. I didn't feel it was that important. Nebula replied. Although she had changed, she still had the same attitude. Gamera just shook her head and ran to the castle. They came across Drax, Mantis, and Rocket. In another room, Ego had Peter under control. You don't understand the power I have bestowed upon you. You still cry for your foolish mother, so I guess you'll just have to live for 1,000 years as a battery. Ego shouted. His energy tentacles grabbed Peter. After that, the events transpired as in the movies. But this time Nebula tossed Gamera and took her to the ship earlier. Groot was too big as he didn't die in this reality. So he couldn't place the bomb at the core. Rocket just started the timer and told Groot to squeeze the bomb as deep in the core as possible with his branches. After that, they too came back to the ship. Rocket gave the signal, Kraglin, go. The ship started to fly up. But then suddenly loud music started to come from outside. Alexander arrived in the space outside the planet. He saw the giant face-like pattern on the planet. Ew, that's so ugly. Grandpa Amy made faces. Now just imagine how ugly the man would be. Let's go, he said. They started to fly into the planet. Ghost, play me some music. he ordered. Soon, beats of Take On Me started to play. Whoa, since when did you copy Dobby's music taste? I just felt like it would be good with all the colors on this planet. Ghost clarified. Haha. Alright, reasoning accepted. Alexander laughed. The music was being blasted out of nowhere. It was very loud. Alexander passed by a ship just then. Inside the ship, Nebula noticed Alexander. She exclaimed, I don't think you need to worry anymore. Rocket looked at her doubtfully. Why? The music. That was Emperor Universe we just passed by, she revealed. The fight had gone on for far too long. Peter and Ego were exhausted, on their knees, and leaning against one another like boxers after too many rounds. The timer was about to be completed. Ego was weakened and tried to reach the core, but Peter stopped him. He looked at Peter with fear-stricken eyes. Listen to me. You are a god. If you kill me, you'll just be like everyone else. Peter looked at his father directly in the eye. What's so wrong with that? Just then Peter started to hear music. Wait, I know this song. Musical notes. Take on me, take on me. Take me on, take on me, musical notes. Alexander walked in like he was in a park. Behind him was Amy with a nice camera shooting pictures while loudly exclaiming sometimes. Ego was already weakened, but seeing Alexander, his face lost all the colors. I am so proud of you, kid, Alexander said looking at Peter. Peter quickly recognized, old man, it's you? Those songs you gave last time were really nice. Ego then loudly spoke, why have you come here, Emperor Universe? You have already killed all my fellow Celestials. Alexander looked at Ego with disgust. And I have no regrets about that. All you Celestials are the same. Experimenting with people's lives. Do you want to know why only Peter was able to have your celestial genes? Ego looked at him with a hopeful gaze. That is because of the host. Yeah, that group of Celestials did experiments on early humans. They were genetically modified by them. Peter's mother probably had the genes that were most compatible with yours. They then got passed on to him. Can we stop talking about my mother? And why do you know about her? Peter asked. I know everything that happens in the world, kid. Now get up and leave. The bomb is just about to blow up. And it won't kill Ego. I'll finish the job. Alexander told him. No, I will not leave until he dies. Peter firmly said. Boom, the bomb exploded and it started a chain reaction. The whole cavern started to fall down. Whoa, Amy exclaimed while clicking pictures. Alexander turned his head and looked at Yondu. Take the kid. Consider your ban lifted as well. Yondu was already flying towards Peter in his aero gear. He picked Peter up and started going up. Behind them, the music still continued. Musical notes, but I'll be stumbling away. Slowly learning that life is okay. Musical notes. Alexander looked at Ego kneeling in front of him. Ego, sadly the life is not okay for you and learning won't help either. Seriously, what's wrong with your species? Always trying to mess around. Though I doubt you are even a celestial. No. Please give me a chance, Emperor. I can pay you. I have lots of money. Ego pleaded. Glanpa, what's his sin percentage? Amy asked. Alexander looked at it. Ego, the living planet, category 4. Murder, 178,544,678,678. All his children. Indirect murder, 98,578,544,889. R*PR, 178,544,987,978. Sin percentage, 89%. 89%, Amy, he said. Oh, he's a very bad man, she sounded angry. Yes, Amy, he is bad. No, Ego muttered. Your sins are far too many to be ignored. Your ambitions are too deadly for this universe. Alexander stated while he put him in time torture. Ego just experienced 10 million years of getting killed by every child he sired. The whole cavern was still getting destroyed, yet a small part of the core was remaining. So Alex destroyed it completely, finally killing Ego and sending him to hell. Yondu and Peter flew upwards. The planet was exploding behind them, flames licking their heels, huge stretches of the planet caving in. Yondu held a surprised Peter as they soared up into the sky. He looked at Peter and spoke. He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy. What? Peter was getting a bad feeling. I'm sorry I didn't do it right. I'm damn lucky you're my boy, Yondu proudly said. Peter felt touched. But then suddenly Yondu slapped the spacesuit disc onto Quill. What? Peter was shocked. Yondu breathed out as completely as he could, emptying his lungs as they exited the planet's atmosphere. Peter struggled to get free, but Yondu held him there, trapping him, but it was also an embrace. Yondu, you can't. What are you doing? What are you doing? Peter was getting restless and tried to take off his spacesuit. Yondu's jetpack soon depleted its supply of fuel, and they stopped in the middle of the space, floating. Yondu's grip weakened. Yondu, no. Whistle. Alexander and Amy appear near them. Damn it, Yondu. Stop that pathetic act. You're not dying. A suit that was invisible till now became visible on his body. Yondu felt shocked and embarrassed. Why didn't you do that earlier? Then you wouldn't have said all that to Peter, Alexander replied. Yondu just shook his head and looked at Peter. Forget what I said, kid. That was just a dying man's murmur. Peter scoffed and gave him a hearty hug. Haha, yeah, sure. Soon Rocket brought the ship to them and they got on. Gamera quickly ran up to Peter and hugged him. Alexander looked at Nebula. How's it going, child? I regret agreeing to your plan to gather all these Nebula replied with a straight face. Alexander walked up to her while laughing and patted her shoulder. Haha, regrets are a part of being alive, Nebula. You just gotta make peace with it. Alright, time for beers. Hell yeah, I like this old man. Rocket happily grabbed a bottle. Alexander and the Guardians were in the spaceship drinking some fire whiskey. I am Groot. Alexander gave him a chocolate shake. Try this. You'll like it. I am Groot. Haha. See, I told you. Alexander patted the living tree. Wait, you can understand him? Rocket asked. Absolutely, I can talk to all things. Even a small fish. He said. Yes, Glanpa is the best, Amy boasted. Alexander looked at Quill. Come here, kid. He took out a small shining bead-like thing. This little thing is the essence of Ego's power. If you agree, I can put this in you and you will retain your celestial powers. Tell me, what do you want to do? It was really tempting. Are you sure? What if Ego is still in it and tries to take over my body? I am 100% sure that Ego is dead. This thing is nothing but a small part of his powers. Alexander clarified. What if I become like him? He asked. Then that will be on you. Power can make you or corrupt you. In the end, it's your choice. Alexander told him. Yondu patted Quill's shoulder. Take it. Celestials are or were the most powerful beings in the universe. Even 1% of their power will be a lot of you. I am Groot. I know, Groot. This will surely make our team stronger. Quill agreed. Will it hurt? He asked. Maybe, Alexander breathed, unsure of it. All right, I'll do it. Put it in me. I'll withstand all the pain. Quill firmly exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Ah, that felt so wrong. Rocket started to roll on the ground in laughter. Yeah, that was kinda lame. Even Drax understood. Quill rolled his eyes. Let's forget this ever happened. Sorry, no can do. It's already on Freenet. Rocket said while tapping some buttons on his tablet. Alexander walked to Quill. Just eat it and wait for a while. Quill hesitantly ate it. Slowly the light bead went down his food pipe. His skin started to shine wherever the bead reached. Oh, I don't feel so good, Quill exclaimed. He fell to his knees and grunted in pain. Inside his body, his inactive celestial cells were starting up. That was the reason why he was feeling pain. The whole ordeal went on for hours. When the pain finally ended, he got up. Any urge to make a planet? Drax asked. No, not that I can feel it. Wait, I feel something. It's coming? Burp. Ew, manners, Quill Rocket displeasingly complained. I feel like I just ate a year's worth of food in one go, and I'm not gonna lie, it feels awesome. Alright, my work is done here. Be responsible with that power. The universe may seem harmless right now but it still has many dangers. He warned. With that, he took out the door and went back to the moon with Amy. Amy, I'm going back to Earth. Are you coming? He asked. I'll stay here and click some pics for my movie shoot. I'll come back with a sling ring. She replied. Alexander let her be and told the remaining astronauts about their work. Then he directly jumped to Earth. Without any protective suit. He didn't choose any particular direction and just let himself fall. When he was about to touch the ground he stopped and touched down silently. He looked around. He was in Britain. In front of him was the door of a house and many weird noises were coming from the other side. Alexander thought that someone was in trouble so he quickly unlocked the door and entered. He went inside and what he saw shook him to the core. I recommend you go and watch the pic on my Discord first, https://discord.gg/dghcron or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. A man was lying on the floor with an anime body pillow. The man was also wearing very questionable clothing. He hadn't noticed Alexander at the moment. My name is PewDiePie, the man said in weird unintelligible voice. Alexander made noise to catch his attention. Alexander looked at him and he looked at Alexander from the floor. You need help, son? Alexander asked. And no, sir. I was just recording a YouTube video. The man clarified. Alexander did feel that he had seen the man before. What's your name, kid? Felix Kjellberg. He replied. PewDiePie. I know about your channel. Alexander exclaimed. Felix was elated that the Grandpa Universe, that's his superhero name, knew about him. He quickly ran and took his phone. Sir, can I take a picture with you? Sure, kid. After he chatted with him for a bit and flew back to America. Technically he was illegally in Britain but who was going to complain? He arrived in the Avengers Tower, but he didn't find anyone there. Sir, everyone has gone to the West Arrows bar, Jarvis spoke. Alexander was about to leave but decided to do something before that. Jarvis, have you decided on all the algorithms and other stuff you need to transfer your consciousness into another body? Yes sir, I have. Ghost has helped me a lot. Jarvis replied. Haha, then let me make you a body. I'm not going to make you an incomplete machine body. I will make a real organic body, so here you go. Alexander made a body like that of Vision. But this one was made of real flesh and blood. It was also strengthened by a small energy gem in the heart. It didn't need to be charged. Here, this body will make you as human as possible. Your mind will still be highly functional too, Alexander explained to him. Then he went ahead and connected Jarvis to the body. It was a temporary connection port. Soon Jarvis transferred himself, which took about an hour's time. Once the process was completed, Alexander removed the connection as well as the port on the back of his head. Jarvis sat on the table and looked at his hands. This feels warm. That is blood running through your veins. I made you human, you can eat, sleep and even love. The blood in your veins is based on me, so you are like my kid now. Let's go, I'll show you different cuisines. Ability to taste is one of the best things we humans have. He gave him his hand. Jarvis felt strange. The ability to feel something intangible was weird. The slight change of heartbeat when he heard he was like a son to Alexander confused him. This body will take some time to get used to. Jarvis pointed. Haha, just like babies. They don't start walking and talking straight after popping. You are doing much better than them. Though I would like it if you had a different name. Jarvis is just an AI right now, while you are a living breathing man. He suggested. Jarvis' pupils enlarged with the thought of having another name. Any suggestions, sir? Jarvis asked. First of all, it's old man for you. Now for the suggestion, what about Vision? Vision Maxim Universe. Alexander proposed. Jarvis paused for a moment because he felt it again. He felt his heartbeat fluctuating differently from hearing this name. He also felt happy. I liked it. It's decided then, I will be Vision Maxim Universe, SI. Old man, Vision approved. Ha ha ha. Then let's go and party for this moment of happiness. He grabbed Vision and flew in the air. After flying a bit he showed him how to fly. Vision was very fast at learning that. They reached the West Arrows bar and saw the crowd of superheroes there. Dobby was there, at the bar making drinks. Ragnarok was sitting there too, drinking repeatedly. Maria, the wife of Frank Castle, was serving. Iron Man, Bruce, Hank, the Beast, and Reed Richards sat in a corner and debated if having higher IQ makes one smarter. Steve, Peggy, Howard, Clint, and Colonel Rhodes, aka War Machine, sat at another table talking and drinking. Thor was having some drinking competitions with Rena and Gully. Wanda aka Scarlet Witch, Falcon, and Bucky were watching them. Deadpool was also sitting at another table alone. He alternated on chairs and talked to himself, mimicking various personalities. It was unknown whether he was lonely or just weird. Leonidas, Natasha, Jean, and Logan were sitting at the bar talking with Dobby. It was really a crazy scene. So many superheroes in one place. His entrance grabbed all their attention and they stopped talking. Hey everyone. I'd like to introduce Vision Maxim Universe. Previously known as Jarvis, but now he's as human as any of us. Alexander introduced. The first to come running was Tony. Come on, you did it without me? This was supposed to be my and Jarvis' emotional moment. Steve came from behind and shook Vision's hand. Welcome to the team, Vision. Pepper gave him a hug. She had used Jarvis' abilities many times in her work and had grown a likeness to him. Jarvis smiled from his heart. It was a new feeling for him and he liked it. So this is what being human feels like, he internally thought, and joined everyone in fun. Vision joined the group of intelligent people and Alexander went to his son. If he had gone to the intelligent group, then he was sure he could have made them doubt their own existence with his theories. So he let them enjoy their moment of peace. Hey son, haven't seen you in a while. Alexander hugged Leonidas. Hey dad. We were just busy on some missions. Some guy in Africa stole some precious metal. We were after him. Leonidas said. But Alexander ignored him and went to Natasha and gave her a fatherly hug. How are you, my child? I hope this boy here is treating you right. He's very good, sir, Natasha replied. Alexander quickly grabbed his chest like he was in pain. You hurt me with your words, my child. Still, calling me sir? Call me father, dad, grandpa, or at least old man. Yes, I mean dad. By the way, why do so many people call your grandpa? She asked. Haha, because I am old. Leonidas only calls me dad or dada because he's my biological son. Others call me because I am either a grandpa figure to them or just too old in comparison to them. He explained. How old are you, dad? She asked. I stopped counting after 15,765 years. Alexander nonchalantly said and walked to the bar. Hey, my VP, give me a beer. He shouted. Dobby slid a bottle to him. Welcome back. You might want to check up on the evil corporation case. They'll be making a move soon. Dobby warned. Oh, let them do it. It'll be there and no matter what they do, he said and turned back to Leonidas. Son, don't go on any mission now. Medusa is getting married in 3 weeks. Alexander said. Pepper, who was standing nearby, heard him. What? But I and Tony had also planned our wedding at that time. We were just going to announce it. Tony also came, seeing Pepper distraught. His mother must have taught him some hard lessons. What happened, dear? Alexander thought and quickly gave a solution. Then why don't you get married at the same time as Medusa? I'm sure you'll like getting married in Asgard. It's much prettier than here. Wait, you mean Thor's Asgard? Tony asked. Yes, Alexander nodded. I thought we mortals aren't allowed there, Tony said. Thor quickly gave the answer in his drunken state. That is a myth. That's all he could say before passing out from all the whiskey he drank in the drinking competition. Alexander continued. Yes, that's a myth. Asgardians themselves are mortals, they just live for a few thousand years. It will surely be memorable to get married there. Tony and Pepper looked at each other. Then let's get married at Asgard. Tony was very excited now. He always wanted to see the mystical Asgard. He ran away to tell his mom. Soon everyone busied themselves in talking to each other. Lots of events had happened and it was already near Christmas. Alexander looked at Tina nearby drawing a Santa Claus. He came closer and asked, "Hey, sweetie, what do you want from Santa this time?" "Hee. Santa isn't real, Grandpa," she smartly answered. "Oh, but he is. Tell me, what do you want and I'm sure he'll give it to you," he said. "I want a squirrel. Just like Monkey Joe. I wanna play and talk to him," she longingly told him. Alexander patted her head, "Then just wait for Christmas. Santa will surely come." Alexander left her and walked to Dobby. "Dobby, I will be needing you soon. You are my best friend. I will be Santa this Christmas and you will be the elf. We will travel the world on our sleigh and give gifts to every child in the world." "Yes, boss. Elf Dobby is always ready." Dobby happily agreed. So after the long evening, he went to Universe Tower and started to write down every wish that every child made. No matter which religion, he was going to be everybody's Santa. While he was doing this, nearly 8 oil and energy companies around the world had joined hands to deal with Alexander. They knew they could not kill him, so their only target was creating as much instability in the country as possible. Then also bring down the government's image. All this to stop the moon mining. They were also planning on assassinating some important people in the government, like the vice president. They didn't know how strong Dobby was. They were also eyeing the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who was secretly a seraph. For this task, they had hired the wealthy supervillain, Kingpin aka Wilson Grant Fisk. The super-rich and the politically rooted villain himself had hatred against Alexander as his criminal empire was seeing a downturn since Alexander gave the police new gears to protect. The police had also grown a lot more honest for some reason. He was going to be organizing riots in the whole country. Sadly for him, his plans were already known to Alexander, thanks to the shield. The shield was everywhere these days. Even if you are just a low-level crackhead, chances were, you were already in shield's list. Alexander called for Fury and Howard. "Yeah, they are planning on starting all this on Christmas Eve. I will be busy being Santa, so it'll be on you to deal with him. Just leave the riots to me. I won't even let them start. Your job will be to destroy Hell's Kitchen and Kingpin. The whole criminal syndicate needs to be eradicated. I am not just talking about kingpins. This is an opportunity. No matter what we do in retaliation, it will all be blamed on Kingpin. So why not cleanse it all while we're at it?" Fury was already having secret orgasms by then. It was his biggest dream to deal with all these things, but these crime organizations had their reaches in the political world, so they always flourished. But now, because the president was a neutral man and also a goddamn emperor of multiple galactic empires, he was confident that he'd be able to do it. "It will be done, sir. We already have all the targets tagged," Fury affirmed. "I will let you use the military for this mission. You will need more manpower," Howard told Fury. "That would be very helpful, Howard. I will get to the planning." Fury ran away. Alexander chuckled. He sure seems excited. Everyone has reasons to hate organized crimes and the people behind them. He must too, Howard thoughtfully said. Ring ring. Alexander picked up the phone. "What? What do you mean it went out of control?" On the other side was Reed Richards. He was inspired by Vision and tried to update his AI, but he made it too sentient without giving it empathy settings. So now he had created the Ultron. Alexander remembered that Ultron was originally Dr. Henry Pym's creation in the comics, but things had changed now. Alexander quickly apparat to Baxter Building. He looked around and a lot of furniture was broken. "What happened?" he asked. "Grandpa." Little Franklin came running towards him. "Haha. Come here, you little." He picked him up. Reed walked up to him and told him everything. "Ah, I see. This is why you should never try to make a truly sentient AI unless you have means to stop it too. By now Ultron has probably spread himself on the internet. Can this be reversed?" Reed hopefully asked. "Absolutely. Fixing this is as easy as lifting a finger. I just came to make sure you all are okay." "Ghost, delete Ultron from the internet," Alexander commanded. There was no other AI greater than Ghost. Ghost had total control over all electrical things as long as they were connected. "Yes, sir. What do you want to do with the body?" Ghost asked. "Make it come back. We can't let such things be out there," Alexander ordered. In just a few minutes the Ultron was deleted and his metal body that it had made painstakingly also came back. This time under Ghost's control. Reed and others just looked at everything and marveled at the crazy efficiency. Reed knew about Ghost, but this was on a whole other level. Christmas Eve came. Alexander stood at the top of the Universe Tower. In front of him was a sleigh, tied to some fake mechanical reindeers. Alexander wore a Santa dress and Dobby wore a green elf dress. They both looked like huge buffed versions of Santa and the elf. "All right, let's make the kiddies happy," he shouted and boarded the sleigh. He didn't need to make any gifts as doing that was always just one snap away. "So, which country first?" Dobby asked. "We will move from the east where Christmas Eve comes first. From there we'll make our way back to America," Alexander told him. "Okay, your job is to do ho ho ho," Alexander instructed. "All right boss, ho ho ho," Dobby shouted and failed miserably. "God damn it, not like this. Make it a bit more old sounding. Currently, you sound like you are mocking someone while being a secret pedo," he reprimanded. Dobby scratched his hair and tried again. It took him some 5 tries to get the hang of it. From there, Dobby became a loudspeaker nonstop. They first arrived in Japan. "Our first delivery is for that house. Little Kaneki wants a PS5. Alexander read a long list. He quickly apparat to the house and placed the box there. He finished giving it to the kids of the whole country. Then he moved to Australia. Alexander heard a small kid making a wish with closed eyes. Mr. Santha, please give me my mommy back. You got it, kid. Alexander snapped his finger and the child's mother came back. She wasn't dead or anything. Karen was just angry at her husband and had left home. Alexander also made sure that Karen showered a healthy amount of love on the child from now on. Alexander was flying over vast, wild areas of Australia. His next delivery was there. A small kangaroo kid had a wish. Mr. Santha, I want to jump the highest and make mommy proud of me. So Alexander made his legs stronger. Next stop, India. Well, poverty was rampant and most kids just wished for chocolate or some other food. A lot of kids were working as child labor to live by as they didn't have any family. The government also turned a blind eye as they didn't have enough resources to take care of this many kids. So Alexander gave all of them big baskets filled with candies. All the orphans were teleported to Kind Heart Foundation's orphanages. He then slowly made his way to Africa, and here too, poverty and hunger were rampant, though hunger was less due to his efforts. Even though Alexander had done a good job providing them with food and electricity, the governments were still worthless. Alexander completed all the wishes and also noted down to take over the whole of Africa. The world ignored it but he won't. From there he entered Europe. He heard many unhappy children's voices as well, such as Mr. Santha, Daddy/Mommy beat me thodoi. Please take me away. Alexander snapped his fingers and made all the kids' father/mother's nature turn a full 180 degrees. From now on they would do anything to make their kid happy. Alexander also left the kids a PS5 so they can play together with friends. He then traveled to the Middle East. He not only completed some wishes but also killed some terrorists who were terrorizing them. From there he came to South America and made his way up. At last, after covering the rest of the places he came back to America. He came above the Baxter building and looked at the wish list. So, Franklin wants a friend. Well, he never went out of the building so this was waiting to happen. He thought. Alexander quickly enrolled Franklin in the Institute for Gifted Children. Franklin can make lots of friends there. He'd receive his letter in the morning. Then Alexander came to the last stop. The Avengers Tower. Little Tina was sleeping happily. She was dreaming about having a squirrel friend and Alexander was going to fulfill that wish. He came to Tina and placed a basket beside her bed. In it was a real squirrel. It was just like Monkey Joe, super strong and could speak. He. Tina chuckled in her sleep. Alexander looked at her cute face and could only imagine what she was seeing in her dreams. Ho. Where to now, Santa? Dobby asked. To home, our work's finished. All the children in the world will have big smiles for some time now. Alexander smiled. I'm pretty sure that the news channels will be all over it soon. If you don't take credit for it then some other people might. And those people may not have good intentions. Dobby told him. He was constantly involved in governing the country and had seen many such cases. Stealing other people's achievements was very common. I think you're right. I'll tell the media to slowly direct the incident to me without confirming anything. Good night, Dobby. See you tomorrow now. Alexander went to Fahim. Dobby had lots of places where he crashed so he left him be. The next day, Howard went to Alexander's office to report about yesterday's secret cleaning operation. All the drug operations and criminal organizations were removed from the country. Kingpin was arrested by the Shield. Kingpin had his reach even in the White House, but sadly that was with the previous administration. Any senator or government official Kingpin contacted for help were also quickly investigated and arrested. Because of Alexander, the riots didn't even start and people simply enjoyed Christmas Eve. This is very good. But those who are already drug addicts will face problems. I want you to release back the new drugs made by me. They look and feel like the normal ones but once you take them you will never touch them again. This is the only way to stop their addiction. Alexander instructed. Howard nodded and continued his report. Well, the 8 companies have lost a lot of value in the market since this whole scandal came out. The hearing in the Supreme Court is tomorrow as well. What do you want to punish them with? It's pretty simple. By the middle of next year, I will have enough fusion reactors working to power the whole world. Most countries except China and Russia have already agreed to let Navia Industries make reactors. At the same time, we will be launching affordable electric cars and engines. The patents for the engine will be public. We will also give people the option to exchange their existing cars with electric ones. By the end of next year, these oil and energy countries will become obsolete. Until then I want total control over them and their money. They have already messed up the planet enough. It's time to pay back. Whoa, you nearly sounded like a dictator there. Howard joked. The truth is, Howard, I don't give a damn about anything. The only thing I care about is the well-being of all the people. I want to make it so that no person would ever have to sleep with an empty stomach. No child would get abused. No woman would get oppressed. Oh, by the way, what about our fat dictator, Kim Jong-un? Oh, he is scared. He hasn't come out of the bunker since you became the president. Howard said, trying to hold back his laughter. Tell faceless men to deal with him. His sister and uncle are next in line, so remove them too. From what intel we've gathered, they are all hyenas, just waiting for an opportunity. Wait, I have a better option. Make one of our faceless men replace Kim Jong-un and truly work for the betterment of society. Alexander suggested. Yeah, that does seem like a pretty good idea. Though it's highly likely that they have enhanced people in their services too, but I'm sure faceless men can deal with them. Howard agreed and finalized the plans. After Howard was gone, Ghost spoke, "Sir, the spider is out of the box." Alexander smiled. "All right, I'll deal with it." Peter Parker, a 16-year-old high school student. Currently, he was locked up in his small room. The walls in the room were filled with lots of superhero posters. Iron Man, Captain America, Grandpa Universe. They were his idols. He wanted to be like them someday, but for now, that was none of his concern. He had returned earlier from the school that day as he was facing some weird changes in his body. Today in school, he was constantly hearing lots of noises. His hands also became unreasonably sticky for some reason. His physical strength also increased a lot, which he noticed after breaking a doorknob unknowingly. "What is happening?" He annoyingly grunted, trying to remove the paper stuck on his palm. But instead of getting it off, he was making even more of a mess. All right, Peter. Let's calm down. Let's breathe." He slowly calmed himself down and tried to remove things stuck to his body. It surprisingly came off easily this time. "Whoa, this must have something to do with that spider." He hypothesized and tried to check himself out. He slowly got the hang of his powers. "I'm just like a spider, but I hope I don't shoot web out of my back." He felt horrified. After that, he got to familiarize himself with the changes in his body. Meanwhile, something was happening in heaven. Zulruk, the new wannabe god, had pretty much divided the heavens. It didn't affect the working, but now there were two sides now. One supporting the rebel and one supporting God. Though there was a neutral side too, and only one angel was in it. Everyone knew why that angel was on the neutral side. That was because he was lazy and didn't want to work. He was treating the current situation like a hack he found to laze around. That day too, the lazy angel was just chilling, but suddenly lightning fell near him and God appeared. "Father, welcome," he said, not even getting up from the feather couch. "Do not welcome me in my own home. And what are you doing here with all the virgins? They are busy, unlike you. Seriously, how can you even call yourself an angel?" God reprimanded him. "Haha, you should be happy that I haven't joined the rebel or the dark angels," he argued. "Oh please, we all know you are too lazy to join any side. You know you will have to work if you join any of them." God exposed him. "But there isn't much work, Father. I also don't want to overwork myself, you know. It's not good for my skin," Angel said and put a cigarette in his mouth out of nowhere. Bam! He received a fist to his head. A big comical bump appeared on him. "If you're so concerned about your skin, then stop smoking the god's weed. That's only for special occasions. All right, this is enough. You need to be taught a lesson. I am banishing you. You will live with your elder brother and learn from him." God quickly made a decision. The angel knew he was in a mess now. Why would he want to go out of heaven and work? He got up and ran to God for forgiveness, but God was already ready to transport him away. "Angel Douglas, I hereby banish you to mortal realms. You cannot return until you learn to be empathic and hardworking. You will live under the care of your big brother Alexander and learn from him. Now, begone." God loudly spoke. Douglas could only reach halfway to God when a white light engulfed him and he was sent away to somewhere in the cosmos. On Earth, Alexander was giving a press briefing on the White House lawn. This was a much different briefing than before because here he also sat among the reporters. Everyone had a nice sandwich or a hot dog in their hands, with a bottle of fruit juice. "So, Mr. President, what are your views on China and Russia rejecting the Nevia Industries' offer to make fusion reactors?" one reporter asked. Alexander had changed a lot of things, and the first thing he had done in the news media was remove all kinds of involvement any party had on any channel. He now truly had an unbiased media which only showed or tried to show the truth. Alexander took a large bite of his burger. "Well, I can't blame them. Russia saying no is self-explanatory. We didn't have very good relations with them in the past. Now China is a bit special. Although they are an open market, it is still a closed society. The common people there don't indulge themselves in worldly matters. Now imagine a foreign company coming there that starts giving them extremely cheap electricity. Wouldn't they start wondering how the world is outside? However, they will have to eventually agree because by the end of next year most of the planet will switch from fossil fuels to renewable energy. All these oil companies will stop working. They will face problems then." He explained to them. "Sir, what are you going to do with these companies? We are talking about $1 trillion industry after all. I'm sure they won't sit quietly." Another one asked. "Let me tell you the truth, they haven't been quiet since their inception. They have regularly tried to influence politics, change laws, or make deals in their favor. The list of their crimes is long. They will be proven in today's court hearing, so wait for that. Now, on what I'll do to them, the answer is simple. I will scrap them. We should not limit the future of humanity for easy money. Who would want to keep on destroying the Mother Nature when we have a better and environment-friendly alternative?" He explained. All his answers were very detailed and each journalist would go happily. Alexander then noticed a pregnant woman sitting in the back. She was a journalist too. "Your baby is healthy, Jenna. I can feel his heartbeat from here. May God bless him," he happily said. The journalist flustered a little, making everyone laugh. Boom. Suddenly a white light fell from the sky with a loud thud, leaving behind a man in a black suit and a cigarette in his mouth. Quickly a lot of Secret Service guys in full battle gear swarmed in and made an encirclement around the newly arrived and Alexander. "Frieagel is under attack," his security supervisor said in his wireless. Frieagel is Alexander's president code name. Alexander rolled his eyes at all their unnecessary overprotectiveness. Come on, fellas. This is unnecessary. Don't forget, I really am unkillable. He shrugged and made his way towards the new arrival. Meanwhile, Douglas was shouting at the sky asking to be taken back. But he only received a mischievous laugh from God. Hey, you from up there? Alexander asked. Douglas suddenly noticed Alexander and realized that it was God's son. Alexander. Brother, send me back. Father has punished me for being lazy. I promise I'll be good now. Come on. He pleaded. Alexander instantly received instructions from God. They were heard by Douglas too. Son, Angel Douglas is a good kid but he's become too lazy. I need you to train him and make him a good boy. Alexander looked at Douglas and Douglas tried to look away in embarrassment. What the hell did you do to get banished? Alexander asked. Haha. I ate, slept, drank, and smoked all day every day. Ah, what a life it was. Douglas started daydreaming. Hey, man. Return to the mortal world. I will take you to my realm soon. Follow these men to a guest room till then, he said. Dobby quickly came and led him away. Douglas seemed to feel Dobby's purity and thought he was an angel too. Ah, another angel brother. Alexander shook his head at the new problem. He just hoped that dealing with Douglas wouldn't be too hard. This was his first time hearing that such lazy angels existed too. Till now he thought that they were either too righteous or had turned evil. Who knew a third kind also existed? He looked back at the crowd of journalists. It seems we will have to end this session. Please have the refreshments before leaving. You all will be notified about the next briefing soon. Thank you. He dismissed everyone and went to Douglas and truly understand the situation. Alexander came to the supposedly cast out angel and saw him eating food. So, care to tell me why I should take care of you? Alexander asked. I don't know. Father only said that you will teach me and stuff. Douglas shrugged. You clearly lack discipline. Douglas, your first task is to cut grass in the whole Fihame. You have 3 days to complete. Alexander ordered. Douglas thought that Fihame was some small garden and agreed. Such an easy work. It's as easy as lifting my finger. Alexander didn't say anything and teleported to Fihame with him. They didn't appear on the ground but very high in the sky. Douglas looked down and felt an ominous possibility. He started sweating and looked at Alexander. Is this Fihame? Alexander nodded with a smile. Yes, the whole planet is. Douglas' shoulders fell in defeat. This is illegal. This is workforce exploitation. You've already agreed to it. Now get to work or I'll add another planet. By the way, you cannot use any magic. You will cut the grass with this, he said and took out a tiny finger-sized scissor. Douglas caught it and looked at it gloomily. What the hell is this? It will take an eternity to cut with this. Remember, I am teaching you discipline and perseverance. Now get to work, soldier. Alexander patted his shoulder and went away. Man. What have I gotten myself into? Douglas looked around at the vast jungles. Peter Parker had sorted everything out. He knew what he was going to do with his newfound powers. He had finally found his chance to become a hero. So he wore his makeshift mask and patrolled the streets to fight the crime. He had felt a need for fast maneuvering ability and was working on it. The web shooters would soon be finished. Until then, he would work from the ground. For the past few days, he had only stopped some burglars and helped old people cross the streets. He was just walking and saw another old man trying to cross the street. Peter rolled his eyes and went to help. This was a daily thing now. For some reason, all the big criminals had disappeared since he started this work. Unknown to him that Alexander had done a full sweep of all the criminal organizations that Christmas Eve. Well, no kindness is big or small. Peter convinced himself. Hello, mister. Do you need help? Peter asked. Alexander looked at the boy. Haha. How are you, Peter? Peter was surprised. How did the old man know him? He tried to remember the face of the man and suddenly an image appeared in his mind. The old man who gave him the police car toy. Alexander had made it so he wouldn't recognize him as the president. At least for now. Oh, you're that old man. How did you recognize me? Peter asked. From your voice, kid. It is still similar to what it was when you were small. What are you doing dressing up so weird? Alexander asked. I was just. Peter got flustered, trying to come up with an excuse. Alexander laughed. Ha ha ha. It's all right. Everyone has secret hobbies. Let's go and grab a burger. Peter agreed and took down his mask. He still had some baby fat on his face. Your face hasn't changed much, you know. Alexander ruffled his hair. He was a lot taller than Peter. Peter embarrassingly laughed. Is this what grandparents act like? He took Peter to a nearby Westeros bar. Alexander secretly showed his VIP card and went in. Otherwise, they'd have to wait for half an hour as there was a long line outside. Peter was marveling at the old-themed bar. He had never been to one of these because the food was very pricey. This chain sells the best burgers in the world, Alexander said. I know, I've heard a lot about it. But I never tasted it, couldn't afford it in my $100 pocket money. Peter replied. Alexander was confused. I delivered a check of $2 million in your name that day to your aunt. Oh, Aunt May had told me about it. She said she has put it in fixed deposit and I can use it when I turn 18. She said the money had increased to $3.5 million from all the accumulated interest. He confided. Alexander appreciated it. This really kept Peter to the ground and he grew to be a good-hearted humble boy, though a little bit socially awkward. Haha, Don't you do part-time jobs every now and then? He asked and ordered 10 burgers and lots of butterbeer. For Peter, there was orange juice. I do, but I end up spending most of it on buying more equipment. Peter suddenly realized he spoke more than he should have. Haha, don't make that face, kid. I know everything. I currently work in public service and saw you jumping buildings on CCTV. Though no need to worry, I deleted that footage. He dropped the bomb. Peter felt like his superhero career was already in jeopardy, and it hadn't even started yet. He looked at Alexander thinking about what he should do. Alexander felt it and just laughed. Haha, it's all right, Peter. Don't worry, your secret will always be safe with me. Though I am interested in what equipment you are buying, maybe I can help. Peter was about to speak but the waiter interrupted them and put the food in front of them. Let's dig in. Alexander grabbed it and started devouring the burger. He told Peter to continue what he was saying. Peter spoke with his mouth full. So, I just needed some strong metal and chemicals to make nylon. Oh, so you're trying to make web shooters. I guess they do go with your powers. Alexander guessed. Peter was speechless. How did you guess that? Simple, you have spider-like powers. You want a strong metal that can hold your weight and nylon for the web. Not that hard to guess, kid. Alexander explained. Alexander finished his third burger and took out his phone and sent a message. In just 15 minutes a man came and delivered him a suitcase. Peter just confusedly looked at everything, still trying to figure out the old man's status. Alexander opened the case and handed a metal bar to Peter. Here, this metal is crazy strong and can handle the weight of even 100 Peters. And now this. In this cylinder is a chemical. It was made from studying real spider's web. You can surely make more of it after studying. Peter looked at the metal bar and the transparent cylinder. Why are you doing all this? Peter, you're a good kid. But if you really want to become a hero then you will need more than just powers. These things can immensely help you in your work. One more thing, there is another gift in the suitcase. Also, keep that suitcase, it's bulletproof, fireproof, and can even turn invisible. He said and slowly stood up. Peter, there are hundreds of people in the world with superpowers. But not all of them choose the good path. Some turn evil because they feel invincible. So, always remember, son. With great power comes great responsibility. I wish you good luck. He said. Peter was so engrossed in Alexander's words that he didn't even notice him leaving. The words, with great power comes great responsibility, were floating in his mind. When his senses returned he looked around and saw himself sitting alone. He quickly picked up the suitcase and looked in. And there it was. A suit in red and blue. He didn't even have to take it out to understand what it was. Alexander had given him a simple cloth Spider-Man suit for now. Still, the cloth was bulletproof, fireproof, and waterproof. Excuse me, sir. A voice came. Peter turned his head and saw the waiter with a paper in hand. Oh, how will I pay for the food? I don't have money on me. He got anxious. Yes, he voiced. The man who just left told us to give it to you. The waiter meekly said. Peter interestingly took the thick paper and read it. He couldn't believe what he saw. Can this really be bought? He asked. Yes, sir. But this is only for VIP customers. From now on, you can eat anything as much as you want in any of our stores in the whole world. You are allowed to bring only 2 more people. Here is the V.I.P card, sir. The waiter passed on a golden-colored plastic card. Peter hesitantly took it. I should pay Mr. Oh no, I don't even know his name. May I know how much this V.I.P membership costs? Peter inquired. Oh, it only costs $10 million. The waiter said and left, leaving behind a shocked Peter. Peter looked at the small golden card as if it was the most precious treasure and quickly put it in his deepest pocket. Ned should never find out about this. He made a mental note and left after finishing his food. According to the MCU, the Civil War should be occurring right now. But instead of that, there was a wedding going on in Asgard. Steve was attending the wedding with Peggy. She was pregnant currently. Even Bucky was there. In short, the Civil War was cancelled. Currently, all the guests had arrived for the wedding that would occur the next day. Weddings were more like a carnival in Asgard. Even more so when the people found out that the Prince Loki and granddaughter of the elder, Princess Medusa, were getting married. The whole Asgard turned into a giant party. It was evening and everyone had gathered at the Great Hall for the feast. Odin stood up to make the announcement and start the feast. On the long table sat everyone from Alexander's and Odin's family, plus the Stark family, as Tony and Pepper were getting married too. Ha ha ha. I won't lie, since the day I heard my son and our Princess Medusa were in love, I was hoping for this day to come. And now it finally has, with the blessings of my dear friend. Our friendship is going to turn into kinship. And we are not just having one marriage but 2. My other friend, Howard's kid, is getting married as well. This makes this moment of happiness even more enjoyable. So, let's lose ourselves in food and wine as the night is young and we have just started. He picked up his goblet of fire whiskey and gestured to start. The crowd cheered loudly and started eating like crazy. There was a lot of food from both Earth and Asgardian cuisine. Alexander and Odin sat in the middle and talked happily. So, what will happen after the marriage? I mean, you will probably leave this reality someday. Odin asked. Sigh, I honestly don't know. I don't want to force her to follow me, but if she doesn't, it would really make me sad. However, I have nothing else that I can do. She is free to make her own decisions. I will always be proud of her. Alexander emotionally said. Odin saw it and cheered him up. Let's not get all gloomy now. Let's eat. The next day, the wedding ceremony took place. Tony had named Vision as his best man. Pepper was content with that. On the other hand, Thor was Loki's best man. Everyone had gathered in the royal garden. Alexander looked at Medusa with gloomy eyes. He was remembering all his encounters with her. The time when he found her in the chambers. The time when she saw trees for the first time and rolled in mud in joy. The time when she became humanoid and called him grandpa for the first time. All those memories just made him remember how big of a part she had become in his life. She was his first adopted granddaughter. He looked at Rena, who was chomping on food. I feel relaxed knowing she won't marry anyone. Then he looked at his sweetest Amy. He knew that Amy was an intelligent girl and would someday fall in love with someone. It nearly gave him anxiety thinking that. Then he looked at his tsundere, Hela. That was the only granddaughter he was sure about, that even if she found some man she would never forget him. Hela never showed it, but she loved Alexander like he was her real blood-related father. It was only because she was already used to calling him grandpa that she didn't call him father. Now that I think, hearing papa from her doesn't sound bad, he smilingly thought. His son, Leonidas, was a different case. Leonidas was already very strong and wouldn't grow stronger anymore if he remained in the Marvel world. So it was normal for him to come with him. Alex, Alex. He heard someone calling him. He came out of the dreamland and saw Oli standing in front of him. What happened? You look zoned out, she asked. I just got a bit too emotional. Everything's fine, he explained. You should smile, or else Medusa will think you don't like her decision, she told him. Hearing that, Alexander quickly became alert and his always kind face reappeared. In no way was he going to make his dear Medusa sad. Haha, yeah, that's like my old boy. Now come, the ceremony is near to the end, she dragged him. After that, the bride and groom kissed and sealed the deal. Tony and Pepper also kissed at the same time. A loud round of cheers erupted in the garden. Soon it was feast time again. Alexander walked to Loki, who was away from Medusa currently. You really did it. You stayed true to her and I commend you for that, Alexander praised. Thank you, father. I really love her, Loki said. It's still sir for you. You have won my permission to marry her. You still have to win the right to call me grandpa. Stay loyal to her and you might just achieve that as well, he stated. Loki nodded continuously. Yes, sir. Also, don't forget. If you betray her trust, I will find you and remove your existence from space and time. Now, come here and give me a hug. Alexander pulled him closer. In reality, he was doing it because he had sensed Medusa coming. He didn't have anything against Loki, but it was still too hard to trust him. Loki wasn't really famous for good things in Norse mythology from his world. After that, the feast went on and soon everyone started to leave. It would have consumed too much magic for Bifrost, so Alexander let them use the anywhere door to return to their homes. Medusa was going to stay in Asgard for a bit more time, so Alexander left with everyone else. Heaven. Lord Zulrich, he has sent an angel to Godson. This may be some new trick of his. High Angel reported. Zulrich sat on his golden throne. Replication of the one God used, but this one also had some dark aura. Puny tricks can't change his destiny now, and the angel he sent is good for nothing. Even we didn't take him in for his unusefulness. Any order, my lord? The High Angel asked. Yes, I want you to orchestrate a show for me. It's time we end this. Godson, Zulrich said deviously. Due to his powerful ability to persuade anyone to do anything, the High Angel just agreed and noted everything he was required to do without any questions asked. Earth. After the wedding, Alexander returned to his duties as the president. He was currently reprimanding Fury. It was very rare, but Alexander was angry right now. Why the hell am I still getting reports of terrorism? He loudly asked. Sir, we are doing our best. Fury tried to clarify. Oh, don't give me that. I am not your counsel. I gave you a free hand to deal with all of them. For God's sake, you had access to all advanced weaponry, superheroes, ghost, and even faceless men. You just had one damn job. He reprimanded. Howard, who was sitting in a chair, relaxedly looked at Fury with disappointment. He may act friendly with Fury, but he was still a big boss in the Shield as one of its initial members. Old man, calm down. It's not Fury to blame. It's the system he's been living in till now. He still considers himself an American first and then a human. He still thinks that it is okay to use poor countries as a testing ground for new war tools. Howard said. He was actually spot on. The Shield was meant to be an international peacekeeping organization, but Fury was still too American at heart. Alexander looked at Fury. You disappointed me, son. Fine, if you don't have balls to do anything then I will do it myself. Alexander took out his phone and called the faceless men. Yes, Jaqen, start Project Divine. Kill every commanding figure of every terrorist organization. Yes, no matter which country. He then made another call. Agent Hill, effective immediately, you are promoted to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are to complete what Fury couldn't. Fury will only be a sub-director from now on and will not have any say in your decisions. He then made another call. Yes, Arnold. I want you to send the android army for Operation Divine. Just for this mission and then they will return. Once he was done he looked back at Fury. Get one thing in your skull, Fury. Nobody cares about America. Once someone decides to shoot lasers from space at us they will shoot at the whole planet. We are not Americans, Africans, or Asians. We are just humans. Now go back to your post and do your job. Once Fury left, Howard spoke. Was it really that necessary to be so angry? If you had seen the images I received with my morning tea, you would have killed Fury. Look for yourself. He passed on the folder. Howard opened it and was horrified. There were images of people. Dead people. Not simply dead but tortured. Pictures of malnourished children with nothing but bones left. Even their faces were deformed due to lack of nutrition and their eyes were popping out. There were images of people in iron shackles too, supposedly slaves. Faceless men raided a terrorist base and found all this. SHIELD already knew and turned a blind eye. All because those countries is too profitable if they're kept under a never-ending conflict. I gave Fury one chance and he proved himself unable to do the right thing. Howard still looked at the images with horror and anger. You know what's more messed up? Alexander looked at him to continue. The fact that no major T.V news is talking about this. To most of the world, these people don't exist. Sigh. That is why I do what I do. He calmed himself down. Peter was walking home from school. He had successfully made the web shooters and now daily went out to protect the people. So, wanna come to my place and complete that Star Destroyer model? Ned asked. Nah, I'll just go home. I need to study for the key. He stopped midway, his face looking into an electronics showroom with T.V.S on the window. Holy smokes, he's the president, he exclaimed. What? What are you saying? Ned asked. Peter came out of the stupor. Nothing. Let's go. How did I not recognize him earlier? He asked himself. He quickly went home after that. But a surprise was waiting for him there. Aunt May, I'm home, he said and went into his room. He didn't look anywhere and just went to his bed and put down the bag. So, even kids like you are jumping around and acting hero, huh? A voice came. Peter was in full fight mode and shot his web at the voice. Oh, easy, kid. It will be hard to clean now. You made this on your own. Tony tried to take the web off while observing it closely. Mr. Stark? What? Peter flustered when he recognized the person. Peter Parker, straight as in high school. In Science Quiz Club and also our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I can see why the old man made you my apprentice, Tony said while surfing on his holographic phone. Apprentice? Me? I did apply for Stark internship but I haven't received a reply, Peter confusedly mumbled. Tony suddenly stood up. Wait, we have an internship program? Anyways, what is this suit? Such low-level stuff. Tony tried to stretch it and test its strength, but he only got embarrassed as the cloth was too strong. Who gave this to you? You need upgrades. It was Mr. President. I met him some days ago, Peter replied. That explains it. Alright, Peter, why you doing this? I gotta know. What's your MO? What gets you out of that twin bed in the morning? Tony asked, really interested in knowing why a 16-year-old would go to such lengths to save people. Peter seemed unsure if he should tell but decided to do it. Because I've been me my whole life, and I've had these powers for 6 months. I read books, I build computers and yeah, I would love to play football. But I couldn't then so I shouldn't now. Sure, because you're different, Tony commented. Exactly. But I can't tell anybody that, so I'm not. When you can do the things that I can, but you don't, and then the bad things happen, they happen because of you? Peter said while looking down. Tony just realized that the boy in front of him may be a superhero but he was still a kid. He himself was middle-aged when he became a superhero. Captain America became a hero during a war. All of them had a reason to become a hero. But Peter just happened to get these powers and still decided to do good when there was no need to. He could have become an athlete and made millions but no. Peter was a kid with a heart of gold. Tony got up from the chair and sat next to him on the bed and patted his back. So you wanna look out for the little guy? You wanna do your part? Make the world a better place, all that, right? Peter nodded. Yeah, just looking out for the little guy. That's what it is. Alright, here's the thing, Peter. There's something called the Young Avengers Initiative. You are a member of it and I am your mentor on how to be a hero, Tony simply announced. Peter got really excited. What? Can I be an Avenger? Yeah, but the little one for now. If you want straight A's from me as well then be a good kid and always follow my instructions. Now, let's go out and get some burgers. After that, we'll get you a new suit. He opened the door and started to leave. Iron Man soon took the Spider-Man to Avengers Tower and explained everything to him. He also gave him a suit with his own AI. From then on, Spider-Man was officially in business. In the White House, Alexander was meeting with Connor because his Secretary of State had done a really amazing job. How the hell did you make Russia agree to fusion power plan? Alexander asked. Well, I didn't go through the direct channel. I first contacted every social service organization in the country and then all the oppositions of the current regime. They put pressure on the government and they had no other way than to agree. Just give me another month and I am sure China will agree as well. They will feel like they will be isolated for being the only country still denying the offer, Connor proudly explained. It was really a big deal. It seems you deserve a bonus for this work. Did you know, there are stages of power in many enhanced people? It's like evolving to become better. I know your power lets you make clones of yourself. So here, drink this and become better. He handed him a vial. Connor looked at it for a while, guessing what would the next level of his power would be. He took it and gulped it down. He waited for something to happen but nothing did. Haha, it will take some time now. Go home and sleep. This potion will not only make your body stronger but will also benefit your ability. Though I cannot guess what it will be, so do tell me tomorrow, he said and shooed him away to go home. Connor was a workaholic and rarely took holidays. He didn't even need to worry about his little sister Jenny now as she went to school with Tina. And if even Iron Man's sister can't be safe there, then no one can. Alexander was already packing up slowly to leave this reality in some years. His goals were succeeding smoothly. Racism was mostly reduced in the US by now. Other parts of the world were also being dealt with as he drank. All the terrorist organizations were seeing hell for the past few days. The moon mine was going really well. Nearly 15,000 people worked there and kept a good supply of helium-3. Alexander had already prepared for the next frontier, Mars. For now, he will be sending a huge space station there and also many dome habitats. This will at least start everything and scientists will be able to study it. However, he wasn't just planning on making people live in domes. He was planning on terraforming the planet. For this, he was making a machine. Any news about our Christmas gig, Dobby? Alexander asked him while drinking in the bar. Yeah, there have been. The internet is filled with thank you messages from little kids. The craziest thing is, someone morphed your face to be Santa Claus and now a whole generation of children really believes that you are Santa Claus. You don't know, but the White House received 3 million thank you letters written with crayons. He revealed. Whoa, that many? Did you reply? Alexander inquired. Yes, I sent replies to each of them. Ghost helped me a lot though, Dobby stated. Alexander was quietly drinking when an old man came to him. Oh, Mr. President, can I get an autograph? Alexander looked at who it was, as only important people could enter this bar. And sure enough, it was old man Stan Lee. Ha ha ha. Sure, my friend. Take a seat and let's drink together. He invited him. Stan Lee happily sat beside him. I'm a big fan. Alexander signed the poster. I am flattered. I never thought the embodiment of the universe would be my fan. You got me. I knew you would recognize me. But this really is my real body. I'm just an old man. Stan Lee said and drank. Alexander was going to speak but he noticed Deadpool coming towards him. Oh hello, sexy old man. I fought Vanessa to let me have you too. She finally agreed and here I am. He jumped on Alexander's lap and started caressing his beard with one hand. Do you want to take me right here or now, or should we go to? Boom. Dobby shot him with a shotgun. Go away, Wade. I have already banned you from here. How the hell did you pass the wards? Deadpool laid on the ground in a sexy pose with his ass showing up, ignoring the gun wounds and his blood. What do you think, old man? Doesn't your hot dog want my donut? Deadpool caressed himself. Blarg. Ragnarok, who was sitting nearby, vomited. God damn it, I will shred you to pieces, Wade. Deadpool slowly turned his ass towards Ragnarok. I wanted him but I can bring my expectations down a little. Come now, and ravage me. He couldn't speak more as Alexander sealed him in a vibranium box. Take it and throw it in the ocean, Ragnarok, Alexander instructed. Ragnarok happily obliged. Alexander looked at Stan Lee. Why did you even make him? Sigh. We all make mistakes in our lives, my friend. And sometimes those mistakes got out of control, he said. So you mean you don't have control over him? I'm afraid, yes. He will only grow stronger with time and someday become omniscient. Stan Lee sighed as he said that. Then I guess keeping him sealed is the only option, Alexander mumbled. Then he got to the point. So, what do I owe this visit for? My friend, enemies will be coming soon. I wanted to notify you. Enemies that can destroy everything. Enemies that even I can't control. Stan Lee sternly informed. Alexander got serious. I can probably guess who it is. Do you have any way we can solve this problem? He shook his head. Fighting them is the only way. The universe will have to join hands if we want to survive. Sigh. Sure enough, in Marvel, trouble always finds you. Extra. Ragnarok truthfully went and threw Deadpool into Mariana Trench. Ah shoot, how do I get out now? Hey, anyone out there? Deadpool called out. For a very long time, no one came and he thought he was really done for this time. Vanessa would get angry for not bringing the groceries, he thought. My child, why do you act so naive? A sweet voice came to his ears. Oh, and who are you, Disney princess? He asked. I am Gaia, the Mother Earth. She introduced herself. Deadpool's eyes turned heart-shaped and he started mumbling. Oh my, I love you, Mother Earth. Thank you for giving me your gases to inhale. Aye. Boom. Go away, Gaia, he's mine. Another voice came. But this was a bit cruel sounding. Deadpool didn't know what was happening as he was still inside the vibranium cage. Go away, Death. This one is mine. Gaia shouted. Then let's ask him. Death said and took Deadpool out. But Deadpool died instantly from so much water pressure. Death brought him to the surface and he came back to life. Tell us, Undying One. Who do you want, me, or this plant freak? Death asked while trying to entice him by showing her legs. Dear Wade, tell me you love Mother Earth the most. Gaia sweetly said. Deadpool looked at both of them multiple times. Oh, she got nice legs. Oh, and she got nice assets and... Oh, no. What are you doing, Wade? There can only be Vanessa and Old Man. Maybe Mother Earth too. Oh, Vanessa will kill me for this. I choose. Both. Alexander thought about the warnings of Stan Lee and decided that he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. He had no way of measuring his strength with the enemies. He got out of his bed and went out of the castle in Fiheim for morning tea. There he saw Douglas. So, how's work going? Arg, only 20% of the grass is cut. But you know what? I am liking this work. In the beginning, these unicorns tried to annoy me by pooping in my cutting way, but I just ignored them. I really know how it feels to be calm now, Douglas said like he was some saint. But Alexander saw through his act. Don't try to fool me to get away. Your work will only be done when you completely cut the grass. Douglas angrily stood up and threw the tiny scissor away. This is harassment. Come on, cut me some slack. Here, you deserve a bigger scissor now. Alexander took out and gave a scissor just 1 inch bigger. But Douglas was very happy. Yes, this will help. See, such small things can bring happiness too, Alexander stated. Douglas also felt it. If it was any other day he wouldn't have felt so happy seeing a scissor, but now he was on cloud 9. He did realize at that moment that Godson was really teaching them something. Yes, but this is still labor exploitation. He complained and ran away. Olivia walked to him. Why are you so hard on him? I'm not, Oli. I'm trying to make him better. Heaven will become a battleground someday, and if he wants to live and fight, he needs to get stronger. This training is just the beginning. The real stuff will start later, he said. Amy then came running with some documents in her hand. Glanpa, please sign this permission to shoot a movie on the moon. Did you do all the safety checks? Yes, Glanpa. I also made everyone take 1 week astronaut training, she proudly informed. He ruffled her hair and signed it. Good job, Amy. All right, Oli. I'll go to work now. Olivia shook her head as she sat alone. She hoped that whichever world they went to next would be nice and easygoing with no crimes, so that they can relax a little. She had seen Alexander overworking recently. New York Hospital. Dr. Stephen Strange, he had a sister named Donna, who drowned after getting cramps while swimming. Unable to save his sister, Strange decided to become a doctor to save lives. Strange went to medical school and eventually graduated with an MD and PhD at the same time, using his photographic memory to learn all of the information incredibly quickly. He earned his medical degree in record time and entered a 5-year residency at New York Hospital, where his rapid success made him arrogant. Plus, with the new Navia Industries tech, he was even more successful with his hands. But after Stephen's mother, Beverly, died near the end of his residency, work became more and more impersonal for the bereaved surgeon. Strange's talent remained, however, and he became a wealthy and celebrated neurosurgeon before he turned 30. Egotistical and greedy, cold and callous, Strange's interest in his patients generally began and ended at his bill. He had forgotten the starting purpose for why he became a doctor. Why do they keep on rejecting me? Dr. Strange grunted while reading a letter from the Navia Industries Hospitals, a multinational chain of hospitals with the world's best and most affordable treatment. This was his 3rd time applying for the empty neurosurgeon position. Dr. Christine Palmer, his girlfriend until they broke up due to his egotistic personality, tried to console him. It's all right. They don't deserve you. Don't pity me like I'm a child. I am the best neurosurgeon in the world and they still reject me. There must be some reason. He angrily yelled at her. Christine rolled her eyes. She had enough of this egotistical man. The reason is as it says in the damn letter. You lack empathy for people. Something that Navia Industries is known for. Why do you think they'll hire you? She left after saying that. Dr. Strange angrily left for some party. Now, many things had changed in the world, so it didn't make sense if he was again in an accident. But that is exactly what happened. Alexander doubted that Kamar-Taj must have some hand in it, as Dr. Strange was meant to be the best of them and they probably didn't want to lose him. So, after that accident, Strange spent all his money on possible treatments. He even came to Navia Industries but was told to go away. Alexander secretly pulled some strings and pointed him in the right direction, Kamar-Taj. From there his journey would begin. White House. Connor returned to report about his power-up. Sir, that thing was amazing. I can make 100 clones now and my brain processing capacity has immensely increased. Not just that, my body's strength has also exponentially increased. Haha, I am happy for you, Connor. You deserve this. Besides, now I will have 100 secretaries of state working for me. Alexander laughed. Connor chuckled and said, oh yes, because of this increased intelligence I had some new ideas with how to deal with some problems. I'll get to work now. Alexander let him be and called Brian on the Universal Communicator, his business manager. Now Brian oversees all the business happening in the Universe Federation. How are you, my boy? You know you can come to Earth anytime you want, he said. Boss. I was really planning to do that, but your sudden takeover of the Skrull Empire put some pressure on my commerce department. Although the situation is returning to normal now, President Joachim has done a great job at administering the Federation. Brian briefed. That was the last takeover. Now we just need to make sure things stay good. By the way, what about symbiotes I asked for? Alexander asked. Yes, I did find something about them. Their horde is currently in Black Galaxy. They are looking for a new planet with life these days, so their attacks have increased. He answered. You remember how to tackle them, right? Yes, boss. High-pitched sound. I remember. Brian confidential replied. Alexander talked a bit more and ended the call. Then he called the goodest boy in the universe. Blue Fang aka Joachim. Blue Fang had risen up the ranks and now sat at the top. He was the president of the Universe Federation, controlling 3 galaxies. Ha ha ha. My boy, how are you? Alexander asked. I am fine, boss. I just completed the Milnile trade deal. What about you? he asked. Everything's fine here too. By the way, I want you to put all our scouters on high alert. I suspect that someone will try to attack. He warned. What is the threat level, boss? Blue Fang asked seriously. Threat level, God. Alexander declared. God level was the highest threat level in the Federation. It meant a threat to the existence of the Federation, though it could also mean much more than that. I will keep everything ready, boss. Our forces will be ready for deployment at any moment. Alexander felt satisfied. Good, I will contact you if I find something. Until then. After being done he sat alone in the office, looking at the ceiling. I hope they don't make a surprise attack. Alexander had told the Living Tribunal, Fulcrum, and the Watchers about this threat as well. All of them were ready to face whoever was to come. He was also sure that all the Godheads will come too. Kamar-Taj. Dr. Strange got accepted into the mystical arts school and started soaking up all the knowledge. He was a bit skeptical at first but stopped whining when he saw Master Hamir performing magic without his hand. But while in the library he came upon a book. It seemed out of place as it was new. He could deduce that it was written in recent years. He opened it and was mind-boggled with knowledge. It was by far the book with deepest studies on the mystic arts. Everything was explained in it. The reason behind every single dot in the enchantments. He brought it to the Ancient One and asked, who is the writer of this book? Oh, it seems someone finally got interested in it. Till now no one liked reading it as it was too complex. That book is written by another supreme sorcerer by the name of Primordial One and his son, Master Leo, she revealed. But, this book seems new. You are the only supreme sorcerer, so how ca? He was interrupted. I never said I was the only supreme sorcerer. I just said that the last supreme sorcerer before me lived hundreds of years ago, she corrected. Then who is this extra? He inquired. Mind your words, Strange. He is someone who powers even I cannot fathom to match. His mere existence is a boon to the world. But sadly, I cannot reveal his identity without his consent. By the way, his son, Master Leo, was just 10 years old when he wrote that book. She informed, hoping that this fun fact would motivate him more. Steve Strange now had the highest level of attention on this secret supreme sorcerer, Primordial One. Who could it be that is so powerful that even Ancient One can't seem to match him? Boss, all the terrorist organizations have been removed. But we must do something or else a new one will take their place soon. Dobby informed him. Let's start the Federation program and include all these countries in it, Alexander suggested. Alexander's plan to unite the planet was simple. He needed to remove boundaries for that. There should also be one law for everyone. So all those countries that join the Federation will have their people free to go anywhere in those countries and work. English was already widely spoken, so it will become a working language. The laws will be the same throughout the Federation. For example, you cannot go to other countries and throw trash here and there. You will be fined or jailed just as you would have in any other place. Racism was also a problem, so combining and mixing people would cause problems for a short while, but with high vigilance, these can be solved. Slowly, only cultural individuality shall remain and countries will lose their individuality. The countries will not have a prime minister or president, just an elective representative who will sit on the main Federation Council. The countries will be divided into small states so they can be administered efficiently and also so that one of them doesn't become too powerful. Each such small state will have a seat on the main Federation Council. The Federation will hold elections every 6 years to elect 10 members of the Upper Council. These will not have too much power, but they will be responsible for the respective states that chose them. Then there was the Council Head, who was selected from among the Upper Council. The office of Upper Council and Council Head will be cursed for a lifetime by Alexander, as these were extremely powerful positions in their own right, and if someone got too ambitious then they can inflict too much harm to the world. Yes, but the problem is, many of these Middle Eastern and African countries either don't have a working government or the one that exists is worthless. Dobby said. You know what to do. Put new governments in place. Don't hold back. I want the whole of Africa and the Middle East in the Federation by the end of next year. Connor has already secured whole of North America and 50% of South America. European countries are still hesitating, but hopefully, they will agree too, he thoughtfully stated. Dobby then left and got to work. He told the faceless men there to start working. In the Avengers Tower, all the superheroes were told to come. It was not just the Avengers but all of them. It was a call from Alexander. So, what's the deal? Steve asked Tony. Don't know, buddy. There are some big announcements. By the way, when did so many superheroes appear? I probably only know 1% of them, Tony asked. The Avengers Initiative is small. These people are from the superheroes' voluntary registration, Steve informed. A small distance away, Peter was there meeting with many superheroes, excitedly looking around. Hey, why did you copy my style? A voice came from behind him. Peter looked back and saw another guy in a red suit. Who are you? I am the almighty, all-holy Captain Delicious Pants. Who are you? Deadpool asked. Oh, I am Spider-Man. He couldn't say more as Deadpool walked too close and started checking him out. Oh, so do you shoot web from your butt as well? He questioned. Actually, Deadpool again interrupted him. Don't tell me. Show me. Catch me, okay? Deadpool ran straight into the window and jumped out from the 120th floor. He fell down on the concrete on the ground with his head and legs twisted in ways not possible. Peter back at the Avengers Tower was still in a stupor of what happened and then suddenly heard a loud "Should, God damn it, Spider. You were supposed to catch me. Other superheroes also heard but just shook their heads. Deadpool was probably the most known superhero to them as he had already messed with all of them. Alexander just came to the Avengers Tower and walked to the lift. But he saw Deadpool on the ground with his crumpled body in his way. Deadpool noticed him. Oh, hey, my love. Don't worry about me, I am all fine. Alexander facepalmed himself and looked at Dobby. How did he get out of the cage? I have no idea, boss. Dobby sounded confused. While walking, Alexander waved his hand, and Deadpool got teleported to a hospital. His bloody body was too gruesome for passersby. On the top floor, he saw all the superheroes gathered. Alexander chuckled when he saw even Doom being there. Around 200 superheroes were there from all around the world, though he only invited those who held him in the highest regard. All right everyone, thanks for coming. I called you all here because I was planning to start the Earth Federation, meaning, a planet without borders. A planet ready to venture into space and meet other space civilizations. Many countries have already agreed to join it and soon the world will. But I have decided that this Earth Federation will have your role in it as well. Alongside the Earth Federation, another organization, called the Federation Protection Unit, will be made. It will have all of you in it. Now, before anyone asks. No, you will not be subservient to anyone. Your job will be to keep peace on Earth and fight any danger from space. You will have a leader not just elected by you but also by the world. You will not interfere in the Federation administration and neither will they. SHIELD would still exist and would act as a watch and inspection department for the two. I will also make sure that no corruption ever takes root in any of these organizations so you can rest easy. Now if any of you who don't agree can leave, he announced. Simple to say, all of them stayed. They were all specifically invited because of their support for Alexander after all. Doom may still be stingy but he was bound by the contract. Good, let's have a small party now. The big one will be when the Earth Federation starts, he said, and soon many nanny bots brought food in. Tony walked to Alexander. So, you're really doing it, huh? It was never a matter of if. It was always when. The civilizations in space won't recognize America, Russia, China, or any other country. In their files, it will just be Earth. Earth where backward people live who still fight due to the color of their skin and refuse to unite. They will use our differences to take over the planet without us ever knowing, Alexander explained. Well, from all your and Dad's accounts of space, I really want to stick to Earth. But I'm also very excited at the same time, Tony added. Even if we delay it now, someday we will have to go up anyway, Steve said. Alexander smiled. You are correct, my boy. How is Peggy? When is she due? Next month, it's twins. Steve blushed while saying that. Haha, so I'm going to have 2 super grandkids. Tony, what about you? When are you giving Howard grandkids? He asked. Tony rolled his eyes like he was asked that many times. Come on, stop peer pressuring me. Ha ha ha. You have no idea how much Howard is looking forward to it. Alexander persuaded him. Howard rants to him every day about how cute Morgan was and how much he wants her. He even asked once to go and meet her but Alexander denied, knowing that he shouldn't mess with their reality anymore. Old man, you should worry about your own grandkids. I haven't seen Natasha and Leonidas in a while. Tony jabbered. Well, they are probably on some mission. I will ask him when he returns. Achoo. Leonidas rubbed his nose. They were currently on a mission in Siberia. Are you okay? Natasha asked. Yeah, I just had this urge to sneeze out of nowhere. Really weird, I don't even feel cold. He sounded confused. Natasha moved close to him and checked his temperature. You seem normal. Oh, but who knows? Maybe the cold is inside my body. I probably need some body warmth. He cheekily replied. Oh really? Then maybe I should help you. She slowly came closer and touched his jacket's zip. Leonidas was totally in the mood now from seeing her amazing eyes and face up so close. But, mission first, she zipped his jacket till his neck and moved away. Oh, come on. He complained. Camartage. Dr. Strange had read the hell out of the book, Deep Magic by Leonidas and Old Man. It had given him a good boost in learning the magic. He closed the book and went back to the library. Oh, hey, Wong. I need some more books. Something complex this time, he said and went to the cabinets. Wong was his bro now so it was alright. He went to the forbidden section and took down a book. He had felt like the book was calling him. All the answers to your questions. All the power you can even desire. Come and take it. The voice hissed. Even though Dr. Strange felt alert, he still went ahead and opened it. He expected something to happen but nothing did. Instead, he heard a loud curse from behind a bookshelf. God damn it, Yao, I lost. Here, he handed Ancient a stack of $100 bills. Ancient One smiled and happily took her earned money. See, I know Strange more than you. His thirst for knowledge will take him to an early grave someday. They had made a bet whether Strange would open the book or not. Alexander lost. The two came out in the open to a confused Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange recognized Alexander and quickly asked, "What is the President of the United States doing here?" He sounded shocked and confused at the same time. "Oh, you even read my book and don't recognize me," Alexander said with a sad face. Dr. Strange's brows furrowed. "I can't remember there being a book written by you." "No, there is one." Ancient One chimed in. "You just finished reading it," she added. Now the dots were connected in his head. Why was Ancient One being so frank with the President? Why was the President there? This can only mean that he is also a sorcerer. You are the primordial one? He asked. Yep, but I'm rarely called by that name. They usually call me Grandpa Universe. Alexander said. So the president is a sorcerer supreme. No wonder you can do so many common-sense-defying things. Dr. Strange stated. Actually, he was already quite strong even before he started learning sorcery. Ancient One told him. Dr. Strange was shocked by that news. This means that the president also had some other secret identity. Let's leave those things. What are you doing here with that book? Alexander inquired. I was interested in knowing what's in the forbidden books. He said. There's nothing, kid. At least not anymore. Whatever that was useful was taken away by Caecilius, and the other stuff was about the time stone. Now there is no time stone, so that knowledge is baseless. Let's get out and eat something. I'm pretty sure this Caecilius will be attacking soon. His words surprised both of them and they followed him behind. Alexander saw Wong sitting in his post and said, hello, what up, Wong? Here you go, your favorite sushi. A big plate with colorful fresh sushi appeared in front of him. It was a very common thing for Wong, as this had happened many times before. So he just thanked and dug in. When outside, Strange asked him something that had been irking him for a long time. You are the owner of Navaya Industries, right? He asked. Alexander transfigured a table and 3 chairs in a balcony and sat down. He took out some tea and biscuits. The Ancient One also sat down without even asking. Only Dr. Strange was surprised by this feat of magic. No, I was. Now it's my wife. I'm the president and I cannot hold another office of interest. Though I do have absolute control even now, Alexander corrected him. Tell me, I was the best neurosurgeon in the world. I applied to Navaya Industries but got rejected multiple times. Why? He questioned. Alexander ignored him for a second and slurped the tea. Annoying Dr. Strange. He was yet to learn patience, it seemed. Tell me, Dr. Strange, do you believe in hell or heaven? He asked. No, I don't. They are made up. Dr. Strange immediately replied. Haha, you are studying sorcery and yet refuse to acknowledge it. Let me make it clear. They do exist. Now, answer this question truthfully. Where do you think your soul will go after you die? Keep your medical career in mind as well. He asked. Dr. Strange thought for a long moment. Certainly not heaven. Exactly. Now, why do you think my company, whose name spelled backward is heaven, would employ you? Tell me, if a mother came to you asking for your help because her kid fell while playing on a swing. His head was hurt. She wasn't able to afford the operation procedure. Would you help her? Think from your past self's perspective. Dr. Strange took a long breath. He knew where this was going. I would have ignored her and told some less proficient doctor to do the surgery for a cheap cost. See, that's the kind of man you were. Now, let me show you something. He said and got up. Without them even knowing, it was like they all were in their astral form. Dr. Strange looked at the table, chair, and the glasses that also looked like they were in astral form. It confused him as to how could non-living things can have that. They suddenly found them in a hospital corridor. I asked you that question because something like this was currently happening and that woman had come to Navaya Industries Hospital. In front of them, an anxious woman stood in front of a doctor. They all heard what they were saying. We have checked your son. His skull has been fractured and a very dangerous blood clot has formed in his brain. We will have to immediately operate on him or else he could become paralyzed and in worst case loss of life. The doctor told her. The woman nearly lost her balance. She was a normal small-time manager at Walmart and her husband was a construction worker. Their salary was not very bad, but not too good either. Worse, they didn't have any health insurance, as they cost a lot. There were 4 people in her family and it would have cost them $20,000. How much will it cost, sir? She asked. 40,000, ma'am. He replied. Her already weak legs now lost balance and she fell on the bench. The doctor quickly helped her. Ma'am, it's all right if you can't pay. We will do it for free. But you will have to sign that you will buy the Navaya Industries health insurance. It only costs $100 per person, and only $300 to a family of 4. What? But, how? She asked. Now she was very skeptical. On one side it was 20,000 and here they were giving it for just 3,600. Yes, with our bleeding-edge technology we have reduced the cost of medical treatments. But we will talk about this later. For now, let's treat little Joe first. He said and left for the operation room. Then suddenly they all returned back to their bodies. Alexander looked at Dr. Strange. You saw that? That is what Grandpa Universe stands for. That is what Navaya Industries means. Its sole purpose is to help people. Something that you wouldn't have. The Ancient One nodded profusely. Indeed, Alex has saved so many lives that I can't even count that far. She was talking about the whole universe. Dong dong. The loud bell sounds started to echo everywhere. Alexander looked at the Ancient One and nodded. He has probably attacked somewhere. They quickly went to the map room and found where it's New York sanctum. It's always New York, isn't it? Sometimes I doubt it might be a cursed city. Alexander commented. Strange, follow me. I'll give you some fighting experience. He said and took out his anywhere door. Strange looked at Ancient One for permission. Go, he is the best teacher you can ask for. Alexander and Dr. Strange appeared in the New York sanctum. Go on, kid. Fight them. I will help if you are in trouble. Alexander said and went to a nice sofa and sat down. Aren't you going to teach me? He asked. But first I'll have to see what I need to teach. Alexander shrugged and a nice bottle of fire whiskey appeared in his hand. Doctor Strange was about to refute but they heard a sound coming from downstairs. He went there and saw 5 people just about to kill Daniel Drum, the master of New York Sanctum. Alexander knew it and flew to them. Cecilia's eyes twitched seeing him. Nice mascara, boy. Didn't know you were into this stuff. Alexander commented. He waved his hand and Master Daniel Drum's beaten body flew towards him. Now, my student here, Doctor Strange, will fight you. Wait, there are 5 of them. Strange complained. Alexander relaxedly sipped on his drink and spoke, you won't know unless you try. Strange couldn't say anything as he was attacked. The fight went on for a while. It seemed that Strange really had some talent in martial arts. He was successfully able to segregate them and beat them one by one. But he was still falling short. Stop sitting there and help me. He should as he was thrown through the corridor. Alexander waved his hand and the cloak of levitation flew to Strange and helped him. Not yet, you haven't learned your lesson yet. Alexander denied. What lesson are you talking about? He asked and ran back to fight. Master Daniel had recovered now and was drinking tea with Alexander. What do you want to teach him, Primordial One? Oh, I haven't decided that yet. Alexander blurted. His response nearly made Master Daniel choke on tea. In the corridor, Doctor Strange finally dealt with the runts and focused on Cecilius. Alexander finally got up from his chair and started walking to them. He slowly went to the crimson bands of Sidorak and threw them on Cecilius. Just like in the movies, he was restrained by them. Why are you even trying so hard, Cecilius? He asked. You won't understand it. Dormammu is not the end of the world but a new start. He can give us true immortality. Cecilius preached. Alexander uninterestingly looked at him. You know, you totally sound like some worshippers of an evil sect that I destroyed some years ago. I mean, look at your face. I'd rather die than be immortal looking like that. And don't forget, there will be no movies, burgers, pizza, or wines in Dark Dimension. To me, it seems like a very bad deal. Dormammu is ripping you off, I'm telling you. Yes, make fun of me, but I will have the last laugh when Dormammu comes. Cecilius said. I told Dormammu to stay away from this dimension but I guess his days are over now. He then looked at Doctor Strange. You learned your lesson, boy. What lesson? Strange confusedly asked. Suddenly one of Cecilius' henchmen came and threw a spear-like thing at Strange. It nearly touched him a bit when Alexander caught it in midair. Say that, boy. Never lose your sling ring. Alexander materialized a big hammer and it fell on the man's head. Then he looked back at Cecilius. Can you do the ritual here? I want to deal with Dormammu as soon as possible. He requested. His words surprised everyone. Cecilius was also surprised, wondering if he heard correctly. Why would you want Dormammu to come here? The Ancient One asked as she came to them, followed by Mordo. So that I can destroy him and his dark dimension as soon as possible. I've already used most of my free time teaching Doctor Strange here so it's better if I deal with him soon. He said. He didn't teach me anything. Doctor Strange interjected. Ancient One looked at him. Are you sure in dealing with him? He's a being who devours realms. Absolutely. I will not just deal with him but also destroy his realm. Oh, wait. I should go to him instead. That would be much more sensible. He loudly thought. There was no Infinity Stone this time to let Doctor Strange bargain. So, he had to do it himself. Strange, stay here, and keep the area secure with Ancient One. Oh, no. I only got into this for healing my hands. I'm not made for this. I'm a doctor. He refuted. Alexander rolled his eyes. And a very bad one at that. Do you really want to go back to your pathetic ego-satisfying life? Where you spend every day treating rich people for money? Can't you see, you have started to change. You have started to become a better version of yourself. You shouldn't waste this chance. He is telling the truth, Strange. Ancient One started. You have immense talent in mystic arts. No normal man can reach the level of understanding that you have. This is your destiny, Strange. Stop thinking now. All this magic stuff is a lot more interesting than being a greedy doctor. Besides, if you go back to being a doctor then I'll have to remove your memories. We can't let the truth be known to people who don't want to harness the mystic arts. Alexander said. His wiping memory threat worked and Strange decided to go ahead and become a master of mystic arts. Alexander, being satisfied, picked up Cecilius. You wanted to see the dark dimension, right? I'll show you. He took out his anywhere door and crossed into the dark dimension. It was quite colorful for being a dark dimension though, but it was surely devoid of all life except one. Soon he came across a huge humanoid thing. You look at there, he's Dormammu. Does he look like the savior of the world, you fool? Cecilius slowly shook his head. He wasn't even able to speak. Dormammu saw Alexander and nearly jumped in fear like a little girl. Why have you come here? He loudly questioned. I caught you, Dormammu. I have come to kill you. You again tried to attack Earth even after my warning. So here it goes. Alexander took out his always hungry all-purpose energy converter, also known as APEC. As soon as it came in contact with the dark energy it started to suck it in at a very fast rate. It was alarming for Dormammu. Wait, we can talk. Let's talk about this. Dormammu shouted. Not gonna happen. But do tell me what's so special about Earth that you just couldn't control yourself? He asked. He was seriously considering the possibility that the Earth was really cursed. Earth is energy rich. It has many high-level beings either sealed in it or living on it. Consuming Earth alone will make me the strongest being in the multiverse, he said. And honestly, Alexander believed him. Well, I'm gonna have to punish you according to the third law, Alexander announced. What is this third law? There was a man named Newton. He said that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You have been acting against Earth for thousands of years and now it's Earth's turn to react. Are you going to fight or should I just end it directly? Alexander asked. He also saw his sins. Dormammu, Category 5. Murder, 467,665,788, 443,788, 245,654,778,556 planets across multiple dimensions. Sin percentage, 99%. I changed my mind. You don't deserve to get a chance to defend, he stated. Suddenly Apex started to suck up energy even faster. At the current rate, it might completely devour the dark dimension within an hour. NOOO. Stop. Dormammu finally attacked. Alexander didn't give Dormammu any time to do anything. He took out his demon slayer and made it a lot bigger. 467 trillion souls. Eaten by you. For what? He shouted and jumped at him. Boom. His sword cut Dormammu's arms. It would have regenerated but now Apex was devouring all the energy that was crucial for Dormammu. Dormammu looked around for a way to deal with Alexander. There's no way out this time, Dormammu. Alexander again attacked. He was just keeping the fight going until Apex taken all the energy in the dark dimensions. He kept on harassing Dormammu but cutting him here and there. The whole thing went on for an hour. Caecilius was running here and there to save his dear life from the giant body of Dormammu. Soon Alexander felt that the Apex had stopped sucking the energy, so he put it back in the dimensional pocket. Now it was time to kill Dormammu. Putting him through time torture was pointless, so he went straight for the head. A big powerful slash to his head was all it took to kill him. Being the embodiment of the Infinity Stones really made him too powerful. But apparently, even that wasn't enough for his future enemies. He looked back at Caecilius. Dormammu is gone. What about you? Wanna stay here or go back? Until now, Caecilius hadn't killed anyone so there wasn't really a problem. Alexander would just have to put them in time torture with a seminar on how to be a good sorcerer. Back in the New York Sanctum, everything was going smoothly. Other subordinates of Caecilius attacked but lost badly. Because 1, there was Ancient One and 2, because Dormammu was dead, Dark Dimension was nothing but empty space. Hence they weren't receiving any power boost. A pink door appeared and Alexander came out, dragging Caecilius behind him. Hey, guys, you all won't have to worry about Dormammu anymore, he declared. Everyone from the Mystic Arts School showed happy faces and the others showed sadness. He made bad guys sit in a big room with a T.V screen in front of them. On it was a long seminar on how to be a good sorcerer. It was shot by Leonidas when they were living in Kamar-Taj. He put them through 500 years of torture. If this much time couldn't change them then nothing could. He looked back at everyone. So, one of our biggest enemies is dead. This deserves a feast. But then Alexander's phone vibrated. It was from Vision. He was currently the overseer of the Young Avengers Initiative. Yeah, old man speaking. It seems you forgot so I called to remind you. Your seminar for the Young Avengers is scheduled in about 10 minutes, he said. Alexander paused moving around and facepalmed himself with his free hand. Damn it, I've grown too old. It seems I had forgotten. I'll leave for there right now, he said and hung up. Sorry, everyone. It seems we'll have to postpone the feast. I have some urgent work to do. Ancient One smiled. We cannot stop you even if we want to. However, your win over Dormammu is really a good thing worth celebrating. Then I'll be back tomorrow. We'll have a nice big feast and drink some good stuff. Strange, keep revising what I taught. Alright, goodbye. He quickly flew away. His destination was the helicarrier over New York City. It mostly stayed invisible there as it was the designated school of the Young Avengers. In a large hall on the helicarrier, around 150 teens sat together. A huge part of the Young Avengers initiative came from the Institute for Gifted Children as they had lots of wannabe heroes there since the school upgraded. In the front row, 2 of the most enthusiastic ones sat. Peter looked beside him and saw a girl with a squirrel tail, sitting. Hi, I'm Spider-Man. Doreen being her happy-go-lucky told him her real name. Oh, I am Doreen. This is Monkey Joe. Wait, is that your hero name? Peter asked. It took a moment for her to realize her slip of the tongue. Oh, sorry. I'm still not used to it. I am the unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Though most people call me Squirrel Girl. So, what do you think we'll learn today? He asked. He was just bored and tried to strike up a conversation. Doreen thought for a bit. I don't know. This seminar will be from Grandpa Universe so I can't say anything. He's very unpredictable. Peter chuckled. Hehe. Yeah, he does seem like that. Not long after, Alexander appeared in front of them on a platform. He looked at everyone proudly. Haha. In my life, I've been a soldier, a doctor, a scientist, a superhero, a galactic emperor, a businessman, the president, and finally, I've become a teacher. Before we start, let's start with names. Start from the front left. State your name and the reason why you want to be a superhero, he said. One by one they all answered. He saw many known faces there. So, can someone tell me what is the biggest part of being in a superhero team? He asked. Power. Intelligence. They made guesses but only one succeeded. Teamwork. Doreen said. It was obvious she would know that. After all, she's been working with multiple squirrels as a team. Very good, Doreen. That's the right answer. In my days of fighting, I've seen Captain America save Black Widow, Hulk saving Iron Man or Thor saving Hawkeye. If this wasn't a thing then these people would have been dead. You all are new so you think as an individual. And having individuality is a good thing. But having it to the point that you don't recognize others is bad. So, by the end of your training, you will have teams. These teammates will be your buddies for life whether you like it or not. If even Hulk can do it then you all can too. Now the next major part of being a hero is, no matter how strong you are, never think with your muscles. Think from your head. It will probably not only save your life but also people around you. Another big lesson. Never think you are invincible. There will always be someone who can best you in power. So, use my previous advice and use your head. Remember, being a hero is not just saving people. It is a way of life. You all are still young and many of you have families who care about you. So before you make any rash decision, think about their crying faces if something happens to you. While saying his last point he was particularly looking at Spider-Man. Spider-Man also felt the gaze and remembered the times he put his life in danger and how it would have affected Aunt May if he had died. Alexander continued, the Young Avengers initiative is meant to make you a professional hero. You all have mentors and will be learning from them. Not just that, you can ask for their help anytime you need. His lecture went on for 2 hours. In it, he told them many important things about being a hero. After the lecture he found Spider-Man waiting for him there. Sir, can I ask you something? He asked. Sure. Why am I being taught business management and other business-related subjects? I'm not interested in them. I told them to change it but they told me that you requested for it. Peter inquired. Young Avengers were taught many subjects in their training but he was being forced to study business subjects. Well, Peter, you are a very talented kid. I can assure you that these subjects will help you a lot in the future. You know that one day you might even become the leader of the Federation Protection Unit. Alexander answered. It confused Peter but he eventually accepted it without much thought. Unknown to him, he was going to have a headache in a few years. Alexander then left the hall and saw Fury standing on the deck. He looked a bit different from before. Relaxed, it seemed. How are you, Fury? Alexander asked. Better, I don't have to constantly worry about things now, he muttered. Admit it, kid, you were too paranoid for your own good. Yeah, maybe. But I am very happy. Hill is doing very well, so I have no regrets. I do have another assignment for you though. That is where your paranoid brain will be helpful. He offered. It surely piqued Fury's interest. What is it? As you know, I have announced that I'll be making a department in S.H.I.E.L.D. whose job will be to keep tabs on the Earth Federation and Federation Protection Unit. Its job will be to root out corruption or people with evil agendas. I want you to head that subdepartment of the S.H.I.E.L.D. He proposed. Do I still get my own helicarrier? Fury inquired. Yes, Alexander agreed. Then I'm in. Spying on people sounds much better than being a principal of superhero school. Fury grunted. Alexander left after that. He came to the White House and saw a lot of journalists gathered there. He tried to remember and knew that no such briefing was scheduled for that day. He secretly went inside the White House and found Dobby. Why are there so many journalists outside? He asked. Boss, the news about the Earth Federation has come out in public and some countries have accused you of expansionism. They think that you are trying to take control of the world. Dobby informed. And I presume you have taken necessary measures to stop such rumors from spreading. Yes boss, I told our guys at Faceless Men to start spreading correct information on the internet. I also detected that some organizations are trying to tarnish your reputation. Dobby said. Sigh, they will never understand, would they? Anyways, how many have joined the Federation by now? He asked. Well, North America is completely in it. Mexico did reject in the beginning but we just changed their incompetent government. Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, Peru, and Bolivia have also agreed. Others are in the midst of doing it. The whole African continent is also in. Afghanistan, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, and other northwestern Asian countries like these were under debt to China so we had to spend a lot of money to free them first. Now they have also joined. Saudi Arabia is still a bit problematic but it will join soon. In Europe, we just took over the European Union and from there influenced all EU countries. The whole EU is in. Australia and New Zealand have also shown interest. India is joining in too. South Korea and Japan have come as well. Now only communist countries are left as they know they will lose control by being in Earth Federation. Dobby briefed. It's alright, once the world starts flourishing and they are the only ones left behind. A revolution will begin there. Now, go and handle that journalist crowd out there. He instructed. Now Alexander was more focused on bringing Earth into harmony. There were a lot of species living on Earth secretly. Some of them were also hostile. So he went to deviants. They were actually in a very pitiful condition. They looked bad physically and didn't have power. Alexander could at least give them a good life and tell them the truth about Celestials. As a pre-human race having conquered and ruled Earth before the rise of humanity, the deviants were considered to be among the elder races. The deviants were by no means good people though. They had their own flaws. The biggest of their flaws was being xenophobia. The city of deviants wasn't that far either. The deviants used to live in a small continent in the Pacific Ocean once. But 20,000 years ago, at the time that the second host of the extraterrestrial Celestials destroyed the Deviant Empire in the event known as the Great Cataclysm. After that, the Deviants scattered for a while and fought each other to become kings, and finally, a deviant by the name Brother Toad became the king of deviants. Their new city was located just below New York City. Alexander didn't know the way to reach that place, so he just used the reality stone and made himself pass through the surface. He kept on going down for a long time. After a while, he finally came onto an open area. It was really a big underground city, even though only 10,000 deviants live there. He looked straight down and there was the biggest building in the whole city. Going by common sense, it was possibly the ruler's dwelling. He went straight into the biggest chamber and saw a huge toad-like man. He was talking to his prime minister, Rhaegar. So, food storage has again gone empty. What about our coffers? Brother Toad asked. Nearly empty, Prime Minister Rhaegar informed. Our troubles seem to be increasing. It was easy to get food from humans earlier, but since the new president has come, the whole world's food supply is being monitored. I'm afraid we'll have to come out someday, Brother Toad theorized. Alexander then used mind arts and made Prime Minister Rhaegar ask some questions to the Brother Toad. Your Majesty, why don't we use that same medicine that helps mutants? Maybe we can look like humans and live on the surface too, he asked. Brother Toad shook his head. I tried. The day that medicine came out I had ordered testing. But sadly, it doesn't work for us as our genetic makeup is different from mutants. So, should we attack? Prime Minister Rhaegar asked. No, I saw it in my dream. A very strong being lives up there. He even beat the Celestials. Sell my gold and buy food for the people, he ordered. Alexander also learned something from looking into the Prime Minister's brain. The deviants were surely not good people, but they weren't purposely bad either. They were more like anti-hero types. Alexander then made himself visible and slowly floated down. What if I fix all your problems? I can give you both medicine and food. Brother Toad and Prime Minister Rhaegar were alerted. Just one glance at Alexander made them recognize him. Why you? What are you doing here? What do you want? The Prime Minister fearfully asked. Calm down, I come in peace. He looked at Brother Toad and started to speak. You must already know about my attempts at uniting the world. I want to bring you all into, he proposed. Why do you think we would want to live around puny humans? Brother Toad asked rudely. Sigh, must we do this? You don't even have food to eat and you talk about who is better? Let me show you something. Suddenly a scene started to project in the air. During their first host on Earth, 1 million years ago, the Celestials collected the Wanderers, a tribe of Homo erectus. Gaminon the Gatherer collected the ape men and sent them to Xiron the Tester, who mutated them to have an unstable genome, creating the deviants, Homo descendus, a race with destabilized DNA expressing into various mutations, who were then released and went hiding in the caves, with other subjects. Nazar the Calculator then created the Eternals, Homo immortalis, hairless, upright tall beings able to tap into the cosmic power. They were themselves released, flying out of the Celestials' laboratory ship. Finally, One Egg the Prober created a latent gene for the expansion of human potential. This information did shock them a little, but due to their heavy mutation, all the deviants didn't hold much feeling of care or love. Those who did kept it hidden. The only thing deviants had in common was that they were all uncommon. Alexander knew that deviants wouldn't even agree to take the medicine he brought that would make them humanoid and also heal their brains. So he used some of his Mind Stone's powers to influence the whole deviant population. The hologram was shown to everyone and it was told that those they worshipped as gods were nothing but their exploiters. That they were born from the same genes as Eternals and humans. When can you give us the medicine? Brother Toad asked. Alexander took out a big crate full of vials. Here you go. Things went smoothly. He was able to get all the deviants to drink the medicine. It made them change into human forms, though he had to use Mind Stone to make them human-like from thinking as well. Or else they'd probably try to secretly take over the world while living among people. The city was huge and now it was empty. So he reinforced it to even withstand hundreds of nukes and told S.H.I.E.L.D. to make it a base and also an emergency shelter. From the nukes, he remembered that the world was still vulnerable as long as countries had them. The ideal situation would be if Earth as a planet had them and only pointed them towards the sky for an enemy and not at each other. Wakanda. It was a normal day in the secret advanced city. Because Hydra was no more and Bucky was also a good guy from the start. The old monarch, T'Chaka, didn't die in any bombing. But he sure was old now and had planned to give up the throne to his son. Baba, we received a letter from the American Secretary of State again. This Mr. Connor seems to think that we'll benefit from joining the Federation. T'Challa spoke to his father. And we really might. One day, we will have to come out in front of the world. Maybe joining this can make it easier. T'Chaka thought loudly. What can they give us? We already have everything. If protection is what they offer, then we have the blessings of Bast. T'Challa proudly said. But his father seemed to disagree. You still have a lot to learn, my son. We as Wakanda are strong, wealthy, and happy. But what about the rest of the planet? And a being who can kill cosmic beings cannot be stopped by just Bast. Are you talking about the American president? Yes, my son. He is no ordinary being. He was able to remove world hunger and end all wars within such a short time. Something that we couldn't even do in our region. Maybe it's time we meet him and, knock knock. He stopped speaking and let the guard enter. My king, the work in the mine has halted. The people doing inspection found something when opening a new area to mine. This surprised both T'Chaka and his son. What could be so major that it stops the whole mining? My king, it seems there has been a theft. Please come with us and take a look, the female general said. T'Chaka and T'Challa quickly went with her into the mine to check. Inside they saw a crowd gathered and looking at a recently mined part. The crowd split up and he walked to the front. The mining in charge came and told him everything. My king, we had just started mining this part and found this empty space. It's like the whole chunk vanished. And we also found this. T'Chaka took the small paper and looked at it. Not much was written on his except, thanks for the vibranium. With a small picture of Alexander in AI pose. T'Chaka didn't show the image to others and quickly put it in his pocket. It's okay. I will look into it. You all can resume the work. He returned to the palace with his son while mumbling, it seems we need to meet President Universe. Achoo. Alexander sneezed loudly while he was drinking tea in Fahame. His tea fell on his clothes. Whoa. This was the first sneeze in like thousands of years. Maybe you're getting old, Douglas the lazy angel commented. You want to mow another planet. Alexander frankly threatened. Ah, don't bully him now, Alexander, Olivia said and gave Douglas more cake to eat. Grandma, you're the best. He happily cheered and dug in. Although he was an angel and quite old from humans' perspective, the angels also had a very long maturity time. So he was still in his late teens if compared with normal humans. And he honestly liked Grandma Universe. Don't spoil him too much. Alright, after eating, you will go to Ragnarok and learn to fight from him. You may have cosmic powers but what's the point when you can't use them? He will teach you how to fight. Alexander ordered. What will you teach me, then? He asked. Magic. That's what I'll teach you. Alexander said. Alright, I am looking forward to it. He sounded fully uninterested. Ring ring. He picked up his phone. The call was from Connor. What is it, Connor? Sir, the king of Wakanda has come to meet you. They just landed. He informed. Haha, they must have found it. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. He said and hung up. Alexander stood up and stretched a little, where are Rena and Golly? Rena dragged her on her quest to find new flavors for her candies. They are on a world tour, Olivia notified. Alexander just shrugged and left. His whole family was the definition of exaggeration. Whatever they did was on a crazy scale. T'Chaka and T'Challa were greeted by Dobby as Alexander was away. They were taken to the White House and were being shown around. Tell me, Mr. Vice President, you have been with President Universe the longest, what kind of person is he? T'Chaka asked. Well, he's kind, honest, and indiscriminate. All he cares about is the well-being of others. Dobby briefly replied. He showed them around more and soon Alexander appeared. He led them to his office to have the meeting. Welcome to America, King T'Chaka and Prince T'Challa. I hope I didn't keep you waiting for too long. Alexander gave them a basic greeting. T'Chaka didn't say anything and simply put the piece of paper on the table. Alexander picked it up and laughed. Ha ha ha. It took you 71 years to find it, ha. Both father and son looked at each other. Wait, we thought you took it recently. Why would I do that? I have metal way better than vibranium now, Alexander revealed. T'Chaka believed him and spoke. Since that's the case, we want the taken vibranium back. No can do. I've used it already, though I can pay you in gold or diamonds, he offered. T'Challa, being the young hot-blooded prince, thought his talking loudly would make Alexander docile. We don't need your money. You stole from us. Give us our vibranium back. Alexander's one brow shot up. Yours, you say. Sit down, boy, and don't raise your voice here. Now listen to me carefully, you two. I am the Emperor of Andromeda Galaxy, Shi'ar Galaxy, Skrull Galaxy, Kree Empire, and also in control of Milky Way Galaxy. That huge meteorite that you mined for vibranium also came from space under my control. So should I take that whole rock away from you now, as I am the real owner of it? He scoffed. Alexander was also a bit angry at Wakandans though. We know you are very strong and powerful but you can't threaten my country like this. We have lived in peace all these years and we want to keep living that way. T'Chaka tried to ease the situation. Alexander shook his head in disappointment. Tell me, T'Chaka. Let's say if you live in a house in a nice area and your neighbor's house catches fire. You have the means to put that fire out. What would you do? I would help the neighbor. He answered. Boom! Alexander heavily pressed the table and many cracks appeared on it. Then tell me, where were you when the whole world was burning in the flames of war? Where were you when Hitler was killing poor men, women, and children? Forget Europe. Where the hell were you when kids in Africa died every day due to hunger? Where the hell was the technology that advanced Wakanda when terrorist organizations were ravaging the African and Arabian countries? Killing, murdering, and **ping and enslaving millions. You all are nothing but hypocrites. Hell, even 16-year-old kids are better than you. Alexander showed them a scene where Spider-Man put his life at risk to save a train. He's just 16 and do you know what he said when asked why he does that? He said, when you can do the things that I can, but you don't, and then the bad things happen, they happen because of you? Both T'Chaka and T'Challa couldn't even face Alexander for all the guilt. I know you can shrug and say it's the world's problems and not mine, but that is exactly when you yourself become a problem. Because you start thinking you are different. Better. If you had seen the things I've seen, you'd have lost your will sleep for months. Dobby heard the loud lecture Alexander was giving in the room and came in to defuse the situation. He took the two Wakandans out to rest in their hotel rooms to meet again tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Black Galaxy, Edward and Hermione found something strange that would bring all the beings of the universe to their heels. Though they decided to investigate a little first. Black Galaxy. Edward and Hermione were exploring space. They had done it in Potterverse too, but they couldn't find any extraterrestrial civilization. But here, there was so much to see. They had gone to all the places under the Universe Federation. It was really shocking to them that their grandpa controlled 3 galaxies. But they soon got bored and decided to go and explore beyond the reaches of the Universe Federation. The Black Galaxy is a living bioverse, and Ego the living planet was born there, and it was said that no life lived there now, so they had come to see for themselves. They saw many weird planets there. There were a lot of black holes too, much more than any other galaxy. Ed, look. What is that? Hermione pointed at a distance. Edward looked at it, and it seemed like a tear in the space. He could feel that the thing was extremely dangerous and going near it would not be good. I don't know, my own. It looks like a tear in space. Let's not go close to it. I feel chaotic energy coming out of it. He warned. Boom asterisk. Suddenly they heard a noise from the tear in space. It confused them as to how they could hear sound space. Oh my god. What is that? Hermione exclaimed. In front of their eyes, lots and lots of spaceships started to come out. They looked weird in shape. I think we should inform Grandpa. He will probably know what to do. I have a feeling that these guys aren't friendly, Edward suggested. The two didn't waste any time and teleported to the safe space called Fahame. Earth, White House. T'Chaka and T'Challa came to meet Alexander again the next day. Mr. President, we will join the Earth Federation, but you must promise that we won't be attacked for vibranium, they said. Alexander nodded. I can promise you that. I'm not even asking you to give your vibranium to the world. I just want you to do an exchange of science and technology. Your people are very good at medical tech, right? Then why not work jointly with Nevia Industries hospitals? He proposed. T'Chaka happily agreed. That will be very good. We will prepare a team for this. T'Chaka and his son had a long conversation last night. They reflected upon what they've been doing all these years. It was true that they had not even uplifted their neighboring countries. On top of that, under the disguise of being a poor country, Wakanda kept on taking monetary help from the UN and other nations. Then it's decided. A representative of the Earth Federation will come to Wakanda with all the paperwork. Alexander said and shook hands with him. But then he remembered something. King, T'Chaka. I have something important to talk about with you. Alone. T'Chaka agreed and sent his son out. What is it, President Universe? You remember Prince Enyobu? Alexander asked. The name instantly made T'Chaka's eyes widen in shock. How do you know that name? He asked. Alexander scorned and continued. I know many things. I know the fact that you killed him and also the fact that his son saw you killing him. His son, Enyadaka, has since spent his life in hate and desire for revenge from you. You understand where I'm going with this? T'Chaka fell silent for a minute. Yes, I do understand. This means that my son cannot simply become the next Black Panther. Yes, but good for you. I'm on your side on this. Although I have no hatred against Enyadaka, but he is an unstable man who craves violence. I cannot allow such a man to jeopardize the Federation. Let's make a deal. I will train your son a little, then they fight in the ritual. Your son wins. Then I will make Enyadaka a better man. He proposed. Sigh. Okay, I will talk to my son about this. Thank you for the help, Mr. President. As soon as he left, Dobby entered. Boss, Hermione, and Edward came to Fahame. They want to see you urgently. I haven't seen them in a while. I'll go and see, he said and went into Fahame. Fahame, Grandpa. Hermione jumped in a tight hug. Haha, what were you two doing these days, Didn't even come to greet this old man. We were exploring space, Grandpa, but we found something suspicious and dangerous, Edward reported. Alexander got interested. What is it that can be dangerous to you? We were in the Black Galaxy and saw a tear in space. From inside it, many big spaceships were coming in, they said. Alexander instantly thought about what Stan Lee warned him about. He quickly drew something on a page and showed them. Did they look like this? Yes, the ships looked like this. What happened? They asked. Sigh. They are extremely powerful extra-dimensional beings, who have the ability to destroy and create universes at whim. They are called the Beyonders, he announced. Edward knew about the Marvel Universe and quickly understood the severity of the situation. What are you going to do, Grandpa? I may have to prepare before I go to fight. Hopefully, I will be able to defeat them. But I want you to do something in the meantime. Take Dobby with you and gather all the immortal overpowered beings. We may need their help, he told them. He got up and took out his anywhere door. He didn't know what was going to happen or how long he'd be fighting, so he decided to stop the Asgard's Ragnarok and make Surtur his follower. Muspelheim. Alexander appeared in the fiery, hell-like planet. He could already sense a lot of demonic presence under the ground. He went straight underground to where Surtur was and engaged him in a fight. Who are you? The fire demon asked in annoyance. A friend of Asgard, Alexander said. He had not done it till now, but he did it this time. Snap. He wished for Surtur to become his eternal faithful follower and that his minions would fight the Beyonders in the coming battle. It was very simple to do that with the power of stones. Surtur, gather all your minions for the Great War. After that, he decided to go to the Black Galaxy. But before that, he sent a message to his family and told all of them to go back into Fihaim, the safest place to be, on a Beyonder ship. Haha, Master Zulruk trusted me with this responsibility. I must fulfill it at all cost. An angel turned dark angel from under the command of wannabe god, Zulruk was secretly controlling the Beyonders to attack. For a being of his level, messing with the multiverse was nothing much. He was also boosted by the blessings of his revered god, Zulruk. He was sitting calmly in one of the command ships and saw the whole mess going on outside. Out of nowhere, Godson had himself appeared to get butchered in his hand. Though he didn't like battles in space, so he made a big planet where they could fight. The fight was between the whole race of Beyonders versus the Godson. Ha ha ha, I will finally become an archangel after this. He gloated alone. Alexander stood on the planet and in front of him were nearly 10,000 Beyonders. Why have you come to this dimension? Alexander asked. The Beyonders didn't say anything, but Alexander already understood what they wanted to say. It was as if they telepathically sent him words in the form of emotions. So, the only way out is to fight, huh? Then let's fight. He taunted. Alexander's armor covered his body and a sword appeared in his hand. He got into his fighting position. The first to attack was the Beyonders, though they were at least decent enough not to come at him all at once. Clank. His sword collided with a spear. This clash showed him their power level, and it was something to worry about. He also noticed that their power came from their suit, so Alexander focused on trying to damage it, in hopes that it would inflict decent enough damage to stop them. You know, I have so many attacks that I don't even remember now, he claimed. Fiend Fire Suprema. He conjured the fire and let it burn whatever it wanted. This did win him a small distraction. He ran fast and slashed at the neck of the Beyonder. Clank. His attack did connect with the Beyonder's neck, but nothing happened. Not even a scratch, and it was a full-powered attack from Alexander. What the hell are you made up of? He complained. Bam. Alexander faced a kick directly into his chest and he was thrown away. It feels good to see I still get hurt. This means I'm still human. He felt salty on his lips and checked it. Well, my golden blood makes me a bit different, I guess. Alexander ran his mind on what he should do. He had already felt that they were trying to tire him out, but he had a seemingly limitless supply of magic, so there was nothing to worry about. Frostfire Supreme, Bombarda Suprema. He sent the curses. But surprisingly, the suit of the alien also gave them the ability to use other powers. The alien was able to tackle Frostfire with some fire attack. Where should I attack? Wait, let's try this. He had an idea. Once again he dashed close at a very high speed and started fist fighting. He continuously gave many fake attacks to form a pattern that the alien would remember. Alexander was doing it purposely. This way, he'll be able to suddenly make an unpredictable move to try his attack. After keeping the show up for an hour, he finally decided to go for it. Boom. He used all the strength in his body and kicked the alien between his legs. But other than a little grunting sound, nothing changed. Haha, at least this proves you got the game. Alexander laughed as he retreated. Snap. Alexander used his big attack. But as he expected, nothing happened. If the Beyonders could kill the living tribunal, who himself was stronger than the Infinity Stones, then it would make Beyonders way up in the food chain. What the hell do you want from this realm? He asked. He received no reply, so he started fighting again. It was going nowhere. They were in a stalemate. Alexander was also getting more wounded as the time went by. His armor had chipped from here and there. The Infinity Stones didn't work, so now he only had raw power. He overloaded his sword and armor with magic, which started giving him some gain. He was able to push back the Beyonders and also injure him. Finally, deciding to end him, he jumped in midair with his sword pointing straight at the alien's chest. But while in midair he saw a red light coming towards him from one of the ships. He felt it was dangerous, so he used his sword to shield himself. However, at that exact moment, the Beyonders all came together to attack him. They had some kind of glass with runes inscribed on it. Are they trying to seal me into that? He thought. And it made total sense, as he was unkillable. Wanting to get out of this messy situation, he let his sword face in all the energy from the laser attack. Just in some seconds the sword started to vibrate and shine red. He realized it was going to blast, so he let all the Beyonders come closer to him. Boom. A loud explosion happened. Some nearby Beyonders died while the others shielded themselves. Once the dust settled, Alexander's condition was shown. He was injured and was kneeling on one knee. In his hand was the hilt of the Dragon Slayer, which was broken now, but one thing was still there. His smirk, which showed that this was far from the end. I didn't take you all to make such a dirty attempt. I guess we learn something new every day. So, let's start the round 2. Why won't he just die? The Dark Angel sitting in the ship threw tantrums. He then ordered all the Beyonders in all the ships to go out and fight. Alexander looked at the piling aliens. Killing me ain't that easy, fellas. He slowly got up to fight again. His armor was gone from his body as it had faced multiple direct attacks from Beyonders. His clothes were shredded from here and there. Sigh. Need help, boss? Alexander suddenly heard Dobby's voice from behind him. He looked back and saw hundreds of portals opening up. Whoa, didn't think this would happen to me as well, he internally thought. Behind the portals was an unimaginably huge crowd. All the heroes, Iron Man, Ancient One, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Hulk, She-Hulk, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, X-Men, Eternals, Guardians of Galaxy, Asgardians, Ghost Rider, and Greek gods had come. Not just them, all the cosmic beings were there too. Eternity, Infinity, Death, Living Tribunal, Galactus, Fulcrum, Stanley, Phoenix, Sorcerer with Eternal Flame. Yeah, I can use a hand. But why did you bring the Avengers and all? This fight is way tougher. Alexander asked Dobby. Iron Man quickly flew near him. Thought you can have all the fun alone. Steve quickly chimed in. When we needed you, you stood by us. Now not just you, but the universe needs us and we will stand by it. I got your back, Alex Ragnarok commented and turned into a huge world-ending dragon. Hela walked to the front in her battle attire. You cannot keep the goddess of war away from a war, Grandpa. Alexander even saw Blue Fang and Brian. What the hell are you two doing here for? Blue Fang scratches his fluffy head. Boss, I was coming to you but Brian demanded to come along. He said he wanted to help. Damn right I was. You have no idea how boring controlling the universe economy is. I want some action. Brian interjected. Alexander laughed, shook his head, and quickly gave super strength and other superhuman powers to Brian with Infinity Stones. Alex, my friend. I saw you defeat Sorcerer. You stopped the Ragnarok. Even if you weren't my friend, I still would have laid my life for you for what you did. Odin said and gave him a hug. The Living Tribunal flew closer and talked in his majestic voice. So, this is what you mentioned back then, Godson. I can see, all your past deeds are being proven beneficial for this moment. See, I told you, Alexander exclaimed. Pop. A teleportation sound came and Alexander looked around who it was now, and it was Archangel Michael. Michael looked worried and quickly came to Alexander and talked slowly. My friend, I am afraid I have bad news. I received information from my main body in the heavens. This attack was launched by Zulruk, the wannabe god. One of his dark angels is leading them. Alexander suddenly remembered that red beam which broke his sword. I understand, Michael. I will try to find him and kill him. Alexander planned. Alexander then saw Douglas nearby and had a plan. It was commonly known in the heavens that he was a lazy and harmless angel, so why not use him? Douglas, I have a very important job for you, he proposed. Douglas rolled his eyes. Is it cutting more grass? No, it is a big task that will determine the outcome of this fight. Alexander clarified. This news made Douglas excited. That finally he'd get to do something big. You see, this attack was organized by Zulruk. One of his dark angel is leading this. I want you to go to that ship and find him. The moment you see him press this and it will swap our locations. He handed him a small button. Whoa, so I'll be a spy now? Douglas excitedly asked. What? Oh, now I know why you stay in Phoenix Jungle these days. You watch movies with Barry, don't you? Alexander frankly got angry. Oh, my dear big brother. I'll get to work. Bye. Douglas ran away. Behind him, the fight had already started. They had outnumbered the Beyonders. Galactus was trying to eat them while the Living Tribunal was passing judgment. But it was just the beginning and no one could say how it would go. Alexander focused on the Earth heroes and helped them all fight. It'd be a shame if any of them died. In the Beyonders ship, Douglas infiltrated using Alexander's anywhere door. The ship was already empty so he didn't have any problem traversing it. Which way should I go? Left or right? He pondered while standing at a three-way junction. Well, I'm an angel. I should go with my instincts. He thought and went left. He ran at full speed in the corridors but soon he was seen running back. To hell with being an angel. He complained as behind him a horde of robots were flying. He ran as fast as he could while shooting energy beams from his hand at the back blindly. He chose a random room and jumped in. I need to find this dark angel soon. He found himself in a command room-like place. There were many control panels on the wall and a huge window looking outside. Ah, the worthless angel has finally shown his face. A voice came from a seat in a corner, then the seat turned around, revealing the dark angel sitting like some big smart villain. Douglas quickly got into fight mode and looked at that side. Whoa, so now the angel luck works. Well, hello. The dark angel shook his head in disappointment. The useless angel in front of him didn't show even an ounce of fear. You have guts coming in here. All right, I'll pity you. You can join me and I will recommend you to God Zalrock. He will surely give you a clerical post. Douglas made a face like he was disgusted. Huh, why would I want that? I'm living my life happily now. Except the mowing though. Grandma gives me so much food and there are so many people to have fun with. Why would I go to your stupid fake god and become a clerk? The dark angel's eye twitched. You dare to make fun of one true god. You must get punished for this. I the dark angel's puss. Shut up man, I only came here to find you. I'm not interested in your name. I've done my job so I'll be leaving now. Douglas interrupted the dark angel's gloating and pressed the button in his pocket. Outside on the surface, the war was at its peak, but they were yet to see any sign of victory. The Beyonders were proving to be very tough to fight. Dobby came to him and said, Boss, you got any plan? If this goes on we all will die soon. Alexander looked around at all the people. Everyone had wounds, some looked nearly dead. Even the cosmic beings like the Living Tribunal and Galactus were having trouble. The only exception were Stanley and Fulcrum, who were able to beat one or two. I didn't want to do this but it seems I have no other choice, Dobby, Alexander stated. What are you talking about boss? He asked confusedly. The only thing that I haven't eaten till now is APEC. I didn't do it because I doubted I'd be able to gain the ability to absorb limitless energy like it does. But I am ready to take this chance now, he said and took out APEC. Dobby, gather around me with others. Don't let them disturb me. We don't know what will happen, he ordered. In an instant, Dobby, Ragnarok, Michael, Blue Fang, Iron Man, Galactus, Brian, Leonidas, Edward, Hermione, and others circled around him. He picked the APEC and made it small enough with the small light of Doraemon. Here goes nothing. He gulped it down. He could feel it slowly going down in his body and then stopping when it was in his chest, closest to the heart. Then, to Alexander's surprise, it somehow jumped out of his food pipe and attached itself to his heart. He felt a slight pain at that moment, but then, arg! Suddenly he felt extreme pain in his chest. He fell down on his knees. Leonidas worriedly ran to him. Dad, what happened? I don't know, son. No one can knows. Alexander groaned. He felt that APEC was sucking down his body's energy. He started to feel weaker every second. His face started to lose color, looking like all the blood got dried. Everyone looked in horror. What the fuck happened? Tony worriedly shouted. Alexander knew he needed to reassure them that he would not die. Don't worry. No matter what happens now, do not believe that I am dead. I am unkillable, so even if I disappear I will be back in a minute. Don't stop fighting. Alexander knew that the scene of him getting drained to nothingness by APEC would not be good for their morals, so he teleported to the center of Black Galaxy. He shouted in pain for a while there as his body slowly imploded. It was taking so much time because of the 7 Infinity Stones in his body had too much energy. He doubted he'd be able to use the snap now as he couldn't feel their power in his body anymore. Arg, just end it already, goddammit, he shouted. Then all of a sudden, he was reduced to nothingness. Earth. Connor was the elected successor to the president and he was filling the office temporarily. He was having a hard time telling the public why their president was not showing up lately. Not just the president, so many people had gone missing. All the superheroes were nowhere to be seen since the past month. Rumors were starting to grow, so he had to give them something. So he gave an official interview with his statement. All the superheroes of Earth and many powerful beings of space have gone away to fight an enemy. An enemy strong enough to destroy our universe. They do it for fun because they are too strong and have nothing to do. President Universe detected them some time ago, so he prepared all the heroes on Earth. Many enhanced people have also gone with them, so you might see some people missing. However, there is no need to worry, as we all know, the president is not someone who can be easily defeated. Thank you. He then deployed all the faceless men, unsullieds, androids of Alexander to keep peace on Earth. He was afraid that some people might try to take advantage of the situation. He came back to his office and stood by the window. I wanted to come, but you had to leave me behind. He cursed. He was very powerful right now. His cloning ability plus superhuman strength was a very deadly combination. But that was also why Alexander told him to stay, as his ability could be helpful if something happened on Earth. Black Galaxy. Alexander woke up and looked around. He tried to move but realized that he couldn't feel anything. No hands, or legs. What the hell happened? He thought. He quickly checked what was happening inside his body and didn't feel anything except there being an endless void. He quickly conjured a mirror and looked at himself in it. But he couldn't do that either. He stood in front of the mirror and he couldn't see himself. Wait a minute, why is this mirror so huge? He asked himself. Then it hit him, what if I am small? Now, he didn't know how small, so he conjured an electrical super microscope. Holy, I'm the size of a molecule, he exclaimed. His brain ran at full speed and quickly came up with an answer. That the APEC must have consumed his body in order to integrate himself with it. This meant that now his body was APEC. That's why he could not see anything inside himself except an endless void just waiting to be filled with energy. Haha. On another note, I think I can beat Golly and Galactus in an eating competition now, though I wonder if I even need to eat anymore. Is this what father feels like? He started to mumble as he flew into the supermassive black hole. The Black Galaxy was a pretty large one and had many black holes in it. The best thing was that its center not only had a supermassive black hole but also many more smaller black holes surrounding it. It was a supercluster of black holes. So, Alexander went on and started absorbing them. It felt strange to him at first, but he got used to it soon. He was really imagining from the perspective of a normal human. Black holes are the deadliest things in the universe for them, and here he was eating these black holes. He went on and devoured a total of 15 black holes. By the end of this whole process, he was back in his normal human form. But he was naked, so he conjured some clothes first and then looked into a mirror. I've grown more muscular and taller. Nearly 13 feet tall. Well, nothing matters as long as I can beat those aliens. He tightened his fist and apparat back to the battlefield. Alexander appeared back at the fight. His side wasn't in a very good condition. They all had been dragged away from each other, so they couldn't help one another. Alexander didn't know how powerful he was, so he just went and grabbed one of the Beyonders. But the moment he touched him, the alien's body got sucked into his hands. And Alexander instantly felt like he had become stronger. He quickly caught another one and checked the reason. After a while he finally confirmed it. 1. He was not under the control of his power yet. 2. The suit that Beyonders used was powered by multiple miniaturized quasars. So consuming them was like consuming many black holes. Though he felt very weird eating them. But if this is the only way, so be it. He loudly shouted and ran around the battlefield touching any beyonder he saw. After devouring around 200 of them, they all realized that they were in danger. So they all left whatever they were doing and came to attack Alexander at the same time. Haha, greet your death, Alexander shouted with open arms. Just when they were about to reach him, Alexander's skin suddenly changed and in its place was dark black space with starry texture. Just like eternity. All the beyonders who came close felt threatened and tried to stop but were pulled towards Alexander like he was a black hole. Alexander also slowly got the hang of his power and now could choose who he wants to pull towards himself. After killing 9,900 out of 10,000 beyonders, he stopped. Now, the remaining you are all lab rats, he announced. In that moment all the heroes attacked them together. Tony and Howard were surely interested in their tech. Alexander also caught one and tried his physical strength on them. But he was faced with disappointment. Damn it, I became overpowered again. The beyonder died after just 2 punches from him. He looked around again and finally they were in a good position. It was more like training for them now. Beep beep. About time, Douglas, he exclaimed and vanished from the place and appeared where Douglas was. Douglas, go and practice on the remaining beyonders. I'll take care of this guy, he said and let him go. Douglas excitedly folded his sleeves. All right, it's my time to shine. Haha HAA. Once he vanished, Alexander looked at the man with black wings in front of him. Tell me, are your wings black from the start or did you dye them? I'm confused. Wouldn't having dark wings make it hard to blend in the heavens? Alexander mockingly asked. The Dark Angel's face twitched. Haha, finally, I get to meet that old fool's protege. But don't worry, I will make your death quick. Consider it a mercy from true God Zalrock. Now, prepare yourself for the Great Puss. Out of nowhere, Deadpool in a Japanese kimono appeared from behind the Dark Angel. 1,000 years of pain. He shouted and poked in the Dark Angel's butt with his 2 index fingers. But nothing happened to the Dark Angel. It only annoyed him. What is wrong with you all, not letting me say my name? He enraged. Deadpool stood back up disappointedly. Oh man, it didn't work. I did exactly like what that man did to the blonde kid. Maybe I should go back and ask. Just as he came, he again disappeared. Alexander only shook his head in helplessness. He was sure that Deadpool was going to be a pain in the ass for him no matter which reality he'd go to. He suddenly remembered the Dark Angel. Yeah, you were saying something, Dark Angel. The Dark Angel's eyes were bloodshot red in anger now. My name is not Dark Angel. It is Puss, *I am a Barbie girl IN. *. Alex quickly picked up his phone. Damn it, when did he change my ringtone? He cursed Deadpool. Yeah, what is it, Dobby? Boss, we've killed all the beyonders. What should we do now? He asked. It will take me some time to deal with this Dark Angel, so you guys can go ahead without me. By the way, book the rooftop of Universe Tower and organize a huge party. Make all the huge guys small with a small light. I will join you soon. He instructed and hung up. He once again looked at his opponent. Yes, what were you saying? This time the Dark Angel didn't say anything and charged at Alexander. I will kill you. Alexander didn't know how strong the Dark Angel was, so he used all his strength to stop the physical attack. And it was surprisingly not too much. If I knew Apex would make me this strong, I would have eaten it before. But again, I'm sure the Infinity Stone also contributed a lot. Then Alexander tried to make his doubts clear. He tried to use the powers of Infinity Stones like Reality Stones. He was able to do it, but it was not the same as before. He could just change his surroundings as long as he was supplying the energy. He tried this with each stone's powers and it proved that now he only retained some powers of the stones as individual things. He couldn't do the snap anymore. But this wouldn't mean that he was weaker, because now he had the ability to limitlessly absorb energy and grow stronger. However, he didn't know where he could find such energy. He punched back at the Dark Angel's mouth, causing some of his teeth to fall out. Tell me, why did Zalrock send you? What is he planning? Alexander interrogated. Not in his wildest dreams had the Dark Angel thought that the situation would turn out like this. Haha, I'd rather die before I tell you. I wasn't asking. Alexander used mind arts and broke into the angel's mind. This particular Dark Angel wasn't a high ranking, so his knowledge was limited. But he did see his final enemy sitting in a throne room with his army of demons and angels bowing to him. Alexander also saw that this Dark Angel wasn't dark to begin with. He was convinced by Zalrock to become like this. He was originally just a normal worker in heaven. He hadn't committed any crime yet. Alexander took pity and removed whatever was making the angel subservient to Zalrock. In an instant, his wings turned back to white from black. Alexander helped him get up. Do you remember anything? What? Where am I? Who are you? He asked while looking around. I am Godson. Father will explain everything to you, so don't worry. What is your name, by the way? Alexander asked. Oh, I am called Pussy Tart. Keeper of Heaven's lusty records. Angel informed. Alexander did his best to control his laughter. He couldn't imagine why the angel had such a name and why he was trying to announce it earlier. He looked up and called his father. Father, I have found this angel named Pussy Tart. I have removed the corruption, so take him back. God quickly replied, oh, what a good job, my son. Pussy Tart was a very important angel who kept records of all the pleasurable things that happened in heaven. I thought Zalrock wouldn't want him, but I was wrong. I will recall him back to heaven, son. Thank you. The angel quickly disappeared in a white light soon, leaving behind just him and the huge spaceship. Alexander couldn't decide what to do with it. It was too advanced for Earth. So instead of just handing it all to them, he broke the ship into pieces and also made 200 books on every knowledgeable thing about it. It took him a while to do that. All the quasars that powered the ships were consumed by him. Quasars were too dangerous to be kept on Earth. Just one mistake could easily destroy the solar system. After that, he went back to Fahim to get fresh. But the moment he entered, he was tightly hugged by Rena and Amy. The two weren't outside in the fight, so they must have gotten worried. "Grandpa, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Amy worriedly asked. Alexander lovingly caressed their head. "Your grandpa is perfect, my kids. Even better than before, can't you see, I've grown taller." Alexander had to return to Earth, so he then made himself return to his normal height for now, but forcibly changing height was making him feel uncomfortable. "What is your grandma doing?" he asked. "Oh, she was preparing to go out. She said there is a big party," they said together. "Haha, yes, there is one. Let's go together, my girls." Alexander returned to Earth. To the Universe Tower's rooftop to be precise. The party was already going strong there. Food was flying here and there. It was really crazy seeing the Living Tribunal, Death, and Galactus sitting on one table and eating burgers. Ragnarok noticed Alexander and loudly cheered, "Here comes the man of the hour." "Haha, you guys started without me." Alexander walked to them and joined the party. Alexander was silently thinking about what he was going to do now. The purity level of the universe was at 89% while Earth's was at 85%. It could take him from a few months to a few years to get that to 90%. Thanos was gone. Many elders were gone. Beyonders were gone. Space pirates were rare now. Celestials were extinct too. What was left were the Horde and symbiotes. They would probably increase the purity by some percentage. Alexander went to Stan Lee and sat beside him. "So, what is the next big threat, my friend?" Stan Lee laughed. "Haha, I can't see anything more dangerous than the Beyonders, and now they are gone. Other than that, this world is filled with threats. Now I can't ask you to deal with them all. After all, our heroes need their own adventures too." He looked at various superheroes as he said that. Alexander sighed. "Yes, you are right. They need to toughen up too. What will you be doing now?" Stan Lee sipped some fire whiskey. "First, I am going to ask you to make a fire whiskey factory so that even when you go, I can enjoy it. This stuff is a treasure. And to what I'll do, I'll go back to being a normal FedEx delivery man. I like that job. Haha, you can do whatever you want. Only one above all can have that privilege." "Damn right. Now, where's Fulcrum? I need to ask him how he got possessed." The old man Stan Lee left to tease Fulcrum. Alexander sat alone for a while until Leonidas approached him. "Dad, can I have a minute?" "You can have a whole day, son." "What is it?" Alexander asked. "Dad, I was thinking. I haven't gotten any better lately. All the fights seem easy. You take care of all the strong ones, so I never get a chance to grow. I want to know if there's a way I can get stronger too," he inquired. Alexander was instantly hit with the realization that he had neglected his son for such a long time. "My boy, I will think of a way. But until then, I will spar with you every day. So start preparing for bone-breaking practice sessions." Leonidas felt elated and cheered. "All right then. I'll be waiting." "You aren't really going to break his bone now, are you?" A slightly angry voice came from behind him. Oh, of course not. Oli, why would I do that? He's our lovely son." Alexander clarified. "You have become more and more careless lately. Do you have any idea how scared I was when you ate that thing?" she complained. Alexander could feel her worry in her eyes. "Ah, my beautiful wife. You know I cannot die. Also, this is the last time something like this will happen," he assured. He was quite sure his body could not change more than this. His internal body was an endless void now. "For God's sake. You and your stupid promises. I don't believe you." She huffed and left to talk to her beloved Natasha. Archangel Michael soon walked up to him. "That was a close one, Alex." "Yes, indeed. Any news on what's happening up there?" he asked. "Yes, but it's not much. Zulrich has started to reach into Egyptian pantheon. From this, we know what are his plans. It's chaotic up there," Michael informed. "Sigh. Let's just hope we all can come out of this safely. From what I've found out about this Zalrock, he would break the world if he succeeds, and we already got enough problems." Then he looked at Dobby. "Dobby, fasten the plans for Earth Federation. If they don't agree to join, then start a public revolution in their regions. We don't need any self-centered people running governments," he instructed. Then he looked at the president of Universe Federation, Joachim, Blue Fang. "I want you to map all the territories in space and point out all the problematic places. We need to make everything good." "Yes, boss." Blue Fang acknowledged and went away to call some people. Then Alexander looked at Brian. "How are the economic conditions going?" "It's all fine. I've automated nearly everything. So as long as nobody comes and destroys the Federation, it will keep on growing and getting richer." "Good job, Brian. I want you to start making a plan to induct Earth into the Federation too. Milky Way Galaxy will become a part of Federation from now on." "That is a nice plan. I'll prepare the plan as soon as possible." Brian left after that. Alexander decided to head back to his office and start working or planning for the future, but the Living Tribunal stopped him. "You saved not just this reality but the whole multiverse. For this, I and other cosmetic entities have decided to officially declare you a god," he announced. "Oh, I don't think you need to do that. I'll be gone from here soon," He told him. We know that. That is why we have declared you the wandering god, the protector of the multiverse. He added. Alexander felt honored even though he didn't want it. Then I must thank you for bestowing me this name. Be sure to enjoy the drinks. I'll see you later now. He went back to his place and started working on the insecticide for the horde. He remembered he had given the task to Fulcrum to research on it, so he called him. Ho, so this is where you work. Well, I own a bar myself. Fulcrum entered. Haha, I own a bar too actually. You might have known about it. It's called Westeros. Alexander told him. I know that. Fire whiskey only gets served there after all. Now, I know you asked me for the cure for the horde and I did find one. I combined the blood of the horde and celestials to make it. Here. Alexander looked at the small vial in front of him. It had bluish liquid in it. He also felt heat waves coming out of it. Fulcrum then continued explaining, I probably just invented the most potent venom in the universe. It can pretty much kill all beings. Except for the top ones like us though. How much do we need to kill them? Alexander asked. That is enough. We just need to find their mother and kill her. They are hive-minded. Good, that makes it so much easier. If it's just her then we can go directly to her right now, Alexander claimed. He then took out the anywhere door. Sure, let's go. I only made them my servants because of that demon possessing me, otherwise I would have found a way to kill them myself. Alexander walked into the door followed by Fulcrum. They came to a place that looked like an organic chamber. The ground, the walls, everything was covered in ugly meat texture. Both of them felt disgusted and didn't step on it and just hovered in the air. They slowly went deeper into the chamber. As they reached the center they started to see long wire-like things coming out of a large ugly thing at the center. That's it, right? Alexander asked. Yeah, that's the mother of Horde right there, Fulcrum affirmed. Alexander slowly hovered closer while looking at its sins. Mother Horde, Category 5. Murder, 57,654,678,546,788. Sin percentage, 95%. Sigh. Alexander threw the vial at the ugly thing and simultaneously shot at it with a gun as it was above the thing. The vial shattered and the poison fell on it. As soon as the liquid touched its skin it started to burn and loud shrieks started to resound everywhere. Haha. Mission successful, I guess. Fulcrum stated from the side. Let's not leave until we are sure. We don't want them to come back as a shock. They both waited for an hour or so. When the loud shrieking stopped they became sure that it was done. So, Alexander used his mighty power to summon the greatest fiend fire ever. He commanded it to burn the corpses of Horde from top to bottom. But Alexander didn't know that the Horde was actually spanned as wide as a whole galaxy. So, the area would keep on burning for years and it would go down in space history as the event called Heaven's Fire and the location would be called Burning Galaxy. Days went by and became months. Then even those went by and became 2 years. Alexander's plans were coming along perfectly. Now the whole world had joined the Earth Federation. Once that happened, he started erasing borders. He completely made the world free and accessible to everyone. Though the road wasn't easy. Many problems arose. For example, people flocked to first world countries for a better life and jobs when having visa became unnecessary. But that just made things worse for them. So Alexander had to come out and do a makeover of the whole planet. He understood why some countries were first world and some third world. One of the major factors was culture. In some countries, religion was given more importance than anything else and in some the money was. Bad economic policies and corruption also played a big part in it. Now the world has one single economic policy. There was also no corruption thanks to his curses and fury, whom he had given a fake eye that could look through most of the public CCTVs. So he flew around the planet upgrading many cities' infrastructures. The problem of food, water, and electricity were already non-existent, so the only problem now was jobs. Now because he had made many new cities and places there were many new openings for jobs. But he knew that it wouldn't be enough. That Earth will reach its limit. So today was going to be the launch of the official Mars colonization mission. For the past 2 years, scientists already lived there and kept the terraforming machines up and running. Now, Mars was just like Earth. In fact, better, as it wasn't tainted yet and he was going to keep it that way. Federation had already passed extremely strict nature protection laws. But before the launch, he had to go to the hospital because cute little Morgan was just born. New York Hospital. Alexander stood beside Howard. So, finally your wish came true. Howard was holding the little baby in his arms like it was the most precious thing in the world. Haha. Yes, my sweet little granddaughter. Morgan, say hello to this old man. He may not look that old but he's a fossilized ancient god. He joked. Eaa. She voiced. She was certainly more active as compared to other kids. Possibly due to Tony developing that super healthy formula for Pepper when she suddenly fell ill due to overwork. Alexander finally held her in his arms. It was like a ritual now. Every child in his arms would play with his beard and she did the same. Hello there, Morgan Stark. He caressed her head softly while sending his magic into her body. It would keep her away from all diseases for the rest of her life. Tony suddenly interjected. Actually, her full name is Morgan Maxim Universe Stark. Even my full name is now Anthony Maxim Universe Stark. I've decided to make that my full family name from now. Alexander's heart got overfilled with emotions. He smiled widely and looked at Morgan. Hear that? I am your great-great-grandpa. It was as if she recognized his declaration of kinship and patted his nose with her tiny hands. Grandpa, let me hold her too. Tina came to him with shining eyes. On her shoulder was her best friend Squirrel, who she named Little Dobby. It was her gift from Santa. However, Dobby wasn't able to determine whether he should feel happy or sad about the honor of his name being used. Sure, Tina. But be careful. She's too small now, he said and lightly handed her the baby. Hey, little Morgan. I am your aunt. If you ever have any trouble, come to me, okay? Tina proclaimed. Ring ring. Yes, Connor. What's the matter? Oh, all right, tell them to wait. I'll be there soon. He hung up and looked at Howard. Some aliens have arrived. I'll go and deal with them. I'll see you all at the evening party. He popped away and came to the White House, the North American office of the elected council member. Alexander was actually elected as the head council member though. He came to his office and saw two watchers waiting for him. As soon as they saw him they stood up. Sir Wandering God, we came to tell you that the trial of Uatu is scheduled today. You were his counsel back then, so we decided to inform you first, they said. Alexander was really shocked for a second for receiving such respect from them, but then again, all the things he had done would force anyone to respect him. Ah, I nearly forgot about that. When is it? He asked. Right now, sir, they answered. Alexander looked at his watch. All right, I got some time. Let's go. He took out the anywhere door and looked at them. Just think about the destination and open the door. He soon found himself back in front of the Watchers Council with Uatu. Alexander spoke first. So, what have you decided? I'm pretty sure you saw the war 2 years back. If Uatu hadn't saved Earth, then many of those people wouldn't have lived. The whole council nodded. Yes, that is why we have decided to clear him of the charges. But now he needs to decide if he wants to stay a Watcher or leave. Alexander looked at Uatu with encouraging gaze. It's your choice, my friend. You will always have a home on Earth. Uatu showed a rare smile and firmly answered, I will not take the pledge again. Very well. Uatu of Watchers. From today on you are exiled from our community. You will not hold the title of the Watcher from now on. You are free to do whatever you wish. The Watcher Council gave their verdict. Haha, so you're going to be the first alien to publicly dwell on Earth. Let's go back and announce you. He patted his back. A week later, something big happened in this week. He found Venom using the body of Eddie Brock. He knew that Venom was one of the better ones of his species, so he made a deal with a blood contract that he'd never try to harm the human civilization, and in return, he can live on Earth. Venom also gave him the location of his primary planet where the rest of his species lives. He also told him about 3 more symbiotes like himself on Earth. So Alexander first dealt with them and then went to their home world. He cast a big fiend fire and burned them all. Other than that, Alexander successfully launched the Mars colonization project. Currently, he sat in the Westeros bar, signing some papers. Dobby was in front of him, cleaning some glasses in his beloved bar. It was just the two of them. Boss, what is the purity level now? He asked. The universe is already at 90% and Earth is at 88.9%. So it won't be long before we go somewhere else again. He added. Yes, Dobby, we will. Though I hope we now go somewhere where we can rest. A place with no fighting or corruption. Alexander hopefully wished. Haha, you know that won't happen, boss. But I am also a bit tired now. We did too much work here. Though I feel a bit weird leaving so many people behind. Dobby stated. I feel weird too. But we can't take everyone with us. Even so, this is a temporary goodbye. When I attain the ultimate godhood, we will meet them all again. Alexander said. Yeah, how much boost did you get after that fight? Dobby inquired. Oh, I am now 25% equal to Father's powers. Though I'm pretty sure I won't receive any more big jumps in power anytime in the future. Places filled with extremely strong artifacts like Marvel are not that common. He contemplated. What are you going to do with all your inheritance? Dobby asked. Well, they will all go to various people. The Nevia Industries hospitals will go to Jean. She is a very good doctor. Peter will get the Nevia technologies. Little Tina will inherit the Nevia energies. Steve will get the Whole Kind Heart Foundation and all its food and water production branches. I think that's about it. He summarized. That was exactly what he was signing on papers for. Bells sound. Someone entered the bar. Alexander looked back and it was the usual gang of regulars. Seeing them he felt bad that the time to say goodbye was near. Tony came to Alexander and complained. Help me. Morgan is too energetic and constantly demands attention. She sleeps when I'm up and wakes up when I'm sleeping. Pepper has Stark Industries to handle, so I am the nanny. Ha ha ha, just consider it another part of your father-daughter memory building process. Because before you'll even know, they'd be grown UPS. Alexander advised. Steve, who was now experienced in handling twin superhuman toddlers at home, came and patted on Tony's back. Yeah, give it some time. You'll start enjoying it before you know it. But Tony shook his head. I don't think I can ever enjoy changing 10 diapers every day. How can babies poop so much? Ah, come on, Tony. I'm eating here. Howard complained with his mouth stuffed with burgers. Howard too had dark circles under his eyes like Tony. Dobby gave him a glass of water and asked, so, you've been staying up too? Arg. Don't even ask. Bringing up the Earth's purity to 90% was very hard. Mainly due to too many little problems, and they were hard to rectify. 2 years had passed since the birth of Morgan. She was quite intelligent. She was just 2 and already spoke like a saleswoman. Grandpa, what's this? Morgan asked. Alexander was working in the Universe Tower, making Earth's unified controlled artificial intelligence. It would be used for warning systems and business management. Vision was officially hired to operate it for as long as he lived. He looked up and saw a plasma cutter in Morgan's hand. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly used magic to swap it out of her hand. That was a dangerous thing, Morgan. I told you not to touch anything. She jumped down from the table and walked to him on her small feet. But I am getting bored, Grandpa. She attacked him with her big puppy eyes, and it worked on him. All right, let's go out and meet your Grandpa Dobby and Ragnarok. She quickly started to jump in excitement. Yay, but let's fly there. I wanna fly, Daddy never lets me. Sure, we will fly. He walked to her and picked her up like a small teddy bear with both his hands. He went straight to the open balcony and jumped out of the 130th floor. Whoa, ahaha. Excitement-filled shouts of Morgan were continually heard the whole way. After a while, they finally landed near the front gate. That was so fun, Grandpa. She sat on his shoulders. Haha, you know what's more fun? He asked her with a knowing gaze. Then they both spoke at the same time. Burgers. They went in and found only Dobby and Ragnarok sitting. Morgan quickly jumped down and ran to the counter. Grandpa Dobby, I want 2 burgers today. She showed her 2 little chubby fingers. Dobby chuckled. Be careful, Morgan. Too many burgers are bad for your health. Oh, no worries, I exercise daily. She showed her non-existent muscle on her biceps. It was never boring with Morgan around. She seemed to have become the favorite of the whole Avengers team. Morgan had also given nicknames to all of them. For example, she called Leonidas and Natasha Lovey and Dovey. Thor was Uncle Sparkles, Hulk was Uncle Green, Captain America was Uncle Perfect. Alexander let her have her important conversation with Dobby in the kitchen while she looked at him cooking. He on the other hand went to Ragnarok and sat beside him. So, when are we leaving? Ragnarok asked. Tomorrow evening. Ragnarok took a big sip of his drink. I had grown accustomed to all these people. Little Morgan will be hard to forget too. Alexander glanced at Morgan in the kitchen and couldn't agree more with Ragnarok. Yeah, I cannot forget all the people here. So, I've decided that once I reach the highest realm of strength we will return to the exact moment when we leave, so for them, it's like we only left for a short time. I don't want Morgan to be sad. Not just here. We will bring all the people we've been close with. Even Daenerys, John, Alexandra, and all the others. We will make many more relationships as we go forward, so let's not forget them. I will make my own realm, where we all can live happily, he firmly said. Then I am looking forward to it. What about this bar? Dobby has been crying over it that he doesn't want to leave it behind. Ragnarok inquired. Oh, I already dealt with that. I made a replica of this place with a miniaturization function. He can roam around with his bar in his pocket now. I've also asked my father to give me the ability to send people to the multiverse FO. They were interrupted by Morgan, who brought a big plate full of burgers. My dear grandpas, here you go. For the next few hours, they all chatted and ate. Though it was mostly Morgan talking about how much of a klutz her father was. Leonidas and Natasha may not have gotten married, but they already considered each other their soulmate. They just never had free time to marry because they were either working or busy in some closed-door activities. For the past 2 years, Alexander had trained not only Leonidas but also Natasha, because he wanted them to be extremely strong if they were to travel the multiverse independently. For this, he went ahead and killed the elder called the Collector and took away all his collection of antique items and plants. Plants were regrown in Faheim while other objects were put in the locker. All the living people were freed and given refuge on Earth. Alexander created a cosmic serum for the two, which would upgrade their bodies so they can grow stronger without limit. It all depended on how much they trained. In fact, Medusa and Loki, Edward and Hermione, and Hela had also jumped to the opportunity and asked him to send them to the multiverse as well. So he gave them the serum too. Loki had proven himself a good son-in-law by now, so there was no problem. So, 2 years of hellish training made them the strongest non-cosmic beings in the universe. Now they were ready to go. All right, you 7. Are you ready? He asked them. They all had some standard things with them. One was a world purity checker, in the form of an indestructible watch. The second was a demonic presence checker. Other than this, they all had the ability to call Alexander if the situation was too bad. Yes, we're ready, Leonidas affirmed excitedly. Yeah, Grandpa, can't wait to go on new adventures, Edward excitedly said. Although he was very old, he still had the same fire in him. Okay, you know the instructions. You will do what I told you to do. Make the worlds you go purer. If you find any demonic presence, call me, he instructed. They did not have the ability like Eye of Judgment, so they'd have to work much harder to make the world better. But thankfully most of them were proficient in legilimency, so they'd find some help with it. They will go to different worlds in 4 teams. Even Alexander didn't know where they would go, but all he knew was that they would not be sent to extremely dangerous worlds like Marvel or DC. After a big round of hugs and kisses, they all stood on a platform. All right, Team Lovey-Dovey. Come forth, he called. Haha, I'm going to miss Morgan. Leonidas bubbled. Alexander then used his new power to send them away. A white light fell on them and took them away with it. After that came Loki and Medusa. The second last were Edward and Hermione. Finally, at last, it was Hela's turn. She had grown a lot more patient and smart now, so he had confidence in her that she would do good. She was taking her tigress with her too. Alexander had made the tigress stronger, or else she would have died with a normal body. Take care, my child. Never forget, Grandpa is always proud of you, Alexander said. It made Hella a bit embarrassed before leaving. He then looked behind at Rena in her small form and Amy sitting and looking at everything. You two wanna go somewhere? Suddenly both jumped and ran up to him. Rena hugged his leg as her height only allowed that, and Amy hugely his waist. Alexander was in his unleashed form right now, in which he was 13 feet tall and buffed. This was his original state, and being in a smaller size makes him feel uneasy. Both spoke in unison. Never, I will never leave Grandpa. His heart was overjoyed and made them both hover over his chest and hugged them. And Grandpa will never leave you behind. Alexander looked down and Golly, who was looking at him too. Alexander just waved his hand and she always flew into his arms while giggling. He had talked with Galactus and he had agreed to let Golly come with him. Galactus knew that he wouldn't be able to fill her stomach if she lived with him. He then told Golly, and she was both sad and happy. Sad because she'd be away from her papa, and happy because she'd be with her best friends. But Alexander also informed her that she'd see her papa again in a few years, which made her calm down. Alright, you three, go out and buy whatever you want to bring with us. We'll be leaving this evening, okay? Aye, Captain. The three said and ran away. But Alexander felt his body shiver when they spoke those sailor words. He ignored it and went to finish his work, but in his way he found Douglas playing on a PlayStation with Barry. The two were serious T.V. and gaming addicts. Even the Phoenix, now named Red and also the partner of Barry, reprimands him, but to no avail. He went ahead and switched off the T.V. Back to work, you two. It's just morning and you're already at it. But I worked so hard for you, Douglas argued. That was 4 years ago and you only killed one Beyonder. Even Zeus's duck killed 4. Alexander stated, making Douglas embarrassed. Barry suddenly started laughing. Ha ha ha. You said you killed 100. Ha ha ha. Even a duck killed more than you. It soon turned into a catfight among them. Alexander grabbed the two and threw them out of the castle. Barry, go and check up on your village. Douglas, the grass has started to grow more. What? Not the grass. Anything but that. Douglas complained. Alright, go out and help Dobby, he ordered. Aye, Captain, he said and ran away. This time too, Alexander felt chills. This time, some people were joining his already big family on the journey of Multiverse. Joachim, aka Blue Fang, was the last of his species and retired president of the Universe Federation. He had no family or friends except Alexander and the others. But to Alexander, he was already family. Brian was also there. He was now just too bored with managing the Universe Federation business, so he craved adventure. Alexander allowed him, as one day they would return to the world again. Then there was the case of Connor. Connor wanted to join him too. His reasoning was that he wanted to do more good. As Earth was pretty much perfect now, so, Connor had taken retirement from the government. Now the Earth and Universe Federation were efficiently working with Alexander's millions of curses. Sir, I want to work with you more, Connor asked him again. Alexander instantly argued. What about Jenny? She's still 10 years old. I will bring her with me. She will most likely enjoy living in Fahame, he reasoned. Sigh, alright, pack your bags. I guess your cloning ability can be helpful sometimes. Connor happily thanked him and ran away to pack the bags. Alexander had already retired from the world of bureaucracy after stabilizing the Federation. He just gave the reason that he needed to manage the Universe Federation. So now the public rarely gets to see him. He had personally selected a new young man to lead the Earth Federation as its head counselor, named Cole. He was very social and a kind-hearted man with a firm will to make the world better. After a few hours, everyone gathered on the roof of the Universe Tower. Odin had also come to say goodbye to his best friend. I will miss you, Grandpa, Jean said while in his embrace. Haha, didn't I tell you, Jean? I won't be gone for too long. But, still. Alexander patted her back and looked around at everything. Most of them understood that he'd be back. But for children like Morgan, it was hard. She slowly walked to him and asked with a worried face, Are you leaving me, Grandpa? No, baby girl, Grandpa is just going to work. I will be back in a few days. He tried to ease her. But she was smart. How many are a few days? AAA. A week. Alexander said. Yaa. That's too long, Grandpa. Take me with you. She ran to him and hugged his leg like a chimp. Alexander looked at Tony, who understood and pulled her away after some persuasion. But Alexander asked her something before he left. How much do you like your dad, Morgan? 3,000. She showed 3 fingers. And how much do you love Grandpa? Morgan thought for a second before showing all her fingers. I love you 10,000. Alexander's chest got filled with pride and he looked at Tony. Haha, 10,000. I win. He then went to give Morgan kissed and gave her her own mini A.I in the form of a locket. It had a holographic character with Alexander's face and voice. She could talk to it about anything. Tony showed his rare moment of maturity and came to hug him. We all love you 10,000, Grandpa. Try to come back early. I'd hate it if you came back and I also looked old like you. Ha ha ha. I won't let that happen. Alright, everyone. It's time for me to leave. Yao, Odin, everyone, see you in a few days. He said his goodbye. Everyone coming along was already in Fahame. A feeling that he had long forgotten returned. The feeling like he was being sucked into a thin pipe. He saw himself pass through the space and soon a white light blinded him for a second. It took him a few seconds for his vision to return to normal, but his senses were already at high by then. He sensed he was in a port city and something was burning. He looked around and he saw himself standing beside rice fields. In the distance, he could see some buildings burning. From the architecture, he ascertained he was either in old China or Japan. Alexander put on a spell that made others perceive him as a native. Then suddenly Dobby came out. "Where are we, boss?" "I don't know. Let me check the phone first," he mumbled. But on the phone, he had received a message with just one line. "You are a ricefield farmer." Alexander sighed and looked around. "Welcome to the rice fields, Dobby. Let's go around and see what's going on." They both went to the house from where smoke was coming. Looking into one of the people's minds told them where he was. He was in the port city of Kobe in Japan. The time was World War II. "Seriously, this is my third time in World War II. So, any guess where we are?" Dobby asked. "Nope, it all seems like we're in a normal world. No supervillain, other than Hitler. No significant event that would make it any bit different," Alexander confusedly stated. "Let's roam around and see what we can do. If it is about stopping the war then that is super easy," he said, and they started roaming around. Calling the condition of the people pitiful was an understatement. This is the reality of war, Dobby. There are no winners or losers. Only misery, misery of normal people. All those guys at the top sit in their big offices with luxury food while normal people starve and get bombed. All in the name of Führer, Emperor, or President. "Boss, look. That little girl is about to eat plastic. She's probably hungry and thinks it's candy." Dobby pointed at a distance. It looked like a bomb shelter where the little girl was living. She looked very weak and her eyes were devoid of any glow that a child should have. "Guess where he is?" Hint, it's a very old anime movie, animated by Studio Ghibli. "Well, let's see if we can help," Alexander said and headed to her. They could clearly see that the girl was having doubts about whether to eat it or not. "What is your name, little one?" Alexander asked. The girl tilted her head and looked at him with her half-open eyes. "Setsuko, Candy." Alexander felt heartbroken. The girl didn't even have the energy to fully open her eyes. He used magic and quickly healed her. She was suffering from malnutrition. Her stomach had deflated due to hunger and all her ribs were showing to the point that he could count them all. He then made rice porridge for her with various supplement potions. Just one small bowl would be enough to get her back into shape. After Alexander's treatment, Setsuko regained some of her energy and started talking. She was small but still very sensible. It turns out, their home was bombed and their mother died. She acted like she didn't know that to keep her brother happy. Then she and her brother came to their aunt who made her brother work and still didn't give them much food. So they left and started to live in the shelter. But recently, gathering food had become harder and harder. Alexander saw Dobby's eyes had gotten red. Though it was unknown if it was in anger or grief, elves always loved children and liked taking care of them, so he probably felt sadder. Dobby then himself fed her porridge while she sat on his lap. Setsuko was not much older than 5 from her size. After a few minutes of her eating, she regained all her strength and lost weight. Now back with the same energy she ran around them with giggles. Alexander and Dobby smiled looking at her. But then they saw a boy running towards them. He was protective of his sister and quickly ran to cover her from the strangers. "Who are you?" he questioned. We are humanitarian workers," Alexander introduced. "What is humanitarian worker?" the boy questioned. Alexander quickly reminded himself that the boy was only 13 or 14. "We give free food to people who cannot afford it. Now come here and eat some. You must be hungry." But the boy remained alert, so Alexander tried to ease him. "Look at your sister, kid. She ate and now look, all happy and full of energy. Come." Alexander poured him a bowl while magically making the aroma reach his nose. In no time the boy ran up to him and grabbed the bowl. He started eating like an animal. "What's your name, kid?" Alexander warmly asked. "Sita. Can I have more?" Sita lifted his empty bowl. "Haha, yes, you can have as much as you want. And don't worry, you won't have to look for food anymore." "When was the last time you ate though?" he inquired. 4 days ago. The farmer refused to give more potatoes, so all I had I gave to Setsuko," he told them. Alexander noticed Dobby clenching his fist and standing up. "Boss, wait for me here. I will be back by evening." "Sure, I'll be right here." Dobby first appeared where Setsuko's aunt lived and gave her a strong tight slap without any context. It was hard enough to make her fall unconscious. Then he flew to the Japanese royal palace. There he killed all the military commanders and messed the hell out of Emperor's brain. Now the Emperor was more loyal to his people than a dog to its human. Then he flew to Berlin, killed all the top commanders, and kidnapped Hitler. From there, he went to a TV station and killed Hitler on live television. Mussolini also received the same fate soon after. But Dobby didn't stop there. He went to Russia and did the same with Stalin, as he knew what the man would do in a few years. World War II ended in a single day. After that, Dobby brainwashed all the major political leaders and businessmen of the world to help the poor with food, as they were extremely vulnerable right now. There were no jobs anywhere, so there was no way of making money. It was worse for the orphans. He went ahead and made large areas of land highly fertile in every country. He also filled all the granaries in the world to the brim. In one single day, Dobby removed the world hunger problem. Soon, evening came and Dobby returned to Alexander. I liked that slap part, Dobby. Good job. Alexander praised. Did I do the right thing, boss? Dobby asked. It was normal for him to doubt himself. This was the first time he did something like this, especially for a kind-hearted elf. But he only received laughs from Alexander. Ha ha ha. Dobby, you brought this world's purity to 91% in just a single day. What can be better than this? Alexander said, though he didn't tell him that Alexander had silently put the whole world on a curse which will force people to be nice and not corrupted. Alexander then looked at Setsuko and Sita. Kids, let's go to the police station. From today, you will start receiving food there every day for free. After that, they took the two kids to show them that what they said was real. Once they got them settled, Alexander again left the world. This time, feeling a bit extra proud of his best friend. The white light vanished and Alexander found himself standing on a footpath. He looked around and he felt pretty sure that he was in New York City. Surprisingly, Dobby was already out this time. They were both in their military uniforms for some reason. Look at the phone, boss. Dobby reminded him. For some reason, Alexander always forgets to do that. He took out the phone and read the message aloud. We are two aliens visiting Earth. Dobby looked at him suspiciously. That's it. Yeah, that's all there's written. Well, let's see where we are. He put down the phone and looked around. Alexander and Dobby were about to move but suddenly something touched their heads from behind. Don't move. Alexander and Dobby instinctively turned around. Dobby may not recognize it but Alexander did. The two guys in black suit and tie were Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Looking at their attire he had some idea where they were. I told you not to move and you turned around. Will Smith shouted. Alexander looked at the tiny silver gun. Does this thing even work? And who are you? No. It's me who will ask questions. Who are you? And what are you doing on Earth? Will Smith asked while getting a bit extra violent with his gun. Alexander looked at the old man beside him. The old man sighed and made Will Smith lower his weapons. Agent J is new. He's still learning how to de-escalate a situation. He was in the New York City Police Department before so he still has a lot to learn. K, you told me you'll let me handle this one out. Agent J complained. That was until you got violent with your gun. Agent K replied. Then he looked back at Alexander. Sir, we are MIB. I am Agent K and this is Agent J. We detected that you illegally entered Earth. Do you have the documents? Alexander was clueless. I don't think so. Then I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. You have illegally entered the Earth. Agent K informed. Wait, but I'm a human. At least half. So you are a hybrid. Who are your parents? Agent K questioned. Alexander shook his head. I seriously don't know that. I'm an orphan. Wait, how did you know I came here? We detected a spatial anomaly here. This is mostly how super high-tech alien civilizations travel. Now, please follow us. They came to their car which was a 1987 Ford Ltd Crown Victoria. It was a pretty big car but for Alexander who was 13 feet tall and Dobby who was 7.5 feet tall, it was small. Agent K suddenly realized that their car was too small. We're gonna need a bigger vehicle. Haha, it's alright. Just open the door. Dobby interjected. Once the door opened Dobby cast an expansion charm and entered the car. Alexander followed behind. Agent K looked at this gobsmacked. He quickly peeked in and was surprised how big the back seat had gotten. How the hell did this happen? Haha. Magic. Alexander laughed. Agent K shrugged and went to the driver's seat. J, let's go. Agent J, who was using Neuralizer on people came back and got into the car. But then he noticed the huge space in the back. What the fuck? Don't ask me, kid. Agent K shrugged and stepped on the accelerator. The whole time Alexander was thinking about what was the purpose of his coming there. He looked at the purity level of the world and it was at 85%. Beep beep. Alexander received a message on the phone and finally understood what he was supposed to do. It read, "Oh, son. I forgot to tell you. A demon has secretly taken over a secret organization there. You just need to deal with them." Alexander shook his head at the old man's memory problems. Man. Which brand is that phone? I've never seen it. Agent J asked. Oh, I made this one, Alexander, and started his own interrogation. Alexander then started at his job. So, what kind of organization is this MIB? Is it just local or international? They weren't going to say anything but magic was always handy. Soon Agent J started telling all his secrets, including the fact that he had 30 pairs of underwear. So, who's the biggest boss of MIB? Alexander questioned. That would be Alpha, although he rarely shows up these days. Agent K told them. But J interjected. Why did I not know that? It's above your pay grade, kid. Agent K replied. Infuriating Agent J. Stop calling me kid. Look, if we want to work together, then we need mutual respect. Do you understand that? Mutual respect. Agent J started continuously mumbling. In a few minutes of ride, they reached the MIB office. It was really nice seeing the huge underground area. Though he couldn't say the same about the various aliens. They were just too different from humans. Maybe Marvel World spoiled him as it mostly had humanoid aliens. He was brought to their chief agency. From there Alexander hijacked everything. He looked in agency's mind and confirmed that he was not the culprit and also found where he could find Alpha. Alexander decided not to meddle with MIB anymore, so first he went in and took a Neuralizer, just for research purposes. Then he used mind arts in a wide area and made everyone forget that they even saw them. After that, Alexander and Dobby headed out to find this Alpha. The man supposedly lived in a ranch, but when they came there they sensed that there were a whole lot of things under that ranch. Alexander and Dobby made themselves intangible and flew down to the ground. Whoa, he made this alone. Dobby amazed at the sight. Alexander and Dobby were still invisible, so they freely explored the underground facility. After a while, they finally found him in a lab. Alpha, Alexander voiced. His words spooked him and he quickly pressed the panic button, which started up some defense droids. The droids fired hundreds of bullets on Alexander and Dobby, but they fell down as soon as they touched their skin. Alexander and Dobby's skin was just too thick. Who are you? Alpha questioned. Alexander rolled his eyes. Seriously, I could feel your demonic presence from a mile away. Alpha made a face like he just realized something. Oh, is that so? Then you must be from the heavens, to be able to sense me. Alexander scratched his beard. Really? You don't know me? I'm kind of famous in both heaven and hell, you know. Nope, never heard of you, Alpha repeated. Wait, when was the last time you went to hell? Alexander asked. Why would I go to hell? I've been living here since even before humans started to evolve. That explains it, but I can't let you go. I have a duty and you don't have very good plans for Earth. I'll have to purify you. Alexander started walking up to the demon. Wait, stop. I will kill you if you come closer. The demon stuttered. Alexander ignored his threats and went straight to put his hand on his forehead. A beam of white light came out of his palm and easily killed him. Alexander also killed the man the demon had possessed because the man was also a villain. He had done tests on his body and upgraded it with alien tech, in hope of destroying MIB and ruling Earth. Alright, Dobby. It seems our work here is finished as well. Now let's see where we go next. I hope it's a relaxing place. Dobby went back into Fihame while Alexander stood there waiting for his call. The feeling of being pushed out vanished as he opened his eyes slowly to look around. His nose was already telling him that he was near the sea and his ears were telling him that there were birds. He inhaled the smooth cold fresh air and looked around. The scene was amazing. Beyond beautiful. He was standing on a cliff looking at the ocean. There were two ships. One that he recognized was his modified Yamato warship and the other was an old-looking sail ship. It was also very weird because at the bow of the ship a figurehead in the shape of a dog with a bone in the mouth was erected. Alexander read the words on its sails. It said Marine and HQ.3. Alexander had no idea what the words meant, but it at least confirmed that the world he was in wasn't too advanced. But he came out of thought as he heard a loud laugh from behind him. Wahahaha, look at me, I'm so much younger than you and still look like your age, old man. A loud robust voice said. I turned around and saw a big old man sitting on the ground, picking his nose. In front of him was a small table with a bottle of fire whiskey on top. Alexander was really shocked because the man was more than 9 feet tall. How could a normal human be like that? But then suddenly the time stopped. He had not even seen his phone yet and the memories started to pour in. This time they felt so much more real. Like he was really present at all those moments. Memory. Year 1467, 55 years before the main story. Alexander Maxim D. Universe found himself standing on the deck of a huge sail ship. He only remembers small things about his life before this moment. He didn't know anything about the world except some small details, like its map and people. For starters, he was born in the Goa Kingdom on Dawn Island, and second, he was again an orphan. Beyond that, there was no memory. Some tens of years later, he directly became an admiral after going to special recruitment. He beat the admiral there with ease and became an admiral directly. It was quite a surprising thing, but it did happen. He already looked like an old man, so most people thought that he was some hidden old man who trained for years. But he then found out that there was corruption in the Marines, so he cut himself off from the headquarters. He stopped listening to any order given to him other than that of dealing with pirates. This behavior of his left the world government unsatisfied, but they couldn't do anything to him as making him their enemy wasn't worth it. But they also made the decision to never promote him to be the fleet admiral and promoted Kong, a young man, to the position of fleet admiral. Currently, the 3 admirals were Alexander, Robel, a very old man, and the third position was empty for now. A vice admiral was assigned for that position temporarily though. All this gave Alexander the freedom to do anything. He stayed away from the corrupt Marines and did his job with Vice Admiral Dobby at his side. Goa Kingdom, Dawn Island. Alright Runts, if you want to be a good Marine then you need to have the best discipline. Now then, your first task is to clean this ship until it starts shining. You got that? Dobby spoke like a good drill sergeant. Yah, but I want food. When will we eat? One of them cried. Dobby quickly looked at who voiced. It was a well-built 22-year-old boy, standing with a big grin. Ensign Monkey D. Garp. You will not get food this whole day. This is your punishment for showing indiscipline. Don't expect me to treat you nicely because you have a slightly similar name to the Admiral. This goes for you all, no one here gets preferential treatment. Now, go and work. Dobby ordered. Garp was about to say more but Tsuru and Sengoku grabbed him and dragged him away. Leaving the deck of the ship, Dobby came to Alexander's chamber. Any luck finding where we are? Alexander shook his head. No, I have no recollection about this world. It is either something new or something I just never saw. This means we don't have the advantage of knowing all the events of this world. But let's not worry about that, though luckily I got this world map from the headquarters. All admirals have them. Now at least we know what kind of world we are in. And calling it just weird would be an understatement. This planet seems to be mainly water, but a giant mountain chain divides it in half. Then there is a grand line and calm belts dividing the world into further 4 parts. All this seems too unnatural. The world map gives me feeling like this world's topography is made so that the rulers can rule easily. I also couldn't find any history of the world before 800 years. Alexander babbled. We will find all these things slowly, boss. It's not your fault you don't know. I mean, there were bound to be worlds you don't know about. So, let's first focus on finding out where Ragnarok is. He's somewhere out there and we aren't able to find him, Dobby worryingly stated. Alexander thought for a long moment. Maybe, it's possible that he's somewhere in another time. That is the only explanation why I can't even contact him. But let's just keep on looking for him. He's a world-ending dragon, he can't be hidden that easily. Knock knock. Come in. It was Blue Fang in a marine uniform too. He was a rear admiral. What happened? Sir, there seems to be a big fire going on outside the city in the Grey Terminal, he reported. All right, we'll see to it. Meanwhile, send 20 Marines to help, he instructed. Dobby looked at Alexander. You know, no matter what you do, once we leave this island, things will again go back to being bad here. Alexander nodded. I know, that is why we will just make living standards better here, rather than fixing everything. Let's go. Alexander and Dobby headed to the Grey Terminal with some Marines. Its eastern part was burning heavily. Adding fuel to the fire was all the junk. The Grey Terminal was a massive junkyard located on Don Island by Mt. Kalyabo near Fusha village, just outside the Great Gate of Goa. Filled with unwanted goods and people ejected from the city of Goa, it was a lawless community without proper medical care, leaving many ravaged by disease. Alexander walked straight towards the fire with his hand raised towards it. Within a second the fire started to die down and by the 3rd second, it was out. Whoa, did you see that? How did Admiral do that? Garp excitedly asked. He and his 2 friends had snuck out and followed them. He has probably eaten some devil fruit, Sengoku commented. But Tsuru quickly denied that no, that can't be. I just saw Admiral yesterday swimming in the sea without a shirt. Both Garp and Sengoku quickly turned their heads towards her. Tsuru-chan, why were you looking at Admiral without his clothes? Garp questioned with teasing eyes. Tsuru quickly realized her tongue slip and blushed, and also slapped the 2. It's nothing like that, you two. And don't add Chan with my name. She huffed and went back to the ship. Garp and Sengoku didn't follow her as they still wanted to see their role model. Alexander was currently making rounds around the whole area. Mostly criminals and such lived there, but there were some poor innocent families too, who had no other choices but to live there. Garp, come here with your partner, Alexander loudly ordered. Garp and Sengoku, hiding behind a rock, quickly stood up and saluted due to instincts. Then realizing they were busted. Come here you two, I got some work for you, Alexander called. The 2 started sweating and walked up to him. All right, I want you 2 to go around the Grey Terminal and round up all the criminals. Remember, just you 2. Understood? Yes, sir. They saluted and ran away. Wahahaha, such an easy job, Garp yelled while running away. Alexander did a makeover of the area and made lots of homes for the people. For security purposes, he made 10 godroids, human-like magical golems. These godroids would protect the housing and commercial area. Alexander also told some good people how to recycle so they could sell it and make some earnings. In the long run, it would help the Grey Terminal. Pirates rarely came to the Grey Terminal as they already had a spot to live, which was on or around Mt. Kalyabo, near Fusha village. Though currently all the pirates and bandits had hidden themselves anywhere possible due to fear from Alexander. Dobby, have we received any reports of pirate attacks? Alexander asked. No, boss. It's all calm these days, Dobby replied. Then let's sail to Rusukana. I will train these newbies there, Alexander loudly announced. All the new recruits got excited at the mention of special training, including recently arrived Garp and Sengoku. They both had bruises all over their bodies. Ha ha ha, how was the easy job? Alexander made fun of their swollen faces. The 2 didn't say anything in embarrassment and simply headed back to the ship. Both had underestimated the number of bandits living in Grey Terminal and ended up barely completing their mission. He set us up, I'm telling you, Garp complained while walking. Sengoku fist-bumped his head. You fool, we had a plan to single them out and deal with them one by one. It was you who ran to them without thinking. Wahahaha, that is what a strong man should do. Never be afraid of fights, Garp loudly claimed. Sengoku looked at Garp's swollen face in disappointment and thought, maybe I should have left him for some more beating. Rusukana Island was in the calm belt, just adjacent to Amazon Lily and not much away from Impel Down. Alexander's ship was a normal marine ship that every admiral gets. It had paddle wheels to move forward in the calm belt and sea stones lining at the bottom of the ship that kept Sea Kings away. Alexander had already left all the common sense at the back of his head after finding out about the world's geography. It was too nonsensical, and the Grand Line was just like that. Trapped in between 2 calm belts, circling the planet from northwest to southeast. It was perpendicular to the Red Line, a mountain range dividing the planet in half. The Grand Line was a weird place with extreme weather phenomena. On one island there'll be a desert and on another, there will be a snowstorm. Sir, which route should we take? His ship captain named Bald Chad asked him. Bald Chad was a 7-foot tall guy. He never had a single hair on his head ever since his birth, so his parents added bald to his name after some years, making him Bald Chad. He was very loyal to Alexander. Go straight to a nice lobby from here and then to Rusukana. No need to stop until we reach our destination. Bald Chad saluted and left. Normally he should have asked questions like how they would travel the Grand Line, but he didn't because Alexander had given him many eternal pose, a compass that only points to a particular island no matter where you are, that he bought in all these years. Paradise was a highly traveled area, so it had the location of most of the islands registered. Once everyone was on the ship, Alexander stood up facing the port of Fuchsia village. He could sense everyone with this new ability he had learned called observation haki. He saw all the pirates and thieves. Then suddenly, all people on the island except innocents stopped moving. They tried but couldn't. They continuously felt something pressing them down, and the pressure was increasing by the second. Listen, you all the pirate and bandit scums, if anyone touches any innocent on this island, I will come after you personally. A loud voice echoed throughout the island. All the concerned parties quickly understood it was a message for them. Some of them instantly collapsed on the ground as soon as the pressure disappeared. Dread filled all their hearts. Alexander just used his Conqueror Haki. It was a rare form of Haki that allows the user to exert their own willpower over others. This type of Haki cannot be attained through training. It is a power that one must be born with. Only 1 in several million people are born with this ability. But Alexander was pretty sure he had it because he was God's son. It is said that whoever possesses this type of Haki has the qualities of a king. And Alexander was a god. One with a small g for now, but still a god. Alexander didn't know how strong his Haki abilities were. He only tried them once and mastered them. For example, he was able to kill Sea Kings with just his Conqueror Haki. Alexander felt movement near him, so he turned and saw the golden trio. What is it, you three? All three had stars in their eyes. Admiral, do you have Conqueror Haki? Tsuru asked. That? Yeah, I do. What? You all want to learn it? Alexander asked. First, the three quickly nodded, but then realizing who they were asking and shook their heads. It was quite comical. Haha, I guess I should teach that before your training starts. Alexander thoughtfully said and gestured them to follow. He brought them to the open area on the deck. Alright, there are 3 kinds of Haki. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror Haki. Now, I can teach you the first 2, but the last one is something you are born with, so it depends on your luck. Now tell me, which do you want to learn first? Garp quickly spoke. Armament Haki. I've heard it makes your punch feel like steel. Sengoku interjected. Fool, who will you punch when you can't see around you? We should learn Observation Haki first. Haha, Senchan is right. However, both of these Haki are very important if you want to rise in the ranks. Remember, the stronger you are, the higher you will get. Now, stand side by side. Suddenly Tsuru picked her hand. Sir, I've heard people say that you are the strongest man in the world. Then why aren't you the fleet admiral? Sigh. Tsuru-chan, and you too. Remember, things are never as simple as they seem. If you want to know the answer to this question, then you need to reach a high position, because if I told you now, then you might lose your will to become a marine. Alright, enough chit-chat. Armament Haki is a form of Haki that allows the user to use their own spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. The best thing about this form of Haki is that it can be used to injure Devil Fruit users that are otherwise immune to ordinary physical attacks, such as Logia users. Now close your eyes and focus. Try to imagine your inner spirit covering your fist and punch these metal blocks. Suddenly 3 big metal blocks fell from thin air. The 3's eyes nearly fell out seeing them. Alright, your first job is to at least make a deep dent in it. Now start. Alexander walked away from them, brought out a nice recliner, and sat down. Beside him was a small table with chips and fire whiskey. Soon Dabi also joined on another recliner. The aroma of the whiskey made many sailors salivate, but they all kept their calm. For an hour the trio kept their eyes closed in all seriousness. The first to open was Sengoku. He quickly took a fighting stance and punched as hard as he could. Boom. It didn't make a dent, but it was still a progress. If not, then Sengoku's fist would have been crushed. After that, Tsuru went and had the same result. It was to be expected. No one could master it in an hour. Finally, it was Garp's turn. He opened his eyes and took a fighting stance. He took a long breath and finally went for it. Boom. This was by far the loudest punch. All the Marines looked at him shockingly. Crack. Ay. Garp yelled in pain. He had gotten his fist broken. Wahahaha. Alexander started laughing uncontrollably while slapping his thighs. Boy, you've got a long way to go. I saw your nose twitch at whiskey's smell. Alexander commented. He got up and walked to Garp in pain. Garp was just an energy-filled 22-year-old boy. Alexander couldn't be so heartless as to ignore his broken hand. Alright, show it to me. He checked his fist. Next time, if you aren't sure, don't do it, he said and used magic. Garp's hand started to glow in golden light and soon all the broken fingers started to fix themselves. In a few seconds, it was back to normal. Garp tried his fist by opening and closing it. He felt no pain. How did you do that, old man? It's magic, Alexander whispered. Then Garp received a fist to his head. A big bump came out. What was that for? It's admiral to you, not old man. Now get up and start practicing observation Haki. It's a form of haki that grants the user a sixth sense that allows them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others, as well as gain limited precognitive abilities. If you master it, it can also grant you the ability to see some moments in the future, he instructed. What? Can you see in the future too? Sengoku asked. Yes, I can, Sen-chan. And Garp is going to pull your mustache, Alexander warned him. Garp shockingly looked at Alexander. Whoa, you really can see the future. You bastard, I told you not to pull my glorious mustache. Sengoku roared at Garp. Easy now, you will again close your eyes and try to feel your surroundings. You three will help each other in this. When the two of you are focusing, one of you will constantly pick and drop a needle near you. He will repeat it until you catch that needle without looking. Each time you get 10 tries before changing positions. Now start. He instructed and returned back to his seat. Crunch. He again started eating chips loudly, trying to break their focus. Alexander had used his magic to propel the ship faster. Otherwise, it would have taken them months to reach their destination. Although it was still going to take them about 3 more weeks. They had come to the calm belt now and the ship was currently not moving. All the soldiers were fishing for dinner. It was also a practical test for the trio. He had handed them very long sticks with nets at the end. They were supposed to use observation haki and scoop out the fish. Huh. This is too hard. We could hardly catch the needle. How do we catch fast-moving fish in water? Tsuru complained. Oh really? As soon as they heard the voice their faces turned blue. Oh, Admiral. No, we were just. Haha. It's all right. Just keep trying. Practice makes man and woman perfect. Now, let me show you how you catch fish. Alexander grabbed Sengoku's hook and started scooping out fishes one after another. He just threw them on the deck while all the Marines scrapped to catch them and put them in the basket. It was even crazier as he was also scratching his beard with one hand at the same time, meaning that he was not even focused. He's a monster, Sengoku exclaimed. Alexander heard that Sen-chan, observation haki also makes you hear better. And no, I am not a monster. This is a monster. This time Alexander scooped out a giant sea king, though relieving to the Marines that he didn't drop it on the ship. But still, everyone's eyes were bulging out. How can you scoop that out with that small hook? Everyone questioned. Ha ha ha. I just asked him to come out, Alexander said. He then jumped to the Sea King's head. It looked like a Chinese dragon without the ability to fly. Its face also looked less scary and more cuter. Alexander petted its head. Good boy, what were you doing down there under my ship? Oh, other Sea Kings bully you? Because you are different? Well, I say you are better than them. What is your name? Alexander talked with it. Oh, so you don't have one? All right, I'll give you a name. How about Noodles? Alexander asked. The Sea King made happy noises. Haha. Do you like that one? All right, would you like to come with me, Noodles? We will travel the world and bring justice to the poor. It turns out, Noodles had a very high sense of justice and firmly nodded his giant head. Good, then keep following this ship. You also know my scent now, right? Alexander jumped back to the ship. Everyone was still extremely shocked. They had heard about people killing Sea Kings with a punch but never about befriending one. Not to mention a big one like this. It was certainly much bigger than normal Sea Kings, spanning 10 times the size of their ship. That was already the biggest one in the Marines, from today onwards. Noodles will be a part of our team, okay? Treat him with kindness and love. He prefers peace, that's why his own kind rejected him. We are better than them. Now, let's go and cook those fish. We'll throw Noodles a welcome party, he announced. No matter how messed up they thought Admiral's logic was, they all forgot everything and cheered when they heard about the party. Alexander went back to Noodles and told him about the party. But Noodles had another wish. He liked the hat Tsuru was wearing. Alexander smiled and made Noodles another huge hat with magical abilities to always stay on his head. Happy now, boy. Noodles danced around in joy. That evening, they all danced and ate like no tomorrow. Not because they were hungry, but because they had too much fish. After a week, they came near the Ice Lobby, also known as the Judicial Island. It was a government-controlled stronghold in paradise together with the Marine headquarters and Impel Down, and the headquarters of CP9. Ice Lobby is located on an island referred to as the Afternoon Island. It was a strange island located on a very deep pit in the ocean. How the island was floating in the midair, or how there was a never-filling pit in the ocean, or why the island only had an afternoon, was beyond Alexander's understanding. It was most likely made by the world government by some means. Just like other unimaginable things like the Impel Down prison which goes as deep as the ocean and the ocean was 10,000 meters deep. Or the Gates of Justice located at Marine headquarters, Ice Lobby, and Impel Down. Gates are so big that they form their own ocean current which Marine and world government used to travel quickly to the two locations. Puru. Alexander picked the Den Mushi. What do you want? Sensei, it's me. Alexander recognized the voice. Ah, Z, how are you, my boy? I am fine, Sensei. I needed a favor. Your ship is the fastest here and I need to reach Impel Down. Can you give me a ride? Z asked. Sure. Grab a boat and come to my ship. I'll wait, Alexander said and hung up. Alexander gave the signal for the ship to stop. After a few minutes, a small boat reached their ship. Alexander welcomed a purple-haired young muscular boy. Z gave him a hug. Haven't seen you in a long time, Sensei. Alexander patted his back. Haha, you seem to be rising ranks. I got the words that your name is being considered for the next admiral position. Yes, I did receive such news. Alexander took him to his seat from where he watches the trio practice. The ship moved fast to reach the impel down. It was even faster with the special Turai current. Alexander called the trio. Why are you not saluting? This man here is Vice Admiral Zephyr. He's just 31 years old. See, if you have a firm will, you can achieve anything. Z will soon become an admiral too. So look up to him and train hard. Once they were back to practice, Alexander shared drinks and food with him. How is everything at headquarters? Alexander asked. Well, Fleet Admiral Kong hates you for never picking up his call. He even threatens to cut your salary. Though I doubt he already knows you don't care about money. Z told him. Ha ha ha. If these fools think they can use me for their disgusting activities, then they can expect to never see me. Alexander laughed it off. What about you? Found any partner yet? Alexander asked further. Actually, I am planning on seeing someone. Let's see how things go. Z replied embarrassingly. Then I wish you luck. My blessings seem to work most of the time, so relax now, he joked. After a while they reached Impel Down and Z aboard the ship. They didn't ask each other what they were doing and went on their way. Alright, Bald Chad. Next stop, Rusukana, he loudly announced. In a week they reached Rusukana. It was a harsh island that has 48 seasons which change weekly. And right now, it was thunderstorm ongoing there. The trio looked at the island with a questioning gaze. They didn't know what they were supposed to do on the island. Old man, what is our training about? Garp asked. Bam *, he received a fist on the head. Your training here is about survival. This island has animals so strong that even some marine vice admirals would not be able to defeat them. Not to mention, the seasons here change every week. Right now there is lightning and in a few days, it could probably snow. You will live on the island for a month and use your haki to defend and train. Alexander instructed them. Dobby walked up to them and gave them a backpack each and spoke. These bags have necessary equipment like a tent, firestone, first aid, and a small amount of rations. You will always be under my and Admiral's eyes, so be careful. If you do well, then we might even take you to a special training camp at HQ. Good luck. Although there were around 10 new recruits, they were all weak. Alexander could only feel strength from Tsuru, Sengoku, and Garp, so he decided to cultivate them. That is why he was spending so much time on them. Blue Fang, leave them on the island and return, Alexander ordered. Yes, sir. Let's go, kids. Blue Fang took a small dinghy and rowed to the island. Garp was enthusiastic as always. Same with Sengoku. Both only thought about finding a good place and living the remaining days in ease. But Tsuru had a thought in mind, thinking, why this island? What was so special that it could train them? Sure, there were animals, but they can't be that dangerous, right? Roar. Wrong. She exclaimed and was alerted. They saw a giant lion, growling at them. Its eyes were bloodshot red, showing its bloodthirsty state. Haha, it's just a lion. My fist can make dents in metal, he's just meat. Let's eat him today. Garp haughtily stretched his arm and walked towards the lion. Roar. Stop him, Sengoku, that lion is not simple. Did you forget what Sensei said? Even vice admirals can't beat the animals here. Tsuru spoke. Sengoku quickly ran after Garp. Meanwhile, Garp prepared to punch the oncoming lion. Little by little, when the lion got too close, Garp finally realized that his punch wouldn't work. The lion's mouth alone was big enough to swallow him whole. Boom. The lion pounced on him. But at the right moment, Sengoku grabbed him and leapt away. They quickly started running from the lion. On the other side, Tsuru started making some sound traps to distract the lion away from them. Then she threw it at the lion's tail. Now the lion kept on thinking that the target was behind him and ignored them for a second. That was all they needed, and they ran like there was no tomorrow. The three went as far as they could from there and dug a cave for themselves and put a big boulder as a door. They sat down in a circle with grave looks on their faces. We are supposed to live here for a whole month, Garp said in a monotonous voice. And we only have rations for 1 week, Sengoku added. So this means we need to prepare during this week. Observation haki and armament haki are the only things that can make us stronger. Right now, we are at the bottom of the food chain on this island. Tsuru shared her thoughts. Sengoku clenched his fist and firmly spoke. I am 22, if that Z can become an admiral at just 32, then I will aim to become the fleet admiral. Justice shall reign under me. Garp looked at him. Well, I will beat you to it then. Wahahaha. Bam. Tsuru punched his face. You can't even survive and dream of becoming fleet admiral. Tsuru-chan, what is your goal? Garp asked. I just wanted to bring pirates back to the good path, she slowly said, thinking that the two would laugh, but they didn't. Haha. Then let's drink water. Vice Admiral by the age of 30. If any of us loses, then they'd give 70% of their salary for a year to others, Garp suggested. They quickly took out their water pouches and clanked it. After their small cheering session, the trio sat down to start focusing on their observation haki. Back on the ship near the island, Alexander was teaching Noodles how to fight. Noodles had his fangs but didn't know how to use them. Puru. What? Alexander answered the Den Mushi. Admiral Universe. You have new orders. A world noble wants to see the Fishman Island. You are the closest admiral. I want you to escort him there. Fleet Admiral Kong spoke. I am busy. Alexander uninterestingly replied. His answer infuriated Kong. This is an order from above. You must follow it through. Alexander sipped on his drink and answered, oh no, I see a pirate ship. I must go and bring them to justice. He cut the call. Alexander looked back at Noodles. No Noodles, that's a practice dummy. You need to fight it, not hug it and make friends. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Bam. So, he refused. A voice came. Kong looked at the man sitting on the sofa, the current chief of CP9. I am telling you, do not provoke him. The world government cannot afford to make him their enemy no matter what he does. If it were me, I'd suggest inducting him as a world noble. With his power, the world government would never have to worry about anything. Kong warned Azrael. That was his code name, meaning the Angel of Death. He had never failed any assassination mission and was extremely loyal to the world government. Oh, you look scared. I didn't expect that from the fleet admiral and possibly the next commander-in-chief. Azrael mocked. But even he knew that he would be able to defeat Kong. The man was so strong that it had blinded the world government to bring him under the fold no matter what. I'm not scared. I'm telling the truth. Not many people know this, but there is a reason why the world government tolerates him. I may publicly be called the strongest marine, but I am nowhere near him. Before I got promoted, I had thought that he would become the fleet admiral. But then I got the promotion. I was not satisfied, so I went to him and challenged him for a duel. Do you want to know what happened? I lost. I lost miserably. First, he toyed with me by dodging anything I threw at him. Then with just one punch from him, I was down. Unable to wake up, with a punctured liver and damaged kidneys. That's the kind of monster he is. Kong clutched his fist as he remembered that embarrassment. But he also respected the old man for that. Because after fighting him, his fire to get stronger reignited. Azrael was gobsmacked by this intel. He was the chief of CP9 and yet didn't know about this. Meaning that this was a secret of the highest level, and if he spread it then to any non-world government member, then it meant only death for him. But he also had another idea now. Becoming the chief of CP0 sounds nice. It seems I'll have to work for my promotion now. Kong didn't know what Azrael was thinking and just continued. So I'm telling you to stay away from him. I will. Keep your words in mind. Take care, Fleet Admiral. Azrael left. 1 week later. Back on the island, the trio had practiced as hard as they could to master their haki. Their practice included trying to crack a 5-ton boulder in half and trying to observe 5 kilometers of the area around them. This time they didn't disappoint Alexander as they were successful. The three had also developed good teamwork. Now was the time to start rising up in the food chain. Not just to get stronger, but because they had run out of food. But their problems weren't just the animals. Since 3 days ago, the climate of the island had changed, and now it was heavily snowing. They didn't have thick clothes, so looking for furry animals was also on their agenda. There's a pack of 5 wolves 5 kilometers in that direction. We can get them all if we make a surprise attack. Tsuru proposed. All right, let's do this. They all agreed. The wolves were quite strong and they were barely able to beat them all. They quickly picked up all the bodies and ran back to their cave, as other animals might get attracted to the smell of blood. Not to mention they themselves were injured. One of the wolves had also cut Garp near his eye. Thankfully it was not too deep. That night, they cooked the meat in their small cave and ate until their heart's content. After all, they were just staying alive on simple military rations for the past week and it had no meat. They also made themselves nice clothes from wolf's fur. This will last us 2 days, Sengoku assessed their rations. Garp was too busy eating, so he didn't say anything. Tsuru started. Yes, we will keep practicing and getting stronger while gathering food. Let's just hope we don't meet the apex predators of this island before we get strong enough. Wahahaha. Just like that lion, right? This time I will beat him for sure. Garp commented and picked another big chunk of meat. Sengoku and Tsuru just shook their heads. This was a typical Garp for them. Boss, they have passed the level 1, Dabi reported. Haha, the game has just begun. I've divided that island's animals into 6 levels. 1, 5 and S. Let's hope they don't meet that S anytime soon, or else I'll have to go there. Alexander revealed. Well, they are currently in Lion's territory, so they won't meet S anytime soon. S lives too far away from them up at the mountain. Dabi added. Yes, but it also comes down from there sometimes. Roaar. Garp jumped and uppercut punched the Wolf King in the jaws. In the past few days, they had dealt with quite a few wolves. This made the Wolf King to come out. The Wolf King was a level 4 animal of the island. Now, Sengoku, Garp shouted. Sengoku jumped down from a tree with his fist out, covered in armament haki. His fist fell straight on top of the Wolf King's head, making a big dent in its skull. Now Tsuru, Sengoku called out. Tsuru, standing behind a tree, pulled the vine and multiple sharpened logs started to swing, many of them piercing the Wolf King. Some more punches from them won them the battle. This one was not that hard. Sengoku clapped his hands clean. Yes, let's take it and cook. Garp went ahead to pick it up, but he suddenly stopped midway. Everyone, hide. The lion is coming here, he informed the others. They quickly jumped onto the branch of a tall tree. Soon the same lion they saw on their first day appeared. It started to smell and examine the dead wolf. It licked its wounds like it was assessing who killed the Wolf King. He then suddenly looked straight at the trio on the tree branch. The trio knew they would have to fight, so they jumped straight on top of him with punches out. Garp landed on its head, Sengoku on its back, and Tsuru went for the eye. The most damage was from Tsuru. The eye was its weakest spot, and now the lion only had one eye temporarily. They took advantage of the lion's confusion and beat him up. It took a lot of effort and energy. Soon the lion got scared and ran away like an injured dog. The three took a sigh of relief, knowing that they were running out of energy. I'm done for today. Let's just go back. Garp proposed. Yes, let's go. Sengoku agreed. They picked up the huge wolf king and started going to their cave. Unknown to them that a smart predator was secretly following them. Alexander's ship. Boss, the S has left the mountain. It's currently following the trio. Dobby reported. Alexander expanded his haki to cover the whole island. These idiots, why aren't they still using the observation haki? I'll have to go, it seems. He put down the newspaper and flew to the island. The three were carelessly cooking meat in their cave. Their cave now looked more like a luxury apartment with wolf pelts everywhere. Haha, today was a close one, Tsuru-chan. It was, Garp. Only 3 more days left now. Let's train and conquer this island, she stated. Yes, we see a, boom. Suddenly their cave door was blown away. Now a giant T-Rex's head was trying to enter the cave. They didn't think anything and quickly punched the head repeatedly until they had a way to get out of the locked cave. Once out they saw the behemoth dinosaur. I thought these were extinct, Sengoku shouted, his nerves popping out upon his head. Not this one, apparently. Tsuru interjected and went to attack it. Thinking that like other mindless beasts, it too would charge at them. But instead, it backed up some steps, dodging Tsuru and countering with his huge claws. Garp jumped in time to save her but his back still got heavily scratched. The T-Rex then instantly opened its jaws to eat them. Sengoku horrifyingly watched all that unfold. He felt helpless at that moment. Something he had vowed to never feel again since those bad days in his childhood. For that, he learned martial arts from a small age. But it seems it wasn't enough. He angrily looked at the T-Rex and shouted as loud as he could. Stoop. For some reason, due to his loud roar, the T-Rex seemed to stop and show fear. Sengoku at that moment ran to get Garp and Tsuru up. But the T-Rex came out of the stupor and now had the 3 of them in his close range. It went to eat them with open jaws. The trio turned blue after seeing no options out. At that moment they truly realized why no one could conquer this island till now. They looked at the huge jaws falling over them slowly. Boom. Suddenly something fell from the sky and landed in front of them. The person with a marine trench coat with golden stars on shoulders. Only one person dressed like that. It was Alexander. The moment he appeared he jumped and gave a powerful punch to the T-Rex's head. A huge bump swelled upon his head. The T-Rex cried in pain with his short hands touching his head. That hurts, boss. I told you to only pretend to eat them and not actually eat them, Gary. Alexander reprimanded. But I thought they were food, Gary the T-Rex replied. Still, on the ground, the trio had their jaws fall to the floor. They could not believe that the dinosaur just spoke. Alexander then noticed them. Get up you 3. Meet Gary. He ate some weird devil fruit and became ageless. His mind evolved and started understanding humans and speaking their language. Now to you 3, do you know that Gary was following you 3 since you returned to your cave? You made the mistake of not keeping observation haki up when returning because your minds were at ease thinking all the trouble is gone. Although your performance in this test is above average, you all still made many mistakes. For this you deserve punishment. Bam bam bam. All 3 had tall bumps coming out of their heads now. That was this old man's fist of love. This will make you not forget the lessons you learned here. Now let's go back to the ship. We're done here. By the way, good job awakening Conqueror's haki, Sen-chan. Garp and Tsuru looked at Sengoku with shock. Sengoku himself was shocked. What? When? When you made Gary scared for a second by your scream. That was Conqueror's haki. Now let's go. Hey, boss, you promised. Gary stopped them. Yes, I remember Gary. I'll find you a mate later. Now here you go, your meat trees. Alexander waved his hand and many tall meat trees grew out from the ground. There you go. Goodbye, Gary. Alexander and his students returned to the ship and he sent them to clean up. Behind them, Gary waved his small hands and shouted goodbye. Then he looked around. A huge lion, gorilla, and crocodile had appeared. Roar. Go away, runts. These are my trees. Gary roared and scared them away and then smirked. Ha, weaklings. When will he find me a mate? Once again Bald Chad appeared to ask for the destination. Where to, Admiral? Amazon Lily. It's not too far from here. Alexander instructed. Why go to the island of women? Dobby asked. Because they are stuck in the calm belt and don't get to make much trade. That's why. I can probably help them. Alexander explained. I'll tell Brian to prepare an economic agreement then, Dobby said, understanding what Alexander was planning and went into Fihame. Alexander was secretly planning on running a trading company around the known world. The agreed party would have the right to buy anything from the catalog he gives while he will sell whatever they will make. He was starting with Amazon Lily because they were vulnerable and needed what he was going to offer. Amazon Lily was just a bit to the east of his location. It didn't take long for them to appear near the secluded island. For now, they had pretty good privacy but in the future, they will have to do something if the world's technology improves. He had learned from his admiral's guide that the current empress of the Kuja tribe was Gloriosa, a short lady with unknown power. They anchored the ship near the beach and took a small boat to the shore. Dobby and the trio were coming along with him. Alright you 3, this island doesn't welcome men and outsiders in general so be careful. If you fall into a mess, I won't save you this time. Got it. Yes sir, they saluted in unison. Alexander went straight into the main housing area of the island. Only women were there, who were looking and gawking at them as they passed by. They soon reached the stairs of the Kuja Palace. That was where they first faced resistance. Halt, why have you come here? Men are not allowed on this island. The guard barked. Alexander and his party seemed too relaxed. Ah, you may have recognized me from my uniform. I am an admiral from the headquarters. I pretty much have the authority to go anywhere, however, I will not force myself here. Go and inform your empress that I have a proposal for her. The guard nodded and sent some underlings to the palace. She knew angering an admiral was not a good thing. After a while, they were allowed to go into the palace. Though only Alexander was allowed to see the empress while others were taken to a dining room. Alexander came to the throne room-like area. There were many snakes there as the Kuja tribe worshipped snakes. He wondered if they would have started worshipping Medusa if she was there. Soon a voice from behind the curtain came. What has our small island done to garner the attention of an admiral? We still have a month left to pay the heavenly tribute. Alexander felt a bit of fear in that voice, but again, knowing the corruption in Marine and the world government, he could imagine them not having good experiences. This heavenly tribute was also something he heard for the first time. He hadn't really learned much about how the world was governed until now. It seems I need to do some research. Ha ha ha. Nothing to fear, Empress of Kuja. I am not like my counterparts. I also didn't come here for official work but more of personal business. Alexander revealed. This attracted the Empress's undivided attention. We are a poor kingdom in the middle of the calm belt. Neither can we buy nor sell much. What business can attract you, Admiral Universe? She finally walked out of the curtain. Her height was very short and Alexander reckoned she was probably just in her late teens. Call me Gloriosa. Now, what business do you want to talk about? Ha ha ha. Alright, little Empress. I have a proposal. I can sell you food like various grains and other seeds at a normal market price. You will receive the delivery right here too. You'll just need to reserve a giant warehouse. Alexander said. Gloriosa's plain face gained some hopeful look. How? Magic. Just take my word on that. Alexander stated. No matter how amazing your proposal sounds, we cannot just buy it. We will go bankrupt. Right now we only spend what we make. She told him about her problem. It seems Brian will have to start working now, Alexander thought. Then let's do this. I've seen your Kuja tribe's clothing. They are really good, especially that embroidery work. I'm telling you, they will sell like hotcakes in the right places. How about this? You make as many clothes as you can and give them to me. I will sell them outside, and I will keep a 10% profit while return 90% to you, he suggested. Now Gloriosa's eyes were bulging out. This offer was too good to be true. And she was somewhat right. If it was anyone else, this profit ratio would not have even been considered. But because Alexander didn't lack wealth in any way, he just didn't care. It wasn't like he was going to spend money on transporting stuff. Magic was more than enough for that. He had too many unsullied droids and seraphs just resting in Fahame as well. Now was the time to open kind heart shops all around the world. More like malls to be precise. He will publicly declare that they are under his protection, so it'll be all cool. Also, take these designs for more stylish clothes. He handed her a small booklet with many Asian cloth designs. Take this booklet too, it has all the stuff I will be selling. Every day, just make a list of what you want and in what quantity and put that list in the closed reserved warehouse. You will find your goods there the next day. Deal? He asked while waiting for a handshake. Gloriosa's mind ran at full speed in thinking whether this was going to be a deal that would make their lives better or it was a trap. But she thought about all the news related to the Admiral Universe, nicknamed the kind old Admiral. She took a leap of faith and shook hands with him. Deal. Ha ha ha. Good. However, let me tell you, a man named Brian will come with a contract and stuff. He will tell you all the remaining details. If you have any other problem at any time, then use this. This mirror will contact me when you call my name on it. He handed her a two-way mirror. She meekly took it like it was a grand treasure. It wasn't every day you get a means to contact an admiral. Due to Alexander's old habit, he patted her head. You won't regret this, little Empress. Now let's go and eat something. After that, they entered where Dobby and the trio were eating. He came behind Garp and gave a punch to his head. Damn it, Garp, stop picking your nose while eating. Are you a monkey? Well, he has monkey in his name, so he probably is, Tsuru disgustfully added. Wahahaha. Tsuru-chan, this is my style, you won't understand. Garp loudly claimed. Alexander shook his head and sat with them. You three will be sent to Marineford for special training to learn Rokushiki. I will only train you until we reach there. After 3 years of training there, you will have to take an exam. In it, all that matters is your strength. The higher it is, the higher your starting rank will be. That's how I directly became an admiral. Sensei, can't we be in your crew? Sengoku asked. Sigh. Yes you can, but I will not accept you, he stated. The three quickly stopped eating and turned serious. Why? Because we are weak. Alexander sighed. No, because you three are very strong and have the talent to grow more. If you stay with me you will never get promoted, as I have a very bad reputation among the higher UPS. The moment you deboard this ship at Marineford you will stop being my crew. I'm also warning you, do not tell anyone that you trained under me or know me closely. You will be targeted otherwise. The three were confused at the moment. They couldn't understand why a Marine Admiral would have his own people against him. It wasn't really their fault either, they had just ventured into the sea so their knowledge about anything was pretty much non-existent. Don't ever forget, if you ever need my help, just call me up. You three are like my own children now. We may not have spent too much time together but that's how I see you three. Now let's eat or the food will turn cold. Garp, Tsuru, and Sengoku kept on looking at Alexander with smiles. They promised themselves that they would make him proud, that they will become good Marines like him. After eating they departed the island and started their journey to Marineford. It wasn't very far away but he ordered the captain to move slowly. He was going to give personal lessons to them now. Alright, come here. Try to hit me with your best attack and I will show you how your opponent may counter. Your target is to make the best defenses and offense. He waited for them but they didn't come to attack him. He looked where they were looking. It was a pirate ship at a distance. Bald Chad, catch up with it, Alexander ordered. You three, ready to catch your first pirate? He asked them. Hell yeah. The three exclaimed at the same time that they came to the pirate ship. It wasn't that big, they were probably some low-level pirates. However, it was rare to see them so close to Marineford or impel down. Alexander let the trio jump onto the ship and deal with it while he relaxed. For a while, many screams came from the pirate ship but after some time, they stopped. However, the trio didn't come out either. He got interested and went in to check up. As he got closer he started to hear some noise. Sengoku, that is my strawberry. I will eat it. Tsuru-chan, that one is also mine. Garp ran here and they're trying to eat the food on the ship. Garp, you have gotten far too greedy. To teach you a lesson, we must eat this in front of you. Tsuru said. Tsuru-chan is right. Sengoku also agreed. They both proceeded to eat the fruits. But the next moment they both were coughing. Such nasty taste. Why did they have this thing here? They complained. Bam bam bam. The three received a fist to their heads. You fools. You just ate devil fruits. Now you can never swim. Wayayot. They exclaimed together. They looked at the remaining part of the fruit which had now started to turn gooey. Why the hell do these pirates have 2 devil fruits? Sengoku questioned. He went to an unconscious pirate and woke him up with slaps. Why do you have 2 devil fruits? He asked. We stole them from a marine ship that was transporting them. The pirate muttered before falling back unconscious. Sigh, it seems like it was your bad day. Let's go now. We'll have to see which devil fruit you two ate. Wahahaha. That's what you get for eating my food. Garp laughed and soon received a beating from them. Alexander brought them to his office on the ship and took out a catalog of the known devil fruits. Marine had gathered this data over many centuries. Alright, let's see. Sengoku's looked like a strawberry and a mushroom. Here it is. Human fruit, model, Buddha, is a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit that allows user to transform into a giant, living, golden Buddha, gaining an extreme boost in strength to match the size. In this form, your limbs will grow out of proportion, giving you abnormally large arms and relatively tiny legs. It apparently has no weakness except the same water problem. Alexander read out loud. Sengoku clenched his fist. So, I will get stronger with this. If that's the case, I don't mind not being able to swim. Once you learn Jeppo, one of Rokushiki, you will be able to walk in thin air so you don't have to worry about falling in water, Alexander told them, much to their relief. Admiral, what about my fruit? Tsuru asked. Oh, yours looked like a ball, right? Here you go, wash fruit. Paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to literally wash and hang out to dry people and objects as if they were clothes, making the user a laundry human. It will allow Tsuru-chan to make people and objects like clothes. It would seem to render her victims unable to fight back or move. There's also a note, villains who have been dried get their hearts a little bit cleaner as well, their evil hearts become fainter, so it's a dangerous ability against pirates. This has no weakness either. Alexander looked at the two. It seems you two are in luck. Your fruits are something that can greatly help you in your fights to come. Now you just need to learn how to use it. Let's try it out then. Tsuru excitedly interjected. From there they went to the deck and brought the caught pirates for Tsuru. She went ahead and turned one of them into clothes. Like they were just washed. Their evil also seemed to lessen a bit. On the other hand, Alexander had to personally help check Sengoku's power. He turned into a giant Buddha and felt a great power. But Alexander didn't let him feel invincible as he defeated Sengoku within a single move. You three still got a lot to learn. Now forget these fruits and start practicing haki. After this, I will introduce you to Rokushiki for a bit. Go. For the rest of their journey, Alexander heavily trained the three. He also taught them a bit about Rokushiki so they can have a small advantage in their training. Alexander didn't even get down from his ship when they reached Marineford. Alright, you three. Give me a nice victory pose for the picture. I will frame this to embarrass you in the future. Alexander told them. Tsuru and Sengoku had gotten a bit emotional by then. Garp, however, was still smiling as always. Go and become stronger, kids. I wish you luck. Alexander wished. The three surprisingly came to him and gave him a hug. Thank you, Admiral, for your lessons. Thanks, old man, Garp added. He just gave them another fist of love and let them go. Go and make me proud. After all that was done, he appeared back in Fihame. It had been many days since he came in. Ahahaha. He heard giggles from the garden and saw Jenny and other girls playing tag. They noticed him and came running to him. Grandpa. Alexander picked little Jenny in his arms and looked at Amy and Golly, where is Rena? Oh, Uncle Brian took her with him for a business deal signing you told him about, Amy informed. Oh, then let's hope she doesn't eat up all the food in Amazon Lily, he loudly thought. Alexander then went to his workshop and started making miniature malls that can expand with Pym particles. With this, they can set up their stores anywhere with ease. He made about 100 of them for now. His androids will man these while Seraphs will manage. Brian will be the overall overseer of the whole operation. Alexander was just trying to help some poor kingdoms with this and also gather intel with it. After setting up an assembly line for production, he returned to his ship. His stop was Sabayati Archipelago. He wanted to buy some books from there and he was sure he'd find them there. Boss, it seems we're being followed. Dobby voiced. I know, Dobby. It's probably someone from headquarters. Although I don't think they are sent by the Marines or the world government. Let's see if they do something stupid. Alexander shrugged. Their ship was very fast and they reached the Sabayati Archipelago in a few hours. Sabayati Archipelago was the final island in paradise, close to the Red Line. Though it is called an archipelago, it was actually a massive mangrove forest growing out from the middle of the ocean with each tree of the forest serving as an island on which people live. Since it is just a group of trees and not an island like those found in the Grand Line, it has no magnetic pole for which to affect a log pose, compass that works in Grand Line. Due to the place being in close proximity to the part of the Red Line bordering the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, it was a highly visited rest stop for all sorts of travelers to prepare before entering the New World. Aside from its unique environment and it being a booming business hub, it was many times visited by the world nobles. Alexander's ship went to Grove 60 to 69. It was a marine operating area. Like any other place, the arrival of an admiral was a big thing and the news swept the whole archipelago. All the pirates currently on the archipelago hid themselves or kept low. Let's go to Grove 30. There's a shopping mall. I'm pretty sure I'll find some books there, Alexander stated. Blue Fang, stay on the ship and watch out for any suspicious activity, Alexander instructed and left with Dobby. Grove 30 to 39 was Sabayati Park, an amusement park with bubble-based attractions. It usually attracts many tourists. He went to a random bookshop and started to scoop up any book he felt was useful. About the geography, New World, supposed stories of the Treasure Island, and finally, the working of a kingdom, a book for visiting princes and princesses. However, Alexander was more interested in the treasure book. He quickly opened it and started reading while Dobby searched for a book of his liking. He was surprised to see that an island was mentioned in the book. It was supposedly in the New World and finding it was impossible. It is said it was filled with lots of treasure left by a big pirate many years ago. He was so engrossed in the book that he didn't realize how much time had passed. Hey, reading without paying is banned here. A young girl possibly 10 years old came and shouted. Alexander came out of his trance and looked at her. Yes. I am going to buy these. But before he even got up the shop owner came who was probably the father of the child. His eyes fell out when he recognized Alexander. Please forgive me, she's small, she didn't know who you are. The man started prostrating. The little girl looked confused and fearfully looked at her father, not knowing what mistake she had made. Alexander kindly went to the man and helped him get up. She was doing her job. Reading without buying is truly a bad thing. But do teach her about the people she should not talk to. It is me, that's why there is no problem. But imagine if it was some other marine or world noble. Alexander's mention of world noble made him start sweating. Yes, Admiral. I will train her better. Alexander then sat near the little girl and patted her. You did good, Mimi. But don't be rude to people next time. Here, take this. He handed her a lollipop, gave the money, and left, leaving behind the father and daughter. Mimi happily ate her candy while her father sighed in relief. Thank God it was the kind old admiral, the man thought. Alexander stayed at Sabayati Archipelago for the night. He went to Grove 70. It was supposed to have hotels of the worst quality to the best you can ask for in the world. He obviously chose the best as he didn't lack money. The night was spent nicely. But in the morning he received a call from Blue Fang. Boss, the people who were following us just aboard their ship and entered Sabayati. Should we follow them? He asked. No, Blue Fang. They are probably here for me, so following them is useless. All right, eat your breakfast, I'll deal with them and return. He instructed and hung up. Dobby, keep an eye around. I don't want any innocent people to get hurt. He ordered. They slowly headed back to the Grove 60 Marine Base. Alexander didn't take the straight route and instead chose to go through the Grove 1 to 9. It was a lawless area with mostly pirates visiting. Once in the lawless area, Alexander finally started to feel someone following him. It was certainly not a pirate as they were all hiding for their lives. Alexander's observation hacky told him that he'd receive an attack from his left side soon. He truly did, and a masked man in a white suit came towards him with his leg out, apparently to kick him. The kick was one of the Rokushiki aka 6 powers abilities that the world government uses. The kick was Storm Leg. In this, the user kicks with enough speed and force that it creates a wind that can even slice metal. But sad for whoever the attacker was, Alexander's body was a lot harder than metal. Whoops, be careful lad, it might hurt someone, Alexander said as he caught the leg with his hand and threw the masked man away. Azrael was confident in his kick. He had fully mastered the Rokushiki. But somehow Admiral still caught his leg. Let's see how he deals with this then. Not many people had known but he had eaten vaku vaku fruit. It gave him the ability to create a bubble of vacuum anywhere near him. That is how he beat even those opponents who were stronger than him. This is why he came to attack Alexander even after being warned by Kong. He was just confident in his abilities and the fact that no one can live without air. He pointed his palm at Alexander. Alexander sensed something strange around him. He quickly felt what it was and couldn't help but laugh. He would have died if he was a normal human, but not anymore. Ha 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 ha. If this is how you thought you would kill me, then I am disappointed. But, by doing this you have shown that you wanted to kill me. And you also have a pretty high sin, so say goodbye to the land of the living. Alexander proclaimed. Israel, Category 3. Murder, 3,678. Indirect murder, 4,789. Torture, 678. Enslaving, 167. R*P, 34. Sin percentage, 68%. Alexander raised his palm at the man named Israel. He didn't really know him. Sure, he knows CP9 and other organizations, but not the people in them. He cast a silent Oxio and Israel's body flew directly into Alexander's palm. He quickly put him in a time torture first. In it, he would go through all the happy moments of his life, like opening his birthday present or getting a promotion in the job, but before reaching the best part he would die due to sudden vacuum around his head. This went on for 10 years for Israel while only a minute passed outside. Once he was back to normal consciousness he started crying and begging, "Please let me go, I will give up my position to you. Why you can be the chief of CP9? Please let me go." Alexander made a disappointed face. Pathetic, you can't even face your death like a man. Snap. Alexander snapped his neck with ease and ended his life. He finally took the mask off and recognized the man. He had seen him at headquarters once. But then Alexander felt something leaving Israel's body. It was like a small block of invisible energy. It hovered above Israel's chest for a minute and then suddenly flew towards a banana in a nearby man's hand. Alexander instantly realized it was the soul of the devil fruit. He looked at the banana-holding man with deadly eyes. "Can I have that banana?" he asked. The man was a small-time pirate with big dreams. Forget the big almighty admiral. He hadn't even seen a rear admiral in all his life. And now here he was, right in front of one of the strongest beings alive. He couldn't say anything as his legs gave away. Tip, tip. The sound of water dripping started to come from below him. He looked down and unknowingly he had peed himself. Alexander looked at all that with shock and finally facepalmed himself, reprimanding himself for even asking. He just used the magic and the banana flew away from the man's hand and came to him. He looked at the banana and sure enough, it was changing. Not in shape but in texture. It was losing its yellow color and becoming blue with curly lines on it. He just put it in his dimensional pocket and headed back to the dead body. "What should we do, Dobby? We can't throw it into the sea, so many people saw us," Alexander said, not asking a question but generally discussing it. Dobby thought for a second while scratching his beard. "Boss, so many people saw him attacking you, an admiral, that was enough to get a death sentence according to marine law. You should call Fleet Admiral and just inform him. You know, Dobby, sometimes I wonder why you elves remained under the wizards for so long. You clearly have pretty smart brains." Alexander praised him. "That probably has something to do with our nature of preserving life," Dobby replied. He had been looking for this answer himself. Alexander took out his den mushy and called Kong. "Ah, King Kong, it's Admiral Universe." Alexander greeted. Fleet Admiral Kong thought Alexander was calling him a king as a sign of respect and he liked that, so he didn't get angry. "Speak, Admiral." "Ah, well, I was in Sabayati Archipelago and this guy attacked me. He's pretty strong, I'd say he's as strong as other admirals. So as standard protocol I countered and unfortunately, he died. He was wearing a mask so I didn't know who he was until he died." Kong interrupted him. "Get to the point." "Well, it was Israel of CP9. Alexander's words shocked Kong out of his seat. "Wait. I don't think I heard right, you said you killed Israel." "I didn't kill him, King Kong. He attacked me and I defeated him. There are plenty of eyewitnesses to confirm that," Alexander clarified. "God damn it, why did you kill him? You could have caught him, I know you are strong enough for that." Kong yelled on the other side. "What's done is done, I only called you to ask what to do with his body," Alexander straight up told him. He was also sounding less goofy now, which made Kong also get serious. "Bring his body to Marineford. I will inform the higher UPS," Kong said and was about to hang, but "Wait, Fleet Admiral Kong, I am not done yet. Tell me, was this attack ordered by you or someone else up in the food chain?" Alexander inquired. Kong nearly got chills hearing the cold voice and remembered the true strength of Admiral Universe. "No, I didn't do that, neither did any higher UPS. He did it on his own. In fact, I warned him. We can talk more after you come here, Admiral." "All right, I'll be there by noon." Alexander hung up. He looked at Israel's body. This fool really came on his own. "Boss, you are a golden apple that everyone wants to eat. The government wants to rid you while the pirates want to kill you to get famous," Dobby remarked. "And I am yet to meet someone who can withstand more than one punch of mine," Alexander stated and grabbed Israel's body. They started walking to their ship with the body dragging with them. All the pirates there were scared shitless from the scene. Many would stop being pirates from that day. Alexander appeared on the docks at Marineford by noon. It was the Marine headquarters from where the Fleet Admiral commanded. He deboarded his ship and headed to the Fleet Admiral's office. Behind him were some Marines carrying the body bag. On his way, he saw the training field and saw the trio working out. They didn't notice him, however. He entered and saw the other admirals were there too. Surprisingly, he saw Z in Admiral's cloak. Ha ha ha, Z, my boy, you got promoted. Alexander congratulated him. Z stiffly just shook his hand and didn't say anything as it was not the right time. Alexander didn't wait for any of them to speak and sat down on a nice seat. So, what's the problem? Your killing of Azrael has really made the higher UPS angry. But they can also not ignore the fact that he attacked you with intent to kill. Your salary will get 70% reduction as a punishment for not capturing him and killing him. Kong informed him. Alexander just shrugged and took out an apple from his bag to eat. Sure, not like I care about my salary. Did you find out why he did this though? Sigh. That fool thought that killing you would earn him a promotion, though I can't deny the fact that he might have gotten it if he was successful. Admiral Universe, I am saying this out of respect for you. The 5 elders aren't happy with you. They are just tolerating you until they find a solution. Please don't make any more trouble. Kong nearly pleaded. It was really rare for him to act this way. It seemed he really respected him. Well, Kong, with how things are, I might just take retirement before they find a way to deal with me. I am as much disappointed in the world government as they say they are in me, he bluntly stated. If this was anyone else they might have faced consequences, but who would punish Alexander? Besides Alexander, Z quietly admired his sensei. Z had trained under Alexander when he was young, and since those days Alexander was his role model. Why don't you go to the New World, sensei? There are many pirates who need a fist of justice, Z suggested. Kong nodded at that. The more Alexander was away from the Marineford and Marijoys, the less likely there was going to be trouble. It is decided then, starting next year, you will be stationed at G5. You are an admiral, so we cannot send you too far from Marineford, but you will be keeping an eye on all pirate activity in the New World. Kong ordered. All right, but I have a request, Alexander said. Kong gestured to him to speak. I will take my own ship. I will also not tell you how I made it. Kong simply agreed instantly. Why would he fret over a simple ship? Knock knock. A vice admiral entered the room. He was Kong's assistant. He said something in Kong's ears which made him go red. Damn it, Universe. I told you to follow that celestial dragon. He was attacked in the Ryago Kingdom by someone. It is your mess, now you must solve it. Go. Kong screeched. Alexander rolled his eyes and walked out while muttering, what's so special about them? Let 1 or 2 die. All the people in the room acted like they didn't hear him. Alexander returned to his ship. Bald Chad, bubble up the ship. We're going to Fishman Island. No need to hurry, take your time. What if the world noble died? They would call a buster call at the Ryago Kingdom. Dobby voiced his concern. Then I will stop that buster call. Anyways, I'll include the Ryago Kingdom in my business empire as well. This world's purity is at puny 30%. This means it needs to be changed on a micro level. For this, simply destroying the government is not an option. First, we need to learn why this is the case, and honestly I am interested in knowing how these devil fruits came to be. Alexander blabbered. Well, we might have to find out how this whole world came to be then. It's just too weird and illogical. I read in a book that you can actually go to the moon here with a balloon, and there are also sky islands. Sometimes I feel like leaving you and going on exploring. Dobby excitedly said. Ha ha ha. Don't worry my friend, we will have our adventure soon. Besides, aren't we already on one? We're going to a freaking city 10,000 meters down in the ocean, ruled by mermaids. And we will be traveling there in a ship covered with a bubble. Can it ever get more adventurous than that? Alexander said. Blue Fang also walked in. You are right, sir. Even in my years of space exploration I've never come across a planet like this. Nothing makes sense here. Ha ha ha. Then let's get used to it. No matter what, we gotta live here. Alexander patted both their shoulders. Soon after the ship was ready, they started going down and navigated towards the opening in the red line from where they could enter. Halfway through he noticed Noodles also following them. Noodles, go back. I told you to stay at the HQ. But Noodles seemed to ignore him and happily followed the ship. Alexander sighed. Alright, you've already come this far. The journey to the bottom of the ocean went smoothly. They entered the Fishman Island with relative ease. But Alexander had delayed his arrival by a whole day and he wasn't sure if the world noble was alive now. The Ryago Kingdom. Saint Notaran, a celestial dragon, wanted to see the Fishman Island and get himself some nice mermaids as slaves after he lost a bid in the Sabayati Archipelago's slave house. So like any other overly spoiled celestial dragon, he demanded to go and get a slave himself. His plan seemed to have worked until he saw the fiancée of King Neptune, Princess Otohim. Saint Notaran lusted over her and demanded that she be handed over to him. It enraged King Neptune, who was a giant 40-foot-tall merman. He beat Saint Notaran up. However, when his anger calmed down he realized what he had done. What calamity he had brought upon his kingdom. I will go with him, Neptune. For the safety of our people. Otohim proposed to her soon-to-be husband. Otohim, you know what they will do to you. I can't let this happen. No. King Neptune denied. Then what option do we have? He has already called the Marines. They will send an admiral now. I can't see so many of us die just because of me. She persuaded him. Saint Notaran seemed to recover from his unconsciousness and stood up. Why you hit me? Me. A celestial dragons. I will destroy this land. I will enslaving everyone here and kill you slowly. I will call a buster call upon you. He enraged. I am ready to go with you, Saint Notaran, please forgive my people. Odohim pleaded. Oh, no, now it's too late. I will have you, even if you don't come with me now. Not just you but everyone you love or care about. I will torture them in front of you. And I will start with that giant first. He pointed at King Neptune. Suddenly a fishman's soldiers came running. My king, a marine ship has been spotted entering. It is very big. Everyone except Saint Notaran and his men went blue in horror. Oh, it is probably one of the admirals. They will show you what it means to mess with the celestial dragons. Saint Notaran boasted. Please, there must be a way. Please forgive my people, I will do anything you say. Odohim pleaded and prostrate for forgiveness. Saint Notaran made an ugly perverted face hearing that. Oh really? Then I have something you can do. I will let you people live if you do that. Please tell me. I want you to dance for me. Right now? Saint Notaran demanded. Odohim felt it wasn't much and came forward to dance. But then Saint Notaran added something that broke all her will. I want you to dance for me, and the whole kingdom, without clothes. He showed his ugly sickening smile while saying that. This was the real nature of him, sick and perverted. How dare you? Neptune roared in anger. Stop, there is no other way, Odohim shouted at him. There were tears in her eyes. She slowly took down her scarf. King Neptune's heart shattered seeing his always smiling Odohim. This was the first time she ever shouted at anyone. He couldn't imagine the hopelessness she was feeling. It was surely more than his. But he also felt powerless. He tried to control his anger with clenched teeth and fist, asking himself what he should do. Alexander reached the Ryago kingdom and he deboarded the ship. He didn't know where the trouble was happening so he just walked straight to the busiest location. However, he saw a big crowd gathered at a distance. He went there and sadly saw the celestial dragon still alive and shouting. He then saw the people he was shouting at. Alexander didn't have much time to waste so he just looked into the mind of celestial dragon to see what was going on. Saying that it enraged Alexander was an understatement. He apparat to the princess Odohim and stopped her from removing her clothes. I will handle it from here, no need to listen to his demands, he told her. Everyone was alerted and shocked by the sudden appearance. But from his clothing, they all understood it was the admiral. Saint Notaran saw him and started ordering, oh it is Admiral Universe, good you came fast. Now I want you to destroy this kingdom. Their king dared to attack me. Alexander looked uninterested. He winked at the King Neptune and Princesses Odohim and looked at Saint Notaran. Saint Notaran, tell me, did you receive your part of heavenly tribute from the Ryago kingdom? Alexander asked. Saint Notaran looked confused but still answered, of course I did. Nobody dares to not give it. Alexander started slowly walking to him. Tell me, do you know why they pay heavenly tribute? Because I am the celestial dragon and we made the world government. He proudly said. Wrong. Do you really think the world government is run by a bunch of celestial dragons? No, the world government is called the world government because 170 kingdoms agreed to join it and pay the heavenly tribute to keep Marines funded to protect their interest. Now, what you did today breaks the law. You took the heavenly tribute and yet, threatened to destroy them. Do you think other kingdoms will pay after they hear this? Are you trying to destroy the world government? According to the law if one tries to break the government they will be executed even if it is a celestial dragon. He reached an arm's distance to Saint Notaran. Saint Notaran was shaking with fear at the moment. He was very dumb and knew nothing about the law so he believed everything Alexander said. Why you need to save me, Admiral? I didn't do anything like that. I just wanted a slave. Bam. Alexander slapped him so hard that his air bubble burst and he got thrown 100 meters away. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out from the shocking scene. An admiral hitting a celestial dragon, this was the craziest thing they had ever seen. People started murmuring that Alexander would now be labeled a traitor by the world government. Dobby, grab him and tie him near Noodles. I want him scared to death when I see him again. Tell Noodles to play with him. Alexander instructed. Then he looked back at the princess. I am sorry that this happened. I will deal with him. You don't have to worry. No trouble will come to your kingdom. In fact, I have a proposal. Thank you, Admiral Universe. We didn't know kind people like you also served in Marines. This restored my faith in humanity. Please come with us to the palace. She invited him. Alexander coolly walked into their palace. It was really big for him but considering how huge the king was it was not that big. Thank you for helping us Jaemon, King Neptune said while walking. For some reason, he added Jaemon after many of his sentences. That was my duty as a Marine. Your money pays my salary after all. Alexander shrugged off the praise. Princess Odohim felt really happy that a good person like Alexander exists. She was probably the only person in the Ryago kingdom who advocated peace between the fishmen and humans. On top of that, Princess Odohim had a very powerful observation haki and it let her feel other people's hearts and Alexander's heart was as kind as her own. You went against a world noble. I hope you won't be in trouble for this. She worriedly said. Ha ha ha, they can't do anything to me. And don't worry, princess. No trouble will come here either. He reassured them. They soon came to a big hall which was supposedly where they would sit and talk. So Alexander started telling him about the trade deal. So we can buy and sell anything with you. And you will open a shop here. King Neptune murmured. I accept, this is nothing for what you did today he then agreed. Alexander made himself large, surprising everyone, and shook hands with Neptune. A man named Brian will come with a contract later. He will tell you everything in more detail. Okay, I should leave now, they must be waiting for a report from me. Once again, thank you, Admiral Universe, you will always be welcome to the Ryaga Kingdom Jamon. Alexander left the couple and walked back to his but in his way, he came upon a small fishman kid. His skin was fully red. Hey, mister. Why do you hate us? The kid asked him out of nowhere. Alexander knelt down to his level. I don't hate anyone, child. But mama said humans hate us. The kid stuck to his idea. Child, humans even hate each other. It's their nature. But rest assured, the man who just caused problems here will be punished by me. What is your name, by the way? Alexander asked. My name is Fisher Tiger. Alexander ruffled his hair. Tell me, Tiger. If you find some rotten fruits on a fruit tree, do you throw the rotten fruits or cut the whole tree? That's easy, we just throw the bad fruit. Just like that, this whole world is a big fruit tree, there are some bad people everywhere, on the upper branches and lower too. But you should never generalize a whole community because of some bad people. Now go and play, this is not your age to worry about all this. Here, take this and share it with your friends. He took out a big crate filled with different kinds of candies and chocolates. Fisher Tiger showed his innocence and picked the crate over his head. Thank you, Uncle Admiral. I will share this with everyone. Alexander finally came back to his ship and saw Saint Notarin tied to a pole. Noodles was trying to play with him, but Saint Notarin was not moving as he had peed his pants and was unconscious at the moment. You won't get away with this, Admiral. You attacked a celestial dragon. One of Saint Notarin's bodyguards threatened. Alexander looked at him from the corner of his eye. Tell me, what motivates a man to wake up every day and be a dog of that excuse of a man? Why you dishonor Saint Notarin? Just wait, they will kill you slowly and... The man wasn't able to say more as Alexander didn't allow. Noodles, eat this man and the ones in a suit like his. Noodles happily completed the big responsibility bestowed upon him. After eating he made some happy noises. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee with him, boss? Dobby asked. Haha, just grab the popcorn and watch the show. He chuckled, keeping his plans mysterious. After a few hours, they finally came back up to the surface. Just for the record's sake, Alexander reported to Marineford. King Kong, I have successfully rescued Saint Notarin. He was attacked by a Sea King down there. His men died but I came in time and saved him. I will deliver him straight to Mary Gosa. Good job, Admiral. 5 elders will be happy to hear this. You may proceed. Kong happily permitted him. Alexander didn't reply and hung up. Behind him Saint Notarin had woken up. I will kill you. I will order a buster call on you. Slap. Alexander put a nice palm tattoo on his face. You retarded man-child, do you even know what buster call is? It's nothing but 5 vice admirals coming to destroy whatever they are asked to. You may have forgotten but I am an admiral. I can bust your buster call with even one hand. Why yo. Saint Notarin didn't have anything else to say as he had run out of vocabulary. He had already used everything he knew but nothing worked. Slap. Listen to me now, I will be escorting you to Mary Gosa. I want you to keep your mouth shut the whole way. If I hear any word I will kill you. Alexander sternly instructed him. Why you won't do that? Slap, did you notice that my slap is getting harder and harder? 2 of your teeth are about to fall off. Now imagine how much damage my full power slap can do. Do we have an understanding? Alexander warned him. Saint Notarin nodded. Yes. Slap. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? Alexander repeated himself. Yes. Saint Notarin was too dumb to realize that he was not supposed to speak. So it took him 5 more slaps and 10 teeth lost to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, now Saint Notarin was planning to tell everything to the 5 elders as soon as he reached Mary Gosa and get Alexander punished. After a short trip, they reached the Red Port. It was the official way to cross the Red Line. It was present on both sides of it. However, people needed the approval of the world government and pay a fee to cross it. Not to mention they'd have to get a new ship on the other side. This was another ploy by the world government, according to Alexander. This way they managed to segregate the world in half with nearly no way to go to the other side except by using more dangerous routes. What a convenient way to make sure there is no world revolution against them. They'd aboard the ship and saw some Mary Gosa guards come with a giant man crawling on 4 limbs, tied in metal chains with a collar around his neck. Alexander stopped smiling at the scene. He could see tears continuously dropping from the man's eyes. Alexander couldn't believe how humans treat one another like that. Alexander stopped time for a while and walked to Saint Notarin. Slap X5. Saint Notarin was shocked and terrified but then he saw that no one reacted to what happened. Nearly all of his teeth had fallen and his face had swollen up. Alexander then put an illusion on his face to make him look normal. Nobody will see anything. I have stopped the time. Now, I want you to free that slave, or I will kill you, Alexander threatened. Saint Notarin shivered in fear. What? How? Will you do it or not? Yes. I will release him, please no more slaps. Suddenly time resumed. Saint Notarin quickly commanded, guards, remove the chains from slave 3. He is free from now. Saint Notarin's words shocked the guards too much. This was the first time they saw a celestial dragon doing this. But they didn't ask questions and quickly removed the chains. Dobby, take this man to my ship and give him some food, Alexander instructed. After that was done they went up with the elevator. Once they came to the long stairs, Saint Notaran started complaining about climbing them, but a nudge from Alexander shut him up. As they were climbing, suddenly a huge chunk of red rock from the sides fell off and came to them rolling. All the guards stepped aside in time, but Saint Notaran was too fat and was hit brutally by it. His ribcage surely had broken. But that was not it. His body rolled down the stairs towards the platform. Alexander instantly put him in a million-year-long time torture in which he died in thousands of ways. One of them was being forced to cut his body parts and eat them slowly. That thing lasted for 20% of his torture. Finally, he fell down from it. The platform was 6,000 to 7,000 meters high, so when Saint Notaran's body reached the town on the ground, his body splashed like jelly. Recognizing who just fell was impossible. His time torture had ended, so he felt all the fear and dread while falling and died with a scream. The moment the guards realized what happened, all hell broke loose. They rushed to the platform and down with the elevator. Alexander also did the same and followed them relaxingly. Loud sirens started to sound throughout the area. Alexander took out his den mushy and informed Kong, yes, King Kong, I was on my way to marry Gioase and an accident happened. Saint Notaran fell from the red line and died. On the other side, Kong stood up in shock. What? What do you mean died? Take him to the hospital. AAA. That would not be possible. His body turned into a paste. I don't think a doctor can fix this. Alexander uninterestingly replied while looking at the unrecognizable meat blob on the ground. You just stay right there, I am coming. Kong hung up and probably ran for the fastest ship. Alexander went to a nearby shop and ordered some food while he waited. The death of a celestial dragon was a pretty big thing. Nice play, boss, Dobby commented. Haha, I don't even know what you're talking about, Dobby. Here, taste this cake is awesome. He handed him a plate. Little by little the crowd was increasing at Saint Notaran's landing site. He also felt Kong coming from his observation hacky and headed out. Kong was probably in too much anger and had forgotten that his rank didn't make him stronger than Alexander. He came to him and tried to punch Alexander. Alexander simply grabbed his fist with his arm tightly. He purposely made him feel pain. Should I consider this an attempt on my life by the Marines and the world government? Kong quickly snapped out of his anger and realized who he was messing with. No, that was just me. How did you let this happen? You could have saved him. Kong asked him. King Kong, you know even you can't survive that fall. Why would I risk my own life for that? Also, everything happened so fast that I couldn't do anything. God damn it, universe. We both know you are bullshitting. I can't do anything about this case, it's up to CP0 to investigate and 5 elders to decide. Kong told him. Alexander started walking away. Good then, I'm going back on my duty. Don't have as much free time as you. He returned to the ship and came to the slave he had just freed. The man was too traumatized to say anything, so he had to give him some healing potions. I just wanna go home. Please let me go, the man cried. Where is your home, big man? I will take you there, he offered. Really? It's in Logetown on Polestar Island. Alright, I'll take you there. Don't worry. Just relax now, they will not come for you anymore. Alexander left him in the room and came out, bald Chad, to Logetown. I can't believe I'm saying this, but things are even worse than Sokar here. Blue Fang interjected. At least slaves on Sokar weren't made to do things like being someone's horse. At least you had the option to die in the arena, he added. That is why the world's purity is just 30%. I also feel a lot of demonic presence here, but I don't know if it's real demons or because of a devil fruit. Alright, I need to do some tests. We need to find a devil fruit, he told them. But don't we already have one? Dobby asked. That vacuum power was very dangerous and I want to keep that fruit with me. We'll find some harmless devil fruit for experiments later. Let's try some auction houses in Logetown, Dobby suggested. They reached Logetown in 3 months. It mainly took this much time because it was at the other end of paradise in the Grand Line. It was also very close to Reverse Mountain, so most of the pirates stopped there to stock up. In these months the former slave became better and finally told Alexander his name and tale. His name was Riva Bronze. He used to be a chef of a small pirate group, but they were attacked by the Marines and captured. Due to his size, he wasn't sent to Judiciary Island for a trial but to become a slave. All because Saint Notaran took a liking to him and made him his human seat. He has a daughter and a wife in Logetown, but he doesn't know how they'd be because he initially became a pirate because he owed money to a local gangster. He had paid back but was still anxious as to what might have happened to them while he was missing. They came into the city and looked for Riva's wife and daughter. Alexander first asked for a description of them from Riva and then looked with his observation hacky. He could only see one woman matching the features. She was working in a bar serving drinks. I think I found her, Alexander told him. Riva joyfully cheered. Where? At a bar called Gold Roger Bar. Alexander said. I know that place, follow me. Riva ran into a street. Alexander and Dobby followed him behind. See Dobby, that's why I like to roam in disguises. Look, the whole street is empty just because an admiral is here. Can't an admiral just enjoy his day? Hehe. Maybe they just haven't seen a lazy and nice admiral like you. Why do I feel like you are mocking me? Alexander suspiciously looked at him. You are imagining stuff, boss. They saw Riva running into a bar which they guessed was Gold Roger Bar. Alexander entered the place, but his entrance gained a lot of attention. Everyone stopped eating or drinking. The only noise that was coming was from Riva and his wife. I'm back, Rose. I'm finally back. I was captured by the celestial dragon but they released me, he told her. Rose had tears in her eyes as she hugged him. I knew you'd come back. I waited for you all these years. Our little Kate has also grown. She misses you? Yes, I will always be with you and Kate now. All thanks to Admiral Universe. He brought me back here. He is a very kind man. Riva pointed at Alexander. Suddenly everyone in the bar started to look at Alexander. Damn it, you all. Can't I enjoy a drink without your constant eyeing me? Concentrate on your food. Alexander's light warning did wonders and everyone started eating like they were in a military camp. Alexander walked to the counter and took a seat beside a mustached man wearing a straw hat. What can I give you, sir? The bartender hesitantly asked. Give me the best stuff you have. For both of us. Alexander ordered. Dobby, we'll be going to the Goa Kingdom and its nearby places again after this. We will stay there until I'm transferred to the New World. They might not do that until their inquiry of Saint Notaran's death is complete. You can focus on uplifting the world in the meantime, Dobby suggested. That is exactly what I will do. But we also have to find that old lizard. God knows where he is. Alexander then noticed the bar owner talking to the long-mustached man in a straw hat. Forget about going there. No one comes back from the Sea of the Devil. You don't have to go there, Roger. The man laughed. Ha ha ha. That is why I'm going there. Alexander got interested. Why do you even want to go there? It's not that big of a deal. It's just filled with weird islands and people. Roger tilted his head and looked at Alexander. Roger's eyes widened seeing his uniform and recognizing him. It seems he missed Alexander's arrival. Ha ha ha. This must be fate, meeting an admiral here and about me going there. I want to circumvent the world, that is my last dream. He told Alexander. That is quite an adventurous aim you got there. I wish you luck then. Here, take these two are log poses. The one with a single needle helps navigate in paradise while the other in the new world. Be a good man and don't become a pirate, okay? We will probably see each other in the future, he said and patted Roger's back. Roger laughed. This was the first time he met a Marine like him. My name is Gold Roger. Thank you for these. Haha. You probably know my name, Alexander Maxim D. Universe, Alexander responded. But it shocked Roger a bit. I didn't know you also have the initial D in your name. Most tend to only read the first and last name of mine because it's too long so it's usually left out. Now, let's have a drink for two men with a bit similar name. Alexander clanked his bottle with him and both drank it in one go. After that Alexander went back on his way to the Goa Kingdom. The small reunited family waved their hands happily as they left. On their way, Alexander decided to go and check out the auction house for devil fruits. Logue Town was a major market and it was close to the Grand Line, which made it highly likely that there would be devil fruit at the auction. Alexander and Dobby checked out what was being sold. They did find a fruit there and it was an unknown one. Alexander found the seller's details and went to talk to him directly. It was an old fisherman from the town. The old man nearly peed himself seeing Alexander coming to him. Where did you find the devil fruit? He asked. I found it while fishing. You have put 80 million berries price tag on it. I will give you that for the fruit. Alexander offered. The man quickly agreed and sold him the fruit. Soon Alexander and Dobby were on their way, leaving behind the gobsmacked fisherman with a suitcase full of cash money. He threw his fishing gear away and ran straight to the bank. The island was filled with pirates after all. Dobby, I'll be taking out my steel warship later. Considering that this world is mostly water so living on that would be a lot more comfortable. But I want you to check all the men in our crew before that. There could be 1 or 2 spies. Alexander instructed him. Maybe a mild compulsion charm will do. I'll check everything on our way. Marineford. It had been 2 years since Alexander had left the trio for training. But because they were previously trained by Alexander their training ended in just 1 year. Then they took the exam and directly became Commodore and were put under the command of different vice admirals. Everything went normal for Tsuru and Sengoku but Garp had done something entirely different. The guy had fallen in love with a pirate woman he saved. Then they had a kid and the woman dashed after that, saying she wanted to explore the seas. So now Garp had asked for a leave from work so he could settle his kid in his home country. He had the small baby in his arms and walked down his ship on the Goa Kingdom port. He was surprised to see a huge ship that looked like it was made of iron. On it was also a marine flag. He had never seen anything like this even at the headquarters. Oi, whose ship is this? He asked. The sailor quickly saluted and replied, it is Admiral Universe's personal ship, sir. He's here too, ha, ha ha. I will show him my boy, then. He walked into the Fuchsia village. He went straight to Party's bar, where he saw Alexander, old man. Alexander, who was simply enjoying his drink, looked back. What you doing here, boy, and where did you kidnap this baby? Wahaha. This is my own, old man. Look, we look the same. Garp held the baby near his face to let Alexander compare. Yeah, now you say it, you do look a bit similar. But your face looks a bit dumber. Ha, and yet I am the one who has a child. Women dig me, old man, unlike you, Guard boasted. When did I say I didn't have a wife and kids? I have the most beautiful wife and children. Alexander proudly claimed. Haha, yeah, in your dreams. But Garp saw the serious expression of Alexander. You weren't kidding. Boy, if you are lucky, I'll introduce you to them someday. Now, hand me that baby. Alexander grabbed the child from Garp and started spoiling him. What's his name? Alexander asked. Garp puffed his chest out in pride. Monkey D. Dragon, future strongest marine. I didn't know you held such love for the celestial dragons. Garp made an ugly face. Arg, love them? Even their mothers probably don't love them. I also heard you killed one of them. I didn't kill anyone, it was an accident. A boulder fell, he tripped, and fell 6,000 meters. As simple as that. Alexander clarified. Yeah, sure. I believe you, Garp said, sounding not even a bit convinced. Alexander ignored the loudspeaker of a man and looked at the cute baby in his arms. Boy, your name has dragon in it. Let's hope you grow up and become a dragon who burns those fake dragons. Stay healthy and safe. Garp saw Alexander's shining hand caressing Dragon's head. What's that? My blessings, it will keep all disease away from him. By the way, where is his mother? He asked. She wanted to explore the seas and left him in my care. Garp embarrassingly revealed. It was Alexander's turn to laugh. Ahahaha. I had heard of men running away, but this is the first time hearing about the other way around. Ahahaha. I wish you luck, Mama Garp. He then waved his hand and lots of baby care items appeared. Boxes and boxes filled with diapers, pacifiers, baby formula, powdered milk, and a nice cradle. Here, these will be needed for the baby. Don't eat the baby formula yourself, Garp. Huh, who do you think I am? Why would I steal my own son's food? Thank you for this stuff though, Garp gratefully said. He wasn't paid enough to buy so much stuff, so this help was very much appreciated. Alexander then started to leave. Garp looked at his back. Where are you going now, old man? To the new world. I'm transferred to G5. Bye-bye Mama Garp. Alexander mocked and left. G5 base, new world. Alexander appeared there and started sorting things out there. G5 was supposed to be a lawless base. It is said that the Marines of this branch are insane, cruel, and merciless people who stick needles into pirates, feed them to sharks, or use them for campfire kindling. They are known for not following the orders of their superiors. Some members do not wear the full formal Marine uniform. If anything, they are overly casual to the point of wearing slacks and a bucket for a hat. Alexander set foot on the base and gathered all the men. All right, keep your eyes and ears open, as they might just win you your life. From this moment on, there will be no disobedience, no cruelty to captured prisoners. If I catch any of you doing that, first you will be court-martialed and then punished, which can be a fine or a death sentence. Am I clear? All of them may be bash and lawless, but that was only until they had a commodore as their commander. They know they can overpower a commodore with enough men. But the current situation was totally different. Yes sir, they shouted in unison. Good, now your first task is to clean the base. It should look like newly polished marble. You all have 3 hours to complete this. If you don't, then 50% of your next month's salary will be cut. Got that? Yes, sir, they shouted with tears and quickly ran to do the cleaning, showing a rare moment of hard work. Ready, boss? Dobby asked as they walked to an underground lab. Yeah, let's see what's so mysterious about this thing called devil fruit. In the past few months, Alexander had done experiments on the devil fruit he had bought in Logetown. He had checked the catalog and it didn't match with anyone, meaning that this was a new and unregistered devil fruit. The fisherman he bought it from had randomly found the fruit in the sea after all. Alright, let's see what this thing does. He picked up the shining golden devil fruit and took a bite. This tastes awful, Alexander exclaimed. Dobby on the other side of the room looked at everything through a special camera. Ah, it's happening, boss. You were right. That small bite you took established some kind of connection with your body, because of which, sometimes invisible came out if the fruit and went into your body. Dobby exclaimed. He didn't notice, but a glass fell down from his elbow and shattered. Alexander ignored and continued. Then our theory was correct. These devil fruits have souls. But how they were made and how they give power is still a mystery. Alexander said. Try your power, boss. Let's see what that fruit does. Alexander closed his eyes and tried to feel any changes. But he couldn't. He didn't really have an internal body anymore. It was just a void. He simply willed for whatever the power was to come out. Alexander didn't feel anything happening, but then suddenly something changed. Ah, it's happening, boss. You were right. That small bite you took established some kind of connection with your body, because of which, something invisible came out of it and went into your body. Dobby repeated everything. Then again the glass fell down. Dobby saw Alexander surprised. What happened, boss? I think I know what my ability is. I just used my ability and time got reversed. Dobby, cover yourself with armament Hacky, I'll show it to you. Alexander again used his power and they both saw the broken glass assembling itself back. So, it's a time-reversing fruit. But what's the limit? Dobby questioned. I don't know, it can't be too much though, or else it will be a world-breaking power and someone must have had it before. Yet we have no record of that person or this fruit. From my guess, it can probably reverse time to a few minutes. We will need to research about its range too. However, I need to see if I can control which object's time I want to reverse. Alexander mumbled. What now, boss? We need more devil fruits to test. I've heard that the New World has the most number of devil fruits in the world. Let's head out and find some. We also need clues about this void century. I have a feeling everything is connected to it, he suggested. Alexander stayed on the base for another month to drive the lesson into each marine there. Then he left Blue Fang in charge and headed to Dressrosa. He had heard that their battle coliseum gave devil fruits as a prize. Dressrosa was one of the 20 kingdoms that were responsible for founding the world government. The country was well known for its flower fields, its cuisine, its passionate women, and its battle coliseum. The local women were prone to violent acts of jealousy, leading to a high crime rate in the country. The residents of the country also believe that fairies live in the country as well, taking away people's belongings and treating them as offerings, according to the residents themselves. Alexander appeared there with his huge ship that never disappointed him in garnering people's attention. He walked down the ship and saw a royal procession coming towards him. At the front was probably the current king, King Rico Dado III. It is an honor to welcome an esteemed person like you to my small kingdom, Admiral. King Rico greeted him. Likewise, King Rico. I heard you have a devil fruit here. He blatantly asked. King Rico frowned a little, thinking that the world government sent an admiral to take it. Yes. It's a mere attraction for the crowd in the Colosseum. You can take it if you want. Alexander knew the king was just afraid of him. After all, admirals had the ability to call a buster call. This simple fact kept most of the kingdoms afraid of Marines and the world government. I will pay you for it, just like everyone else does. Which fruit do you have? Alexander asked. Oh, it is nothing rare. It is a fish fruit Kraken model. King Rico informed. All right, 100 million berries. That's what I'll pay. What do you think? Alexander offered. King Rico quickly agreed. This would greatly help him procuring for the next heavenly tribute. I can agree to that, Admiral. Good, send someone to bring it here, then. I am in a hurry. Alexander told him. He had received intel that there was a hundreds of years old giant elephant in the sea. He wanted to go and see it. Maybe talk to it if possible. Soon enough the fruit was given to him in a box and he in return gave them a suitcase filled with money. Alexander felt like he was doing a drug deal at that moment. Thank you for your cooperation, King Rico. I will probably come back soon for some personal talk. Till then. King Rico brainstormed for a long while wondering why Alexander would return. Admirals weren't considered good omens, it seems. Bald Chad, head to Zo, the giant elephant. It does not have a registered location on log post, so just follow that bird in the sky, he ordered. The bird in the sky was a normal pelican. Alexander had asked it to lead them to Zo in return for lots of fish. It was quite a distance they had to travel to reach the elephant. The elephant was supposed to be 15 to 20 kilometers tall. He could walk on 10 kilometers deep ocean floor and still have its back so far high in the sky. When they came closer to the elephant, the sea got covered in thick fog and it became turbulent. Alexander left the ship and flew up with Dobby. The more they flew up, the more they marveled. But Alexander noticed the elephant's skin, which was so wrinkled now. He felt bad for the old elephant who had probably spent most of his life as the last of his species. He flew up towards his head. But he was more shocked seeing landmass on his back. With walls and everything. He had not found the MHE looked at the giant elephant and saw many scars on him. His ears were cut from various places. Who knew what kind of atrocities he faced in the past 1,000 years? Alexander used his magic to treat all the wounds on him and then went to his head. Pat pat. You're a really big boy, huh? I've seen huge dragons but an elephant is first. He talked to himself. Alexander then heard a loud trumpet. He guessed the elephant wanted to talk, so he used his strange ability with which he could talk to anything. Haha, he can understand us, Dobby exclaimed. Thank you, good human. It was getting very itchy behind my ears. A majestic yet kind voice reached Alexander. He smiled. It's all right, I like helping others. What's your name? It has been so long since I heard that question. Last time it was that boy with straw hat. I am called Zunisha, kind human. Zunisha, that is a nice name. I am called Alexander Maxim D. Universe. You can call me Alex or Old Man. Alexander kindly greeted him. Oh, another one with D in the name. Zunisha, do you know anything about the Void Century? Or anything major that happened 800 years ago? Alexander asked him. I do and I do not. I do not know what this Void Century is that you speak of. But I only remember one thing from that long ago. On that day, the sky turned dark, the world suddenly fell into the darkness like something had taken a hold of it in their evil palm. It was a dreadful feeling even for me. That is all I remember. Zunisha informed him. It's all right, Zunisha. Why are you still walking, by the way? For the little people living on my back. The day I stop, the world will start noticing them and nothing good comes out of that. I love my little people. He proudly said. Haha, you are a very good elephant. I will go and meet the people. I can make their lives better. Alexander suggested. They will surely welcome you. There is also something that might interest you in the whale forest. Go and see it. Okay, I will return again soon. Till then, he flew up to the gates of the island. He was pleasantly surprised to see the place was flourishing, though the only difference was that there were no humans. All the people looked like humanoid offshoots of various animal species. But he couldn't complain as most of them looked cute. He walked up to the huge door and knocked on it. He guessed that no one must visit them, which would explain the lack of guards on watchtowers and closed gates. Soon a gorilla man peeked out of the gates. The moment he saw Alexander, his eyes widened in shock. Hello, Zunisha told me to come here. Who is your king? Alexander asked. The gorilla man quickly came out of shock. Lesser mink? How did you get here? Wait, I have seen you somewhere. Gorilla man took out a newspaper from his bag and compared an image side by side with Alexander's face. Alexander didn't wait for him to speak. I flew up here. I am Admiral Alexander and this is Vice Admiral Dobby. We would like to meet your leader or king. Now, the mink tribe lived an isolated life but they were knowledgeable about the world with the newspaper and they had a general understanding that an admiral was as strong as their king if not more. Please wait here. I need to report to Duke Hitsugishikan. Only he permits visitors. Okay, I will be waiting. Wait, take this. Alexander threw a bag at him. Gorilla Man opened it and saw a dozen bananas. His face instantly grew a wide smile and stars in his eyes. Thank you, I will go to Duke now. He ran away. Alexander took out a table and a chair and started drinking with Dobby. Did you just bribe that guard? Dobby asked. Cough. Alexander nearly choked on the drink. No, that was just a gift. Did you not see his happy face? Sure, whatever you say, boss. Dobby rolled his eyes. Alexander took out the phone and called Amy in Fahame. Sweetie, can you make a giant-size pineapple pizza? Your grandpa Dobby is hungry. Ah, thank you. Yes, you can come out and explore then. He hung up and looked at Dobby's pale face. It was Alexander 1 and Dobby 0 this time. Meanwhile, inside the central castle of the Zou Kingdom, the Gorilla Man arrived and reported to Duke Hitsugishikan. The Duke didn't waste time and quickly permitted them to enter. Even though they weren't a part of the world government, they had no reason to anger an admiral. They also liked lesser minks. Go and invite him in. Duke Hitsugishikan ordered. Duke Hitsugishikan was an old sheep mink and the ruler of the Mokomo dukedom. He had also selected his successors, though they had gone out to explore the seas for now. Alexander had finished half a bottle when Gorilla Man came back. Ah, Mr. Admiral, you have been invited to Duke's castle. Please come in. Alexander packed his stuff and headed in. The streets were bustling with lots of people. Alexander happily looked at some Rabbit Man kids. For some reason, the people were showing a bit extra enthusiasm and were waving at him. Kids were jumping around and shouting for his attention. They sure seem cheerful, Dobby commented. I don't know why but I like this. Look at those cute little ones. I feel like grabbing them in a hug. Alexander dotted on them. The whole way Alexander stopped many times to give candies to little children. What was supposed to be a 15-minute walk took them an hour. Soon they came to the castle. A large sheep mink with white wool and black skin was waiting for him there. He had curved horns, a walrus mustache, and a fluffy beard. He wore a dark-colored king's robe and a crown. Unlike most minks, he seems to have hooves instead of humanoid hands. Ha ha ha. Thank you for inviting me in, Duke Hitsugishikan. Alexander was already a huge man and then he enlarged himself more to shake hands. This little token of respect always surprises the people. Duke Hitsugishikan nearly fell back from the shock. Ha ha ha. What a strange lesser mink you are. I have traveled the seas in my days but I've never met one like you with so many abilities. Duke Hitsugishikan exclaimed. I had a talk with Zunisha. He told me about the people living on his back. Alexander's words shocked them. Did you really talk to him? Alexander connected back to Zunisha, my big friend, show them that I'm not lying. In return, Zunisha made a loud noise, seemingly replying to Alexander. Zunisha is not a brain-dead elephant. He is very smart, old, and kind. He can understand you all too. Alexander informed him. Duke Hitsugishikan was pleasantly surprised and had tearful eyes. That is such good news. We finally know he can understand us. Please come with me. I have prepared a feast for you. Haha. I never say no to food. Let's go. Alexander muttered. For a while, Alexander talked about all the here and there stuff with Duke Hitsugishikan while eating. After that, he finally came to the point and told him about his shop plan. Duke Hitsugishikan, I plan on opening a big shop here. You can buy all kinds of food, books, clothes, and other items. Not just that, you can also sell any specialty of yours. He proposed. Duke Hitsugishikan may seem kind and happy-go-lucky type but he was also smart and very knowledgeable. What's in it for you? I mean, we people don't have a very high buying power. It won't be very profitable for you. Ha ha ha. You are right my friend, it won't be profitable at the beginning. But I don't really need money. I have more than I can even spend. What I truly desire is friendship. Also, the shop will be a means for you to become rich too. You can sell anything that you make there. I will sell that stuff further around the world. 10% of the profit I will take, while you take 90%. Duke Hitsugishikan went into deep thinking. We do make very good wine. Everyone likes it. Maybe we can sell that. My friend, liquor business is the most profitable business. If your stuff is good, it will sell. Alexander encouraged him. Rahahaha. Then it is decided. You can open a shop in Zou. Here to this new friendship. They clanked their glasses and gulped the wine. Then Alexander asked him the most important question. Zunisha told me I should go and visit the whale forest and that there is something of importance for me. He also said that someone with initial D came here in the past too. Yes, not just once. Our royal historical records are filled with people with initial D coming here for that thing. Ah, I remember now. You also have a D in your name. Duke Hitsugishikan exclaimed. From what Duke Hitsugishikan said, it was clear that whatever this thing is, multiple people were after it. Come, I will take you there. We were trusted to keep it safe with us until the right man comes. We can never deny a man with initial D from seeing it. That is what our ancestors taught us. He took Alexander and Dobby out the forest in which a giant whale-shaped tree was. He led the way to the inside of it. These pathways have been like this for hundreds of years. This forest is also protected by the guardians. After a while, they came to a big chamber on whose center, a big red cube was situated. Alexander couldn't recognize the language written on it. Ghost, scan it and decipher it. Ghost immediately replied to him, Sir, there is not enough data to decode this language. This language doesn't match any existing language in the world. Alexander walked to the cube and used his speaking power on it. It told him what the cube was and that there were 4 of them. Duke Hitsugisukan started to tell Alexander about it as well. These stones are called poneglyphs. Studying them is banned by the world government. From that Kojiki clan seal, you can see that it has a relationship with Wano. Alexander interrupted, let me guess, they made this 800 years ago. Duke Hitsugisukan nodded. Yes, these red ones are called road poneglyphs. There are 4 of them and each points to a different location. Once you join all the 4 points with an imaginary line, where it bisects is where the last island in Grand Line is. There are 2 more types of poneglyphs. Historical poneglyphs that reveal pieces of ancient history as well as messages written by ancient people. Instructional poneglyphs, that contain instructions and / or clues about the locations of historical poneglyphs. Alexander had started to build up a theory in his mind, that whatever was written on these stones was crucial to know what happened in the Void Century. Making it more believable was the fact that the world government was trying to hide it. Then people on Wano know how to read it. Alexander asked. Yes, but not all of them. Only the current Shogun of Wano and Daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, of Kojiki clan, know how to read and write this. Thank you, Duke Hitsugisukan, I really appreciate that you showed this to me. I will head to Wano now, Alexander decided. Wait, don't you need a copy of this? Duke Hitsugisukan asked. Ha ha ha, I already have that, my friend. Look. Suddenly a huge piece of paper appeared. On it was an image of poneglyphs. It looked as real as a photograph. How? Magic. Alexander whispered. He put the paper back in his pocket and shook Duke's hand. I should leave now. Thank you for your help. If you ever find yourself in trouble, use this to contact me. Okay. He gave him a 2-way mirror. Duke Hitsugisukan delicately held it and looked at Alexander leaving. Best of luck on your journey, Admiral. He waved his hand. Alexander flew directly to the face of Zunisha. Thank you, my old friend. I should repay you for your help. Alexander fixed Zunisha's eyes. They had sunken back into his face for some reason. Thank you for giving me my vision back, Alex. But my eyes will again sink back in a few years. The weather and dust affect them too much at this height. Zunisha told him. Alexander quickly made magical glasses for his huge friend. There you go, they will protect your eyes from any harm. They are also unbreakable and unstealable. Not only that, you can also look much further with this. It also has a feature to play music for you. Alexander played some Mozart for him. Zunisha flapped his ears in joy. This is beautiful, Alex. Thank you for this amazing gift. It's alright, if you ever need me just think about me and I will be here. I'm always there for my friends, okay? Alexander patted his forehead. Zunisha made some happy sounds, and as a parting gift, he threw the water in the air like a fountain, making multiple rainbows. Haha, thanks. I will bring my granddaughter next time. She loves rainbows, he said and flew away to his ship. Zunisha will not be bored now, not with thousands of songs to listen to. Dobby commented. Haha, I can't imagine people's faces when they see a giant elephant with blue sunglasses. Alexander laughed imagining that. Puru. Alexander picked up the Den Mushy mid-flight. Yes, Grandpa, I mean Admiral Universe speaking. On the other side, Alexander heard a crying voice. Sensei, it was Z. What happened, boy? Tell me. Sensei, please save my wife and son. You showed me so many miracles. Please just one more. I beg you. Z's broken voice came. Alexander quickly took out his anywhere door. This was the first time he had heard Z crying. Z was a tough man who never cried no matter how hard the training was, but something big must have happened. Alexander didn't think of Z while opening the door but his family. He crossed to the other side and saw the carnage. Buildings burning and people running around. Behind them were pirates with guns and swords. Killing, looting, and *ping mercilessly. Dobby, don't leave anyone but their captain alive. He sternly ordered. Dobby instantly got into action. A long sword appeared in his hand and cut a running pirate in half. By now Dobby had understood that preserving life doesn't mean being a weak little elf. Preserving life also means protecting them. On the other hand, Alexander cast a point me charm and followed the guiding light. He finally came to a burning house. On its doorstep were 2 dead bodies. 1 woman and 1 child. Z had them in his arms. Z saw Alexander with his teary eyes. Sensei, I will give you a miracle. Z, step away from them now. Quickly cover yourself in armament haki. Just do as I say, we don't have enough time. He ordered while leaking a bit of conquer haki. Dobby, cover yourself in armament haki. He telepathically told him. He used his devil fruit's ability to reverse the time. He had already mastered it to the highest tier and now it lets him reverse time to at most 30 minutes, but it had an area limit which he didn't know earlier. In short, his devil fruit only affected the time of the area under 20 kilometers around him. It also requires a lot of body energy, something that Alexander had infinite. In front of him, everything started happening in reverse. By the 15th minute he saw the woman and child back alive, but Alexander didn't stop. If he could save more people, then so be it. When 30 minutes ended, he saw the pirates had just started their rampage. Alexander flew in the air and started to shoot lightning bolts at all the pirates, frying all of them to death. It was a very painful death for all of them. Only the captain was left, who also tried to flee but got caught by Dobby. Alexander looked at Z. Z, my boy, you asked for a miracle. I gave you one. Go and check them. Z ran into the house and found his wife and son hiding in the bathroom with the door locked. He broke the door and hugged them tightly. You're fine. You're alive. His eyes were still tearing up. Alexander entered the house and gave the three a calming draft. Then he looked around the town. There was not much damage now and loss of life was minimal. Most of the dead bodies belonged to the pirates. Alexander then dragged the pirate captain to the town center. What's your name? Ha, I am Henry the Great, the captain of bloody pirates. You can't kill me, Admiral. I ate cloud fruit. My body is made of clouds. Why did you attack this place? Don't you know it is heavily guarded by the Marines? Alexander questioned. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Guarded? Ha ha ha, your own rear admiral stationed here made a deal with me, to let me loot for a 30% cut. He just asked us to leave Admiral Z's family alone. Henry revealed. Let me guess, you thought you could become more famous if you kill Z's family? So you went to kill them anyway. Alexander stated without any emotion on his face. Z heard everything and came to punch Henry. But Henry turned into a cloud. You think clouds can't be killed? Alexander asked. Then he just tapped his finger on Henry's head. Suddenly he started to turn into ice. Beat him Z. Z gladly obliged and started punching Henry. This time Henry was grunting in pain. Finally, when Henry was half dead, Alexander cut his hand and feet and healed him. Not so great now. I will throw you into the sea. Let's see if clouds can float. He picked him up and threw with as much force as he could. Henry would soon drown and painfully die some kilometers away. Z looked at Alexander. Our own people sold us? A rear admiral? This is beyond simple corruption. Don't go and kill him now, Z. You will be made a criminal. However, I can go and do it. Nobody has balls to mess with me, Alexander proposed. Z looked at him thankfully. He suddenly bowed. Thank you, sensei. But you have already done enough. I will deal with this myself. Arg. Get up, kid. Now go see your wife and son. Also, shift them to a safer town. This is not a secure area now, Alexander suggested to him and left him to investigate on his own. He came back to his ship still near Bald Chad, towards Wano at full speed. News coup. Alexander signaled the bird flying over his ship. He was really surprised that the bird was so intelligent. It gives a copy of the newspaper and takes the money in the bag. Alexander also patted the bird and gave a salted fish. Good job. News coup happily munched on the fish before again flying away. Alexander started reading it on his recliner on a sunny day on the deck of his ship. The first page had Z's image on it. Whoa, when did this happen? Z took retirement and became an instructor. Dobby also heard him. Something must have happened. Call him and ask. Alexander called Z on Den Mushi. Z, what happened? Why did you retire? Sensei, now I know why you didn't become fleet admiral. There is too much corruption in Marines. The rear admiral responsible for the attack wasn't punished. Instead, he was promoted and sent to G5. He has ties with some kingdom's royal family. Z revealed. Oh, the G5 is under me. He will probably go through hell there. Why did you become an instructor now? He asked. Fleet admiral begged me to. He said an admiral leaving suddenly would not be good for the Marines' reputation. Huh, they don't care about anything other than reputation, do they? Well, I will see you in a few days. Maybe I can pull some strings and get you onto my ship as a consultant. Being an instructor is too low for a man of your capabilities, Alexander offered. Thank you, sensei, but I would like to stay here and train some new promising kids. Maybe after that, I will join you, Z told him. Oh, who are these so-called students that got you so interested? There are three especially, Aokiji, Borsalino, and Sakazuki. These three have immense talent and they had eaten very strong devil fruits. They will probably be admirals someday, but for now, they are too small, Z told him. In that case, be sure to beat some self-consciousness into their brains. We don't want heartless men to be admirals, Alexander suggested. That is what I am trying to do. After a bit more talking they hung up and called Blue Fang in the G5. Yeah, my boy. A new vice admiral will be coming there. I want you to let him get the command and tell all the Marines to annoy the hell out of him. They don't have to worry about punishment. Is it the same guy from the newspaper? Blue Fang asked. Yes, he is. All right, boss. I will do it. He hung up. Alexander then looked at his watch. We should be near Wano now. Let's see if we can get the poneglyph deciphered. Alexander took out a small book about Wano, mainly because not much knowledge about it was available outside. Wano country was a country that was not affiliated with the world government. The country follows a strict policy of isolationism, meaning that contact with outsiders such as pirates and other countries is prohibited. Hundreds of years ago, Wano country was known as the country of gold. It faced constant threat from pirates and nobles who wanted to exploit its riches, but the samurai Ryama led the country's samurai in defending against every assailant. Ryama also became legendary for slaying a dragon in the sky above the capital. After his death, he was buried in his birthplace of Ringo and his legacy made him a national hero. Whoa, there are real dragons too? Does this have something to do with why the world government doesn't mess with Wano? Alexander exclaimed and continued reading. Leaving the country's borders is also considered a crime. Outsiders who enter the country will be immediately attacked. This policy was maintained as a result of the country's geography that makes an invasion extremely difficult, as well as its powerful samurai warriors. Wano was ruled by 6 major families. The Kojiki family made up the shogunate, while the leaders of the Shimatsuki family, Kurozumai family, Uzuki family, Amatsuki family, and Fujitsu family each served as daimyo over one of Wano's regions. In Wano, the Yakuza was considered to be well respected, and people associated with it are treated with admiration and fear. Alexander then closed the book. Interesting, Wano seems really interesting. There seems to be Yakuza too, and the whole kingdom reminds me of feudal Japan. They also use silver, gold, and platinum as currency, Dobby added while reading from his own book. Ha ha ha, then I can probably buy their whole country with how much gold I have. Alexander laughed. Dobby continued as he looked into the book, but I don't think getting anything out of them about Poneglyph will be easy. They hate outsiders. That is true, but I am sure after beating their strongest warriors, or as they call them samurais, they will surely respect me. Alexander suggested. That is also a possibility. Let's head to their flower capital. We'll see the rest of it from there, he commanded. After another hour, the shores of Wano finally came into view. Dobby, it's time to blend in. Put a haori on your clothes. Alexander instantly took out a nice red haori and wore it. He also threw one at Dobby. Boss, you are a 13-foot tall man, with white hair and beard. I don't think you can blend in even if you wore a full kimono, Dobby commented. It's the effort that counts, Dobby, he said and looked back at his men. Bald Chad, anchor here until we return. If anyone attacks you are free to use artillery. Got it, he ordered. All the marines on the ship saluted. After that Alexander and Dobby jumped away to the shores of Wano. Alexander and Dobby used magic that made other people perceive them as locals. They went into the nearest town to find the intel. It was filled with people in feudal Japanese clothes. There were lots of people carrying swords too. The first thing he noticed was that most people seemed happy. They found out that where they were now was a region named Udon. Though Alexander had to ignore the people's use of Dagazuro at the end of nearly every line. Finding the right direction, they jumped to the capital of Wano. And it was a sight to behold. They understood why it was called the flower capital. There were so many cherry blossom trees everywhere and their small petals were flying around. The building looked like colorful versions of feudal Japanese architecture. Alexander and Dobby walked on the streets, mesmerized by all the colors. They then started hearing pleasant shamisen music coming from a building. Dobby, I am in love with this place. For once I am thankful that it's a closed country and its culture wasn't destroyed. I will go and find the Shogun. You bring Olivia and the girls out and show them around. They will love it, Alexander said. Dobby smiled widely. I had the exact idea. See you later, boss. All right, Shogun must be there. Alexander looked at a castle situated on a hill with a huge arched tree. Alexander walked straight to it. Stop, no one is allowed to enter without permission. Do you have it? One of the samurai guards at the gates asked. Ah, yeah, I do. Alexander took out a paper with compulsion charm that made them believe it was the permission. Please enter, Alexander-sama. Both the guards bowed. Alexander scratched his beard in confusion. What did my compulsion make them see me as? He walked into the castle with ease and headed to the biggest room possible. Also because Alexander saw multiple people gathered there with his observation haki. He entered the hall and went straight to Shogun. Clank clank, out of nowhere 2 ninjas appeared and slashed at Alexander's neck with their swords. But their swords broke down in 2. There were a lot of people present and everyone looked at the scene in shock. Alexander was still standing without a single scratch. The whole castle went into an uproar. Someone ran and rang the attack bell 10 times, signifying an attempt on Shogun's life. Alexander facepalmed himself. It seems I was too straightforward this time. 7 people appeared in front of Shogun. Kojiki Sukiyaki. Who are you? An assassin from Kurozumai? Shogun questioned. Before Alexander could speak, 2 samurais came and kowtowed in front of him. Alexander Kami-sama. What can we do for you? Alexander again facepalmed himself. The 2 were guards from the gate and his compulsion charm made them see him as a god. Should I reverse the time again? He thought. He then quickly stopped himself from doing it. Reversing time again and again could become addictive. It wasn't even required right now. Kami-sama? Ha ha ha. Who are you that calls himself Kami-sama? Shogun questioned. This is a misunderstanding, Shogun Kojiki Sukiyaki, Alexander said and took down his disguise magic. He saw the Shogun twitch. Alexander understood that he knew about his admiral status. Maybe the normal populace was ignorant about the outer world, but the ruler couldn't do that. The atmosphere in the room turned even tenser. What is a marine admiral doing in Wano? Did the world government forget we don't welcome you all? Shogun mockingly asked. Sigh. My full name is Alexander Maxim D. Universe. I found a road poneglyph. I need it deciphered. Just so you know, I am not doing this for Marines or the world government. I want to know the true history of the Void Century. That is why I am doing all this. I want no qualms with Wano. I respect your sovereignty, Alexander told the middle-aged man. His mention of poneglyphs brought some murmurs in the hall. Are you a devil fruit user? We usually call them sorcerers as we don't have many people who have eaten it. Shogun asked out of curiosity. Yes and no, I did eat a devil fruit, but it doesn't make me strong. My body is this strong from training and nothing else. He told them. Okay, if you can defeat Ashura of 9 red scabbards, I will grant you a personal audience with me, Shogun offered. Alexander smirked. Which of them is Ashura? The biggest of them, a fat pink-haired man, walked forward. It's me, ha. Scared now, Marine's dog. That will be 2 for you, big guy, Alexander nonchalantly said. What 2? Ashura asked. 2 teeth of yours for calling me that, Alexander answered with a smirk. Ashura got angry and dashed at Alexander. To everyone's surprise, Alexander didn't move. Then at the final moment when Ashura's sword was about to touch him, Alexander disappeared and appeared near his face. Bam! Alexander's fist connected with the mouth of the big guy. Ashura got thrown away with 2 of his teeth bouncing on the floor. So, let's have that personal audience with you, Shogun, Alexander remarked as he stretched his shoulder. Clap clap clap. Shogun started to clap for some reason. That was wonderful, Admiral Universe. You really are worthy of all the praises I read in the newspaper. Then he looked at all his retainers. What are you all looking at? Leave now. I need to have a chat with this man. Go. The 9 red scabbards looked at him. Shogun-sama. This can be dangerous. This is an order. Now leave us, he sternly ordered them. As soon as only the 2 of them were left, Shogun sat down on his cushion and poured some sake for himself. Ah, thank you for coming here, Admiral. Take a seat. It's been so long since I talked to an outsider, he invited. Alexander was confused with the sudden change of attitude from being an uptight shogun to a tired man. He went ahead and sat in front of him. Haha, you must be wondering, why these changes? Well, I need to keep my image. Anyways, quickly show me that poneglyphs print. Since my childhood, I have been hearing about these but never got to see more than one of them because of the isolation policy. Only the makers of these know what's written on them, and the next generation only knew how to read, write the language and make the poneglyphs. Shogun Kojiki explained. Alexander took out the paper and showed it to him. Shogun quickly started reading it with enthusiasm. Ah, so this is one of those famous road poneglyphs too. I've heard collecting all 4 will take you to the last island of Grand Line, where you will find the true poneglyph. Shogun blurted. Alexander silently noted the extra info. Now his doubt had turned to surety. There truly was something about the void century at the last island. This poneglyph seems to be pointing to a location. Here you go. This is the translation, and we also have a road poneglyph here. This is where it points to. The Shogun handed him a piece of paper. Alexander made Ghost record it all and make a script to decipher the poneglyphs in the future. He also made Ghost pinpoint the coordinates the poneglyphs were talking about. Then he told all his free seraphs to fly around that location and search for the least island in thousands of kilometer radius. The last island should be there. After a while, the Shogun was finished. He folded the paper and gave it back to Alexander. Admiral Universe, thank you for granting me this chance to see this amazing thing. This was a lifelong wish of mine. Maybe because of this, my son Odin left the island. Just like me, he was curious. Shogun sighed. How did your son leave? I can keep an eye on him to make sure he's safe. Alexander offered. Ah, I nearly forgot you are a Marine Admiral. My son left with a pirate named Whitebeard. Please, if you see him, tell him to return. We need him here, he requested. Alexander patted his shoulder. Don't worry, boy, I will tell him that. Now, I have a proposition. Alexander told him about his plan of setting up a shop. The Shogun was not very pleased at the beginning, but when he heard that there will be no need to physically bring in and out shipments, he got interested. We can make it look like just any other shop, but here you will be able to find anything to buy, from all around the world. You can simply say that it's a shop opened by me as a gift for our friendship. I'm sure many people will be happy when they will hear you made a new powerful ally. This is a good option to stay as a closed country while still having trade with the outside world, Alexander suggested. That is certainly a good offer. It will shut down all the daimyos. Okay, let's do this, but will you be able to buy all the stuff we make? We make a lot after all. From clothes to liquor and hats to swords. Shogun asked. Ha ha ha, don't worry about that, my friend. I will deal with that. You just worry about not spending all the money on the good stuff I will bring. Alexander mocked. Huh, I am a samurai, I have self-control. Shogun sternly said. Alexander popped open a bottle of fire whiskey. The aroma reached Shogun's nose. What is this heavenly fragrance? Alexander poured him a cup. He drank it and fell down with a satisfying face. This is the drink of gods. How refreshing. If this is what you will sell, then I'm afraid my samurai training won't be able to help. Alexander laughed loudly. Then suddenly he heard a loud cat's cry. Meow. Alexander noticed a fat cat with a huge grin and hat on the head coming running towards him. Or the fire whiskey bottle to be more precise. It quickly took the bottle from the Shogun and started to drink it like no tomorrow. Alexander looked at the Shogun for an explanation. Shogun laughed wryly. Haha, that is the cat elder, called Hats. It fell from the sky on the castle some weeks ago and blessed us with solving some of our problems. Ah, that hits the spot. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Excuse me for my untimely drinking. I just couldn't refuse my unconscious mind to not do it, the cat said in a British accent. Alexander felt like he had seen the cat somewhere. Alice in Wonderland movie maybe. It was a Cheshire cat. Hats, I am busy. Go away. The Shogun tried to shoo it away. But the cat seemed to ignore him. Oh, you mortals can't order me around. But this man here. The cat flew to Alexander and started smelling him. Ah, you smell like heavens. And also the old man. Are you godson? Alexander was truly surprised. Yes, how do you know that? Because I am the ruler of chaos. By chaos, I did not mean the space but real chaos. The old man said that the false god is after me, so he sent me here, to you. But I ended up with this man. Ah, another nutjob, Alexander thought. Now, take me with you, godson. It came to his shoulders and sat down. What's your name? Alexander asked. I am called Hats. Because I love hats. Do you have any hats? He said. I will deal with you later. Just sit quietly on my shoulder now. Okay. Alexander instructed him. I simply don't have anything else to do, so of course I will rest on your shoulder. You are allowed to do as you please. Hats spoke in an authoritative tone and closed his eyes. So, Shogun Kojiki. Thank you for helping me read that. Take this, you can call me anytime you need any help. He handed him a two-way mirror as well. Kozaka Sukiyaki looked at it with interest. This thing is pretty convenient. Haha. Yes, it is. Okay, I will be on my way now. Take care, Shogun. He said his goodbye and left the castle. He found his family roaming the streets and buying whatever they liked. Jenny was the first who noticed him. But then she saw the cat. Fluffy Kitty. She quickly grabbed Hats and held him in a tight hug. Hats didn't even open his eyes the whole time, like he was in a deep sleep. She rubbed her face on his soft fur with a big smile. So, how was this trip, Olivia? Alexander asked. Beautiful. This place is so beautiful and cheerful, Alex, she commented. Yes, Glanpa. I also made 5 paintings. Amy chimed in. Yes, the food is very good here, Rena added, with a dumpling stick in her hand. Golly nodded at that remark. She also had her mouth full of dumplings and dumpling sticks in both her hands. Let's go. Our work is done here. Everyone returned to Faheim, leaving behind only Dobby and Alexander. So, was it successful? Yes, Dobby. It was more than successful. If we are lucky, we might just find that hidden island at the end of the Grand Line. But still, we should keep on looking for other poneglyphs. They returned to their ship and... Puru. Yes, Alexander here. Admiral, where are you right now? Kong hastily asked. Nearby Wano. Why? Good, very good. I need you to quickly go to God Valley. Many world nobles are gathered there, but somehow Rox D. Zebek found out. He has appeared there to assassinate them. I order you to use any force necessary to stop him, kill him if possible. Garp is already fighting him there. No harm should come to the world nobles, Kong ordered. Alexander hung up and looked at Bald Chad. To God Valley. We're in no hurry, so go slow. God Valley was a place where the world nobles gathered every year. Some kind of natural phenomenon was supposed to take place there. Although Alexander felt like investigating it more as to why celestial nobles were so into it and why it was named God Valley. Alexander took 5 days instead of 3 to reach the place. It was a small valley within a mountainous island. When he got there, most of the island was a mess. It seemed the fight was already near the end. He deboarded the ship and went deeper into the valley. He heard a loud voice speaking there. Garp, Roger, you both have D in your names. You two don't understand the meaning of it. They are the real enemy of the world. I was foolish enough to think that I could rule the world by just being a pirate. This game is much bigger than you can imagine. Follow the stones, you will get the answer. Rox D. Zebek said his last words before throwing up a mouthful of blood and taking his last breath. Following the stones, huh? Who knew those poneglyphs would be so important to so many people, Alexander thought. All the world nobles that were hiding in nearby caves came out and saw their attacker dead. Then they noticed Alexander and quickly ran behind him, seemingly thinking that he'd protect them from any danger. Admiral Universe, arrest that man, he is a pirate. He can't leave this place alive, I order you, St. Rosward haughtily demanded while pointing at Roger. Garp and Roger were too tired and weak, so they hadn't noticed Alexander. But now they did due to all the voices. Garp, what are you doing here? Did you leave Dragonchan alone? Alexander inquired. Old man, when did you come? Wait, why are you here? Garp confusedly asked. I am bounded by duty. Kong asked me to come and protect these weaklings and kill Zebek. Too bad you saved them before me. Alexander sadly replied. Does the word saving has a different meaning in his dictionary? Garp internally thought. Zebek is dead. Roger here helped me do that. I met him here by chance. Garp pointed. Roger looked at Alexander and smiled. Hello, old man. Thanks for those log poses. Ha ha ha, boy, you really came to the new world. Well, I am proud, I guess. But I told you not to become a pirate. Alexander remarked. I didn't want to. Sadly, the government puts adventurers in the same category as pirates. Roger argued. Yeah, why wouldn't they? The world government hates freedom of speech. Recognizing adventurer as a profession is like stabbing oneself for them, Alexander thought. Admiral Universe, I am a celestial dragon. I order you to arrest that man right now, St. Rosward again demanded. Alexander turned back. I won't. What are you gonna do about it? Fight me? Kill me? Your 5 elders have been looking for a way to kill me for years. Yet here I am. You know what? Even if I slap you, they won't be able to do anything. Slap. A tight slap resounded around the whole God Valley. If it didn't have anything to do with a god to be called God Valley, it did now. Saint Rosward fell down on the ground, a few of his teeth fell out and he started shivering. Now, all of you pests. If you don't want to get slapped then release all your slaves. All the world nobles were scared at the moment and rushed to take off the slave collars. Good, now turn around and silently board my ship. I don't want any sound coming from you. If I do then the reward will be a slap. All the world nobles made neat and clean lines and walked to his ship. They were all given different rooms to stay in. Today was a reality check for them. They learned they couldn't order everyone around. Meanwhile, Garp and Roger had their eyes falling out of their sockets looking at the scene. It wasn't just them, Roger's crew was also standing some distance away and had the same reaction. Then finally Garp broke the silence with his loud laughter. Bwahahaha, Roger's crew members quickly came forward to help their injured captain. They themselves were injured after fighting Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Shiki, and other members of Rock's pirates. Though they had run away by now after seeing their captain losing. Their doctor, Crocus, came forward and started treating Roger's wounds. Captain, your health is already not that good. Why do you still push yourself so much? Ahahaha, forgive me, Crocus. Just bear with me till I complete my dream. Roger dreamily said. Wahey Garp and everyone else suddenly became alert and yelled. Oh old man, look behind you? Garp loudly whispered. Alexander looked back and out of nowhere, a huge round tongue licked his face. Stop it Noodles. Bad manners. Why are you here? I told you to stay with the ship and protect it. Oh, Dobby sent you? The world nobles are creating a ruckus? Okay, go back and play with them. They will get in line soon. He said and made him go back. Haha, forgive little Noodles. He's still a baby, but he is learning. Alexander shamelessly said. Garp's eyes twitched. He's already bigger than all the Sea Kings I've seen in my life. And he's still a baby. Everyone else nodded as if they wanted to ask the same thing. Yes, that poor thing. He was cast out of his group because of his big size. So I adopted him. He is very friendly. Alexander smiled saying that. But then loud horror-filled screams started coming from the ship behind him. Noodles was just playing with world nobles. Roger started laughing from the comical scene. Haha. Old man, are you going to arrest me? Roger pirates looked at him with nervous eyes. They knew if it came to fight they wouldn't be able to beat him, so they could only pray. No, not yet. Not until you conquer the Grand Line. Alexander smilingly said. He remembered Roger's dream. Roger grinned hearing that. Thanks. But, I cannot tell the world that a pirate helped Marine in killing the biggest pirate of our time. So I'm afraid I'll have to give all the credit to Garp. Are you okay with that? Alexander asked. Roger nodded. I wouldn't be able to digest it even if they gave me the credit. Garp has AD in his name. That already makes him my brother. I will be happy if he takes the credit. Good, I will report it back. You all pack your stuff and leave. Alexander called Kong. Yeah, all world nobles are safe. Although I arrived late. Garp had already defeated Rocks with the help of Roger pirates. The pirates had left by the time I came. We can't report that a pirate helped Marine, so let's just report Garp's name. Yes, you are right. There is one more task before you escort the world nobles. You have direct orders from 5 elders to sink the island to the bottom of the ocean. They don't want this incident to go public at all. Kong ordered him. Okay, I'll do it. Garp, go back to my ship. I need to sink this island. He instructed. Alexander stood alone and talked to himself. From my experience, if they say go left then you should go right. So, there must be something very important on this island. Like hell, I would destroy it. Okay, let's do this. What was that move from that cartoon I watched once? Oh yeah. Me. Haa. He flew in the air and released a huge energy beam from his hand towards the island. Just before it was about to strike, the island disappeared, leaving behind a huge mushroom cloud and lots of dust. All the world nobles and Marine looked at the blast with shocked faces and terror-filled hearts. Garp was also shocked. How strong are you, old man? Alexander flew back to the ship, Bald Chad, to Redport at full speed. From there they had to take a normal sea route to the Redport. It was quite far away from there. Garp, you will be named Hero of Marine now. Ha ha ha. I will put in a recommendation for your promotion too. You will be called Vice Admiral Garp, soon. Alexander teased him. Arg, a promotion means more work, Garp grunted. Alexander heavily patted on his injured back. You are still young, Garp. Enjoy this youth while you can. Alexander then headed to the bow of the ship where his recliner seat was. He sat and relaxed while looking at the sunset. That was his favorite thing to do lately. It reminded him that even if the world was sh*t, at least the view is beautiful. Excuse me, sir. An unknown voice came from behind Alexander. It was one of the celestial dragon. But this one was different as he didn't wear that oxygen bubble to keep himself from inhaling poor people's oxygen. What is it? Alexander displeasingly asked. Sir, I wanted to ask. Why do you hate us so much? The man asked. Tell me, can you look at your brethren proudly and say that they are a boon to the world and its future? Alexander asked. The man didn't say anything. So Alexander continued, world nobles are actually world leechers. They leech on the hard work of others just because their ancestors fought some great kingdom 800 years ago, something that is made illegal to study by the world government. Seriously, if your ancestors did such a great deed then why is it a secret? The world noble came beside Alexander and sat on the floor beside his recliner. Sometimes I think the same thing, sir. When I see my fellow brethren abuse their authority, I raise my voice, but what can a single man do? He mumbled. Alexander looked at this rare specimen of celestial dragon. He realized that there are still some sensible people among the rotten world nobles. What's your name? Alexander asked. The blonde-mustached man looked at him and replied, I am Saint Don Quixote Homing. Alexander waved his hand and another recliner chair appeared. You, my friend, are a good man. Thank you, sir. Homing politely thanked and sat down on the chair. You got kids, Homing? Alexander asked. Homing had a smile appear on his face. Yes, he was born just a few months back. His name is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Then keep him away from Mary Geois. That place can turn humans into animals. He advised. Here, you can call me with this if you find yourself in a mess someday. This is a token of my belief in you, Homing. Don't break it. Alexander left him to eat the sea breeze alone. He went to his room and to Fihaim from there. Alexander had transported God Valley to the sea in Fihaim. He went to the island to investigate what was so special there. He came to the central location where a platform was erected. In its center was an open fireplace. On it were multiple big eggs. Dragon eggs. So they were trying to hatch dragons. 19 eggs for each family. Rox D. Zebek probably found out about this somehow and decided to kill the world nobles and take the eggs too. That could be the only reason why Roger, a pirate, tried to stop him. Because if Zebek hatched dragons then it would only be doom for the world. He talked to himself. He then took the eggs and went to Drachium. He put the eggs under the care of Prime Minister Dexter there and went back to his ship. His mind now had some answers but even more questions. They all had a smooth journey and reached the Red Port. Alexander didn't even escort them out and just let them go away on their own. He then looked at Garp. Go, boy. Sengoku has already become a vice admiral. Now it's your turn. Next will probably be Tsuru-chan. Give my greetings to them all. Garp didn't say anything and walked to the ramp but stopped midway and looked behind. Tell me, old man, how strong are you? That you are confident of messing with them and still not afraid of retaliation? Garp seriously asked. Alexander smirked. Strong enough to slap them to death and still stay alive. Garp shook his head and left. Dobby came to his side and saw Garp leaving. The moment he becomes a vice admiral he will see the world for what it really is. That Marine is not what everyone thinks. I know, Dobby, but I think Garp will be fine. He's a tough boy. Now, let's go to G5 and see how our boys are doing. Good boy Blue Fang must be bored alone. Alexander appeared at G5 base and did an inspection. Although the base was neat and clean, only one person was having a bad day there. He was the newly assigned vice admiral. His name was Leonard. He had connections with Lelouch's royal family. The Marines living there had made living worse for him as no one heard his orders. All the Marines there may be lawless but they knew what this new vice admiral had done and had no shame in reminding them men about his mistakes every day. Vice Admiral Leonard couldn't do anything either as he was not physically powerful enough to take them on. He may have been promoted but his power level was still of a rear admiral. Admiral Universe, you must punish them. They have shown insubordination. He came to Alexander to be *tch about. Alexander calmly sat in his chair with his feet on the desk, but I wasn't here. I didn't see anything happening. Where's the proof? I can't punish them just based on your words. Look at my condition. My eyes have turned darker and I have grown weak. All because of them. Doesn't that mean you have been working hard? Vice Admiral Leonard. Thank you for your hard work. Please close the door after you leave. Alexander shrugged him away. Leonard left his office with slumped shoulders. He thought because Alexander was here the harassment would stop but it increased by tenfold. Puru. What? Alexander picked up the call. Admiral Universe. What did you do to those world nobles? I have received so many complaints from them. Kong asked loudly. I saved them and that's how they treated me back. Such worthless cowards. Alexander slighted. Admiral, you are employed by the world government. You are duty-bound to obey them. Kong argued. No, I'm not. I'm not employed by them, nor do they pay my salary. I am employed by 170 nations who pay heavenly tribute to our spoiled brats sitting in Mary Geois. I work to keep those 170 countries safe and not just some selected people. Maybe you should stop being so scared of them and grow a spine, Fleet Admiral. Alexander nonchalantly said. He had nearly insulted every important person in the world just now. On the other side, Kong seethed in rage. How could why? Alexander hung up as he didn't have time to talk to him. He had research to do on the devil fruits. Alexander's kind heart mall empire expanded at a very fast pace. He made shops in any country that wasn't hostile to him, though most were scared to anger him so no one could say anything. His shops opened on each island, each city, and kingdom. Except for Mary Geois though. Many pirates tried to loot them once in a while but every time they would either die or if they had high bounty they'd be arrested. This way the kind heart shops came to be known as another big power not to be messed with. The world government mainly turned a blind eye as they also bought many things from the shops. For example, exotic cuisine and stuff. Alexander's seraphs, who were looking for the final island of the Grand Line, were also unsuccessful, making Alexander stop their pointless exploration. He guessed that the island must have some kind of supernatural ability to only show up if you knew exactly where to look. Otherwise, how can no one ever stumble upon it by mistake? So he stopped that for now and just focused on making the world better. However, Alexander had heard that Gold Roger was also looking for that island. The world government was already scared for some reason and had put 3 billion berries as his bounty. Year 1500. Alexander was on a personal mission. He was going around all the countries with harsh climates and helping people. He was on an island with a single village called Kun Village. It was in North Blue near the Calm Belt. Kun Village was a small village in an arid grassland. The only vegetation in the village was dead trees and tall grasses that were slumped due to lack of water. It was nearby a mountain with denser vegetation. It was an impoverished village that was seemingly suffering from a drought. Its citizens were malnourished and destitute. A famine was going on there. It was so bad that people even stopped having babies to not have more mouths to feed. He went ahead and first opened lots of water wells on the island. Second thing, the people had built their village in the wrong locations. There was a whole mountain with denser vegetation which was a better suited area. Alexander first went to the mountain to see why the people didn't establish their village there. Maybe there were dangerous animals. Sniff. Alexander's ears perched up from the unnatural noise. It was like someone was crying. He walked towards that noise and came to a large tree with a hollow trunk. Due to Alexander coming close, the noise from inside the tree trunk stopped. Please don't eat me. I am not tasty, I tried. A childish voice came. Alexander felt the weakness, fear, and sadness in the voice. I am not here to eat you, child. Come out. Hearing him, and understanding it was not a wild animal, a small head peeked out of the tree trunk. It was a little girl, dirt on her face and ragged clothes on her body. Soon she came out of the tree trunk. Alexander noticed the arm of the girl with bite marks. She really did try to eat herself out of hunger it seems. Alexander waved his hand and used magic to heal her without her even knowing. Who are you, mister? She weakly asked. Call me Grandpa. What are you doing here alone? Alexander inquired. Mommy said I am useless so she left me here. Nobody wants me, Grandpa, she answered, looking at him with her cute big eyes. Alexander waved his hand and a big carpet appeared. He sat down on the ground with legs crossed. Come, sit with me little one. He then took out lots of food, fruit, and drinks and put them on the carpet. Here, eat all you want. You are not useless, child. You are just small. Even I was useless when I was as small as you. Really, Grandpa? She questioned as if this new information was a huge deal for her. Yes, now eat. You look like you haven't eaten anything in a while. She finally succumbed to the food and started eating like no tomorrow, though she drank more water than she ate. Water was a luxury there after all, and considering that the human body craves more for water than food, it was normal. How is it? Is it tasty? He inquired and poured her some orange juice. She put down her water glass. It is so yummy, Grandpa. Can I keep some leftovers with me? She asked, thinking that the old man would go away and she'd again go hungry in a few days. Alexander smiled warmly at her. Yes, sweetie. You can have all this. I have more as well. What is your name, child? Alexander asked further. Mommy called me Baby 5. Is that my name? She confusedly said. Alexander's heart ached when he guessed why she was called that. Gina, that is what your name is from today. She cutely repeated her name multiple times before finally throwing her arms in the air in happiness. I like this name, Gina. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha. Would you like to come with me, Gina? You will get lots of food. There are also 4 more sisters you can play with. Alexander proposed. Really? But Mommy said I am useless. She repeated. Alexander went close to her and caressed her hair. No, Gina, you are not useless. You are needed by me. You make me happy. Okay, really? Yes, let's go now. I will introduce you to your new family. Alexander gave her his finger to hold and they walked into Fahame. Gina's depressed face turned from sad to happy as soon as she saw the colorful Fahame with lots of animals roaming around. She had never seen such a beautiful place in her life. Out of nowhere, hats appear in the air. Oh, a new member. It seems I will need to make a new tea set for my tea party. How are you doing, Hats? Alexander asked. I am good. This place seems much better than where I used to live. Hats replied. Kitty I. A loud Jenny came running. Not again. See you later, godson. Hats again vanished. Jenny came to Alexander looking for her favorite cat. Oh, hello Grandpa. Did you see Hats? And who is she? Gina hid behind Alexander's legs. It seems she was scared of social interactions. Jenny, she is your new sister. She will live with us from now on. Go and gather everyone in the garden, he instructed. Jenny happily ran back calling out to everyone. While Alexander looked at Gina, Gina, don't be afraid. Everyone here is a good person. You can play with them and eat whatever you want. Gina only nodded and held on to his finger. He slowly brought her to the garden where everyone gathered. Olivia's motherly instincts instantly kicked in as soon as she saw Gina. Olivia knew Alexander would only bring kids if they had nowhere to go. Douglas, what the hell are you wearing? Alexander asked. Oh, I saw this movie called Enter the Dragon. Now Barry and I are practicing kung fu, he proudly claimed. Then Barry also appeared in a similar yellow tight jumpsuit. It seems since Ragnarok disappeared you have started to slack off. I should ask Hagar to keep an eye on you, Alexander mumbled. Hagar was the king of Iceman from God Arc. Okay, everyone. Greet our new little member of the family, Gina. Say hi to her. Alexander introduced her. The first ones to come were all the girls. Rena came to her and gave her a warm hug. I am your big sister Rena, if you are ever hungry, come to me. I always got food. This one is Golly, she eats a lot so keep your secret food stash safe from her. Golly looked at Rena with a salivating mouth. Rena, you have a secret stash. Oh, curse my loose tongue. No, Golly. I was just kidding. She ran away, behind her Golly also followed. Then came Amy. I am your big sis, Amy, if you need anything you can come to me. Welcome to the family. She gave her a kiss on the forehead. Olivia came and hugged her. Gina, I am your grandma. Do you want to learn how to make sandwiches? Gina's tummy made a sound at the mention of a sandwich. It seems she was still hungry. Olivia didn't wait and dragged her along. Yai, we will learn to cook. Jenny ran behind them. Amy looked at Alexander and asked, what happened to her, Grandpa? Her mother abandoned her in a forest because of famine in the village. The last thing she heard from her mother was being called useless. So she thinks nobody wants her. Just give her all the love you possibly can. She's just 8 after all, I'm sure we can make her thinking change. Alexander told her. Amy suddenly remembered being alone after her real parents died from that bomb. She was blind for so long and then her grandpa came and filled her world with colors. She jumped and hugged Alexander. Grandpa is the best. Hee. No, my Amy is the best. He ruffled her hair. They all went into the house and cooked and ate together. Then came to nap time. Initially, they gave Gina her own room. But when they saw her sleeping in the corner of the rooms, curled into a small ball, Alexander and Olivia decided to keep her in their own room until she came out of her trauma. Olivia then started singing her lullabies every night to make her at ease before sleeping. Mary Gosa. 5 elders meeting room. So, he knows about the past. Elder 1 said. It was really hard to reach that place and yet somehow he did it. As commendable as it may seem, he has committed a major crime. Elder 2 added. But we don't know how much he knows. We went there and couldn't find anything. Only the one with Will of D can unlock the secrets that lie there. Elder 3 responded. We have no way of making sure if he has the Will of D. But even if he doesn't, he knows too much. The false true poneglyph is still accessible by those without the Will of D and gives away some information about the Void Century. Elder 4 sternly said. Then it is decided. Gold Roger must be executed. He is too dangerous. We cannot be sure if his crew knows but at the very least he must be removed. Elder 5 made the decision. Yes, from now on, his name will be publicized as Gold Rogers, a demon who tried to destroy the peace that the world government has created. 5 billion should be enough. Elder 1 said and stood up. Bounties are set while keeping in mind that we have a marine who is worth the same. But we have no marine worth that much. Who will we send after him? Elder 3 asked. No, we have one marine worth way more than 5 billion. Elder 1 chimed in. He won't agree. For all we know, he might turn on us for information from Roger. Elder 3 warned. Elder 1 smirked. Then we will have a perfect reason to make him leave. We know he likes helping people and managing that image. Perhaps declaring him a demon would do us good as well. But what if he just comes ahead and attacks us? Elder 5 questioned. No he won't. If he attacks us then he'll be proving to the world that the rumors about him are real. The world sees us as gods after all. No matter what, they do hold us in high regard. Elder 1 deviously blurted. Soon all the elders agreed on that plan. They signed the highest bounty to ever be put on someone. Gold Roger, dead or alive, 5.564 billion berries. They called in an assistant and told them to start spreading it around the world with articles demonizing Roger. Oro Jackson, Roger Pirate's ship. A meeting was taking place in the captain's cabin. It only involved the men who accompanied Roger to the raftel and found out about the true history and the certain prophecy. Only a few people from his group were present there with him. Namely himself, Dark King Silver Rayleigh, Scopper Gaban, and Kojiki Odin. They all had grim expressions on their faces. Roger looked at everyone and spoke. What we saw on the island shouldn't go out. Not because I am afraid but because whoever knows it will be hunted by the world government. Just like it said in the prophecy, that day will soon come when a man with Will of D will be born and bring the dawn of the world, so we just have to wait. What about Roger Pirates now? Silver Rayleigh asked. Haha, my friend. Haven't we fulfilled our goal? We wanted to conquer the Grand Line and we did it. It's time Roger Pirates disbanded. With our recent activities, it is likely that they already know about us reaching Raftel. They will be on our asses no matter where we go. I would hate myself if something happened to Shanks and Buggy for something they didn't know. They are the future and must be protected. Roger announced. Cock knock. It was Crocus. Captain, bad news, look. They all looked at the latest newspaper and a wanted poster that came with it. Kojiki Odin read it and shouted in anger, this is too much. They are calling you a demon, who kills and steals for fun and Pirate King. Roger looked at his wanted poster. Ha ha ha. Pirate King sounds like a nice name and 5 billion berries ha. This must be a new record. I'm sure they will send that old man after me. Haha. Who do you think will find this so-called One Piece, Captain? Silver Rayleigh asked. For some reason, the world had started to call the treasure at Raftel, One Piece. Roger laughed. Ha ha ha. My son, obviously. Where are you going to find a son? He asked. I can always make one, Roger bluntly said, making everyone in the room laugh. Roger put it down and walked out of his cabin. Gather around everyone, I have an announcement. Roger went on to announce the end of Roger Pirates and told everyone to get off at the next island. He gave his straw hat to Shanks and told him to hold on to it until someone worthy of wearing it comes. Later, he went alone to meet Whitebeard, where he told him about the little he found out about Void Century from the false true poneglyph he found. He also told him that another poneglyph was inside a secret chamber there which he couldn't access. He needed the 3 ancient weapons for it, and he knew he could never get it as there was no Poseidon born yet. From the false true poneglyph, he understood that the history that was fed to the world till now was not real. The Great Kingdom and the 20 Kingdom War was a load of crap that did happen but for different reasons. The real enemy was still ruling the world. One day, someone will come and shake the world as we know it. He will have AD in his name and will wear a straw hat. He will truly bring the dawn. If you find that person in the future, support him, White-chan. Roger told his friend. What about you, Roger? Whitebeard asked. My time has come, White-chan. I'm both too late and too early to witness those amazing things. I will do my part and become history soon. Roger said like he already knew the future, not to mention he was also sick. Ha ha ha. 5 billion berries, yes, you will go down in history. Now let's cheers to that. Whitebeard loudly exclaimed and picked up his glass. Roger then interestingly looked at Whitebeard. Don't you want to know where Raftel is? Whitebeard shook his head. I have a family and they are my treasure. Why would I need anything else? Ha ha ha, who knew you'd be such a sentimental man, White-chan? Roger joked and laughed.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.